Wednesday, January the 6th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you're all having a very nice start to 2021. Going to have two shows coming up for you this week, and in the coming weeks, we'll probably be having two shows, most of them, as the new year changed. Some new sponsors here with That's What G Said, some new stuff we will be covering, but like always, you're going to get the same, variety of different topics. We're going to go through each and every sport with two shows. We're just going to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit more. Like, today, we're going to talk a little NFL and some Cera Candles with Tyler Harringer. So what we do is we just go through each of the 6 games, talk about the point spreads, give a little bit of news on those, just kind of a quick preview, and then on the later episode of That's What G Said later this week, I'm going to have Dave Weaver joining me to talk the Saturday games, and then Eric Etoff 21 Sports is going to join me to talk the Sunday games. So we'll have tons of football for you all week long. So we got Tyler Harringer first. Following Tyler, we've got Don Landis, one of my longtime good buddies, used to work together over at Islands as waiters. Don is a lifelong Browns fan. He's from Cleveland, so we talk all about the Browns making the playoffs and then the sad news that the Browns are now decimated with COVID. They've had 17 players over the last couple weeks on and off the COVID list, still 10 on there right now, including their head coach and some coaches. So because of the contract tracing, they will not have their head coach this weekend. We talk all about that with Dawn. This week in Stable Duel, we'll give you the week Stable Duel schedule. And then I'm going to talk about Tampa Bay Downs for Wednesday, horse racing. I went through the Tampa Bay Downs card, built a Stable Duel lineup, and I'll give you some horses to bet if you're playing Wednesday races. Make sure to tune in there for Tampa. Following that, Griffin Track Announcer from Sam Houston joins us. Opening weekend at Sam Houston, one of my personal favorite racetracks. Chris gives us all the details, gives us the primer, sets us up for the meet that begins on Friday. Then we're going to talk about that Friday card with Andrew Champagne, race by race. We spend about an hour discussing the Friday 10-race card opening night at Sam Houston. To close things out, it's the old wrestling rewatch, Royal Rumble 1994. Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali joined me to talk about the Rumble that was won by two men, Bret the Hitman Hart, Lex Luger. We go through the entire undercard and then every entrant in the Royal Rumble, and we discuss the commentary, things we liked, things we didn't. That's all coming up on this episode, which you can look forward to later this week. I mentioned we'll break down the Saturday games for the football playoff slate with Dave Weaver. Then we're going to talk about the Sunday games on the NFL slate with Eric Etoff 21 Sports. We're also going to have This Week in Wrestling segment with Chad Cooper, so we can talk about what's going on in WWE, AEW, and NXT. Gabe Vartanian from the Live and Breathe Racing group on Facebook is going to join me. We're going to talk all about that group and about Santa Anita for Saturday. That's going to be coming up later this week. We'll also have some NBA talk, some Cobra Kai talk. Yeah, Cobra Kai. Love me some Cobra Kai. I finished it up, but we won't discuss it on this episode. It'll be on the next one. Let's get right into our first conversation. Going to be with Tyler Harringer. We're going to be talking about the NFL slate coming up this weekend. What is the schedule like for the playoffs? And then a little bit about Cera Candles. Folks, if you like candles, listen to this. This is someone who created his own company, who has a candle that is healthier for you. It's better for you. If you personally use candles, give these ones a try. You can use the promo code Gino. It'll get you 10% off. It'll save you a few bucks. Listen to the passion from the man Tyler as we talk NFL and candles. I mean, who else is going to talk NFL and then some candles? Oh yeah, that's who. Tyler Harringer here on That's What G Said. Friend of the show, Tyler Harringer, the head honcho over at Cera Candles, those all-natural soy wax candles we're always telling you about here, longer burning, better for you. Tyler, a good buddy of mine, also a huge sports fan, played in fantasy leagues with me the last couple years. Tyler has a really cool Survivor pool, so I wanted to bring him on to talk about a few things right now. We're going to talk some Survivor pool, some Cera Candles, and a little bit about the NFL playoff schedule coming up this week. Tyler, Happy New Year, buddy. Happy holidays. How you been?
Good. Happy New Year to you too, Gino. Thanks for having me back. All things considered, things are going pretty good. We got the NFL playoffs coming up. basketball's back, hockey's coming up here in the next week, and before you know it, baseball will be around the corner. And just glad that we got something.
The normalcy,
in the
a little normalcy.
Yeah,
a little
exactly.
normalcy back. And you had the last few years have been doing a really cool Survivor pool. I've been in it. I, of course, did not win, but I definitely wanted to give a shout out to some of the winners because those are difficult to win, man. If you win one of those, it's hard. You've outlasted a bunch of others. You've been very smart. You've been a little lucky along the way, but definitely skilled in your picking. And I think this year there were 2 winners to the pool, right? So let's give them a shout out.
Yeah, correct. And to go along with your sentiment, I mean, I know we're a little biased, but you and I, we love our football and we take pride in what we know. And I think I lost in the second week.
I think I was out week 5. Yeah. I made it 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's incredible. And like you said, there's some knowing your stuff, and it seems easy on the surface. Just pick one team.
Just got to pick a winner, right?
Yeah, easy enough. And so we had 2 guys make it all the way to the end, and they're from the same family. So we had a couple guys, Bruce and Chris Padron, they're in the same family. They decided rather than pick a team in week 17, they were just going to split the pot amongst the 2 of them. So that's what they did. But I mean, pretty incredible to make it all the way to the end. Usually these Survivor pools, you're lucky if you make it to week 12, week 13. Yeah. And it seems like with the amount of parity in the NFL, you can't really latch
COVID,
on.
All the stuff going on too. And it was just all the high scoring going on and just so impressive. So, big shout out to them. They did a phenomenal job this year in that. And as you mentioned, Tyler, we got the NFL playoffs coming up. I can't believe we made it. There have been some games here and there that maybe should have been postponed or canceled for a couple different teams. And unfortunately, the Browns may be up against it this week. But I will say we've got a pretty good playoff slate coming up. And it's cool because this year we have the extra team. So we're going to have even an extra playoff game coming up. We actually have 6 playoff games this weekend. And the first one is Indy Buffalo. I'll tell you, Tyler, Buffalo's looked really, really good recently. They're playing as well as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, they always say you want to be playing your best football November, December, because that's when it really matters. That's what Belichick's always preached. He said, I don't really care what we do in September. I want to be ready to go in December. And Buffalo, I mean, what they did to the Dolphins, when the Dolphins really needed to win that game, that's a team that was, trying to win and doing their best to win, and they made that look easy. And that's hard to do in the NFL, especially against a team that was looking to make the playoffs. So, the Colts, they beat them earlier this year, but I have a hard time thinking that they'll be able – they do have a good defense, but I have a hard time believing they'll be able to put a full stop to Josh Allen and company here on this weekend.
They are playing so well. Buffalo, their defense is getting a little bit better too. They are just firing on all cylinders right now. The second so that's the opening game on Saturday, early Saturday. The middle Saturday game, the other wild card game, is Tampa at Washington. So we knew somebody was going to win the NFC East this year. Somebody was, and it ended up being Washington. A lot of people got upset because Philly, what they did the other night, Washington sort of maybe even backed in here. But another team who's playing really well is Tampa. They've had a sort of easy schedule the last few weeks, but they've been starting to click, and Brady looks pretty good.
Yeah, and going back to Washington for a second, if one team had to win it, I guess Ron Rivera with what he had to go through with the cancer stuff, and Alex Smith.
Oh, you're right.
Exactly. Like, there's just a feel-good story. So although Philly, did what they did, the Giants were 6-10, and I'll take the feel-good story over that. And Washington, it's going to be interesting because where the Buccaneers and Tom Brady have struggled is up against a good pass rush and a good defensive front, and that's exactly what Washington has.
Chase Young, they can get after him.
Can they score enough to keep up with the Bucs? Tough to say. I'd assume no, but that defensive front, you got Chase Young and you got Sweat on the other side. I mean, they could cause some problems for Brady and teams that have been able to cause him a little bit of trouble. The Rams did it to him. That's the kind of their weak point. So we'll see what happens. I don't know exactly where Mike Evans stands after his injury scare on Sunday. He didn't play the rest of the game. I'm not sure if he's going to be ready to go, but that's a big piece for them. So I'd venture to say that game's going to be closer than people think, but I agree. Think the Bucs end up winning, but maybe if you're looking to wager, maybe you look at the under in that game,
or Washington plus 8.5 at home. That might float up a little bit too as you get closer to the weekend because people want to play the chalk, and that might get up to 9, even to 10. It wouldn't be a big shock. So I agree. One hit on Brady early could rattle him a little. And I don't know, just like you said, I don't know if Washington can score enough to win. But as far as just keeping it close here, yeah, that's a sneaky home team there.
You give me 8-9 points in a playoff game, I think I'd lean that way.
Yeah, I agree. The closing Saturday night game is the Bears at the Saints. So we've got the Bears who sort of backed in and snuck in because the Rams beat Arizona. So the Bears have an opportunity here to go on the road and play New Orleans. And so they are actually going to be the biggest underdog in the first round of the playoffs. New Orleans right now is a 10-point favorite here. I guess I sort of feel similar to the game we talked about before. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if you told me that the Bears covered this game. I just don't know if they can win.
Yeah, and I almost kind of goes along with Washington. Like, yeah, good defense. Can they score enough to keep up? I mean, the Saints have their issues. They've had some injuries. Got bit by the injury bug a lot. But I just think Sean Payton, Drew Brees, they're at home. They're in the Dome. They played this exact game 10 times in the last 10 years, and they always come out on top. So, can the Bears keep it close? Sure, but I could also see a scenario where the Saints run away and hide.
On Sunday, we've got 3 games. The first game of the day, the Rammies, unfortunately, have question marks at the quarterback position. They're not sure if it's going to be Goff. And honestly, Goff wasn't really playing all that well towards the end of the season before he got banged up. The Rams have to go play Seattle. This one it looks like it's about a 4.5 point spread right now with Seattle as the favorite. I got to say the Rams are probably better than I thought they were going to be this year. I don't know if I thought they were going to be a playoff team. I probably expected a little more from San Francisco, who had a bunch of injury issues, But their defense is damn good. The Rams' defense can beat anyone with the ability to rush the passer and the ability to lock down a really good receiver or two. I just, like, with them, same sort of thing I guess we've talked about with the last couple teams is like the last couple underdogs. Defensively, they can win, but if it's a close game and Russell Wilson has the ball versus whoever's taking the snaps for the Rams, who do you trust?
Exactly, and I think in this scenario for the Rams to win, I think there's probably only 1 or 2 paths to do it, and I'm assuming it's going to be Wolford. I just don't know how Goff can come back, and they're going to have to just run the ball and chew up the clock and just hope that Aaron Donald and Brockers and Ramsey could just make a play on defense.
Yep.
A pick 6 type of fumble, a strip sack
score,
or something like that.
Set them up for an easy score. Yep.
Exactly. That's really the only way I see the Rams as being able to, the Seahawks offense has been good, but it hasn't been that great. And the Seahawks defense is a good defense, and they're going to be playing against a quarterback who's made exactly 1 career start in the NFL. Like I said, I think the Rams, if they're going to want to win this game, maybe on either side, it's going to be the defense that determines the game for the Rams or for the Seahawks. Whoever's defense can play better, make a play, keep the other team's offense off the field, that might be the team that ends up winning this thing.
It's funny because you have the 2 games that we talk about. The one is a total of 43, which is the lowest total. This next game, the total right now is up to 55, which is the highest total. So we're going to talk about one game where defense is what we were talking about. In this game, will definitely be the opposite. Tennessee's defense is terrible, but they're the home team here, and Baltimore's a 3.5 point favorite on the road, even though the last 2 times they've played Tennessee's actually beat them, once this year, once in the playoffs last year. Baltimore has had an easy schedule at the end of the year, so they were able to sort of get right. Their offense looks a lot better. Lamar looks a lot more like the Lamar of last year, but it is always a little interesting to be a road favorite against the team that beat you twice. And Tennessee's one of the teams that I probably had the hardest time figuring out the last couple years because good coach, awesome running game. I mean, when Henry's playing at his best, he can win you a game. Tannehill's pretty good. Offensively, they move the ball, but their defense is bad. They just feel like one of those teams that can beat anyone or lose to anyone. I never know what to do with Tennessee, Tyler.
I'm with you on that. Tennessee, they kind of shocked some people last year in the playoffs and won a couple games that really probably nobody gave them a chance to win. And like you said, they can run the ball better than anybody with Derrick Henry. And this is a game where combined between the 2 teams, you might see over 500 rushing yards between Dobbins and Jackson on one side, Derrick Henry on the other side. And like you said, the Titans don't stop anybody on defense. And the Baltimore defense is pretty good, top 10 defense in the league. So can their defense stop Derrick Henry and make Tannehill make plays with his arm? That's probably what their game plan is going to be. And I see a lot of, I mean, like you said, it's the highest scoring, highest over under of the weekend. And that's probably for good reason. I can see this one getting really, really high up there. And it's going to be who gets the ball last is going to end up coming out on top there, because this could be a high scoring affair, run and gun, and a lot of rushing yards.
And then the Sunday night game, just a little bit of a bummer for the Browns. I actually have coming up right after the conversation with you, a discussion with one of my buddies, Don Landis, who is a huge Browns fan. And when I talked to him yesterday, it was like, hey, we're going to be talking about how excited we are the Browns made the playoffs. And then today it's like, oh, by the way, there's another they've had 17 people on the COVID list in the last 2 weeks, and now their head coach will not be able to make the game this weekend. He's been the real reason for their turnaround. So, I mean, they've had a really great year, and Vegas thought they had a shot in this game. I mean, this game, when it opened up the other day, it was actually, along with the Baltimore game, the smallest point spread. It was Pittsburgh was only a 3.5 point favorite in this game, but now it's up to 6, because a lot of people are, oh, you're not going to have your head coach. You're going to be missing a couple others. Olivier Vernon is also going to be out. So I'm not a Browns fan. I've kind of become like adoptive Browns fan over the year, but I just feel a little bad for them having to go with this situation once you finally got there.
Yeah, this is a tough draw for them, only because, like you said, they finally made it. They finally made the playoffs. The drought's over after all these years. They get a chance to kind of, go on and take on the big brother, kind of see if they can punch the big brother and the Steelers in the mouth and take a game from them. And like I said, they got that two-headed monster running game. Baker's been playing well. Their defense is good. And Stefanski's been doing a great job for them and really taking them to the next level. And then they get hit with the COVID stuff. And it's like, man, how much more can get stacked up against them? I mean, there's I won't give up hope on them just yet. I mean, maybe they can, Stefanski can game plan and kind of make sure he's got these meetings with his coaches and coordinators and everything and get everything buttoned up. But yeah, they took what was probably already going to be a tough game for them and turned it up another notch with all this COVID stuff. But I hope for a good game and hope they can keep it close and maybe have a shot there at the end.
Yeah, Browns Pittsburgh will be the final game on Sunday, and also you're a Browns fan too. You might be an Ohio State fan. You just found out right afterwards that Ohio State's got dealing with some COVID stuff, and the national championship game might have to be pushed back a little. So not the best few minutes if you're a fan of those two teams, which I know a lot of people are. You know what else a lot of people are fans of though? Cera Candles, those all natural soy wax candles. I was hearing some great feedback of people who bought the Christmas boxes and all sorts of different scents throughout the holidays. So how are things going over at Cera? How was the holidays? And honestly, I mean, 2020 was a year that just sucked for everyone. I'm sure it couldn't have been all that easy for a company like you, who's a sort of a smaller business, who does a lot of shipping out places. So how did everything end up for you, and how are we looking at 2021 moving forward?
Yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head there. It was a tougher year for us, not necessarily because of the shipping delays. Everyone, people are generally understanding, so we were okay on that front. Everything kind of went out on time, and we had plenty of happy people. We didn't miss anybody or anything like that. It was more just on the supply side of things. It was tough to get wax, tough to get jars. A lot of stuff's being shipped in large quantities coming from warehouses, and a lot of the warehouses had to shut down or were undermanned or understaffed.
Those are things you don't even think about, right?
Yeah,
you don't even think about the layers and how far down it goes and how far up it goes.
Yeah, you kind of take for granted. I was able to always just to put my phone call into the supplier and say I need this many pounds of wax, this many jars, and then when they say, well, we don't have that, you kind of go, wait, wow, and so you don't think that could even be a possibility. But we were able to kind of to budget our time and budget our resources and make it all work. And everybody that placed an order got their order. We didn't miss anybody. We didn't short anybody. And so we made it through 2020. And like you said, hopefully 2021 is going to be better. We're already planning. We got we're going to have some Valentine's Day, similar to the Christmas boxes. We're going to have kind of a Valentine's Day box that's going to have a couple cents. So if you got a special someone in your life and you're trying to figure out what to get them and you can't find any flowers or chocolates and maybe you want a couple candles, we're going to have that coming out soon. That'll be on the website shortly. And then we're working on some stuff for spring and summer. We're optimistic that we can get these vaccines going and get the COVID behind us, and maybe people will be better spirits here come spring and summer. And so we got some new scents we're working on, and we'll be releasing those here within the next couple of months. And we're hoping for a good 2021.
And some of the specifics too, like what I like and what makes it easy for my job and when I'm promoting Cera Candles is for first of all the website ceracandles.com. And so if you're someone who has candles, burns candles a lot, and you purchase candles and you haven't heard of Cera or you're just listening to us right now, Tyler, tell us some of the things that are different about your candles versus some of the other places. Like what makes Cera Candles better, different? When I say they're healthier, like give me some of the specifics there.
Yeah. So in general terms, when you buy, if you go to any of the big box stores and you buy a candle just off the shelf, 9 times out of 10, that candle is going to be made with what's called paraffin wax. And paraffin wax is just a synthetic type wax, and it's much cheaper to make, but it has a lot of toxins and synthetic materials in it. And just like, if you go to buy almost like food, right? If you buy the organic food and it's more well taken care of and it takes more time, so it's going to be a little bit more expensive. So the paraffin wax has like toxins, and it has actually some chemical properties that you find in gasoline that you put in your car. And
that's great.
So you don't want to be lighting that in your home, but you don't think of it because when you light it, it smells like, spring or flowers, so you're not thinking much of it, but you're burning that in your house. And then what they do to make the wicks burn quicker and more efficiently, they actually have like lead in them. So now you've got a lead wick and you've got paraffin wax and you're lighting it in your house. And some people are burning these things for several hours at a time while you're sitting there on the couch watching the game or watching a TV show.
Just breathing it all in.
Breathing it all in, and it's getting into your clothes, it's getting into everything. And you don't even think about it, like I said, because it smells nice. So you're like, oh, this is a nice candle. So I kind of did some research and found out about that. And I go, oh, boy, this is not good to be burning in the house, especially if you've got people with breathing problems. Or, I mean, just in general, even a perfectly healthy, normal person shouldn't be breathing that in inside their house. So I said, okay, there's got to be an alternative. So we found there's a soy wax candle, and I started researching soy wax candles. And I see that for a candle that you can buy that has paraffin wax at maybe $15, $20, the soy wax version of that is like $50 or $60 or $70 or even up over $100. And I said, okay, well, there's our problem. People are just buying the other candles because they're just cheaper.
Yeah.
And they don't know. And they go, well, is it really that bad for me? Come on, I'll be fine. And I'm not willing to spend double the price to get the clean version of it. So they don't end up buying them. I said, there's got to be a way where we can make a clean burning, healthy candle for maybe a fraction of a bit more, but an affordable price so that people can get it and people can burn it and they can know that what they're burning is fine. And that, the reason why most people assume that if the wick burns a little bit black, which you might notice with a Cera candle, that's because it's an all cotton wick. So if it burns a little black, you just trim it a little bit and it won't burn black, but it's burning black because you're burning essentially cotton, which is completely safe. Even though it may look worse, it's a completely safe and natural wick to use. And the wax is all natural soy and it's completely safe. And the scent that we use is infused with natural oils, essential oils, and it's all clean. And so everything you're burning all the way down is completely clean. There's nothing, no lead paint in the jars. Everything is safe to burn in your home for anybody of all ages, and we get it to you for an affordable price. So that's kind of the goal there, is we're trying to kind of change the narrative on candles and get them to as many people as possible and do it in a safe way.
And that affordable price, I mean, the big 12-ounce, the biggest size of 12-ounce candles are only $20 plus the shipping. So we're not talking something that's going to break the bank. These are going to be better for you. They're going to burn a little bit longer. You're helping out a small business here. I mean, so many perks, so many positives. You could tell from Tyler here, he's very passionate about this, and this is something he knows really, really well. And I mean, what are you up to? Like 25, 30 different scents available right now?
Yeah, we've got 30 scents available. We'll be releasing another 5 here for the spring and maybe another 7 to 10 for the summer. So we'll be getting up there, and there's always going to be something that, there's always going to be something for everybody. And trust me, I'd never pegged myself as a candle guy until I got into it. So even if you're on the fence and you go, I would never burn a candle in my house, they're not all flowery and fruity, even though those are the ones I like too, coincidentally. There's some ones that are more manly and more musty and they smell like a cologne. Pretty much anything you're looking for, you can find on there. And even then, if you want to try something, if you want to try a small one, it's only going to cost you $12, and you can give it a shot and you can burn it and you can let me know and you can say, okay, I like that one, or I like something similar to that. And if you've got questions, we've got the email address on the website. You can find us on Instagram at Cera Candles. Send me a message. I'll reply almost right away.
And
I can let you know. If you say, hey, look, I'm looking for something that smells like this, I was over at my friend's house and he had a candle that smelled like this, or I was out somewhere and I like this smell. Do you have something like that? And I could tell you right away, oh, you probably like this one. So, if you're curious about them or you've got questions, feel free to reach out. And I think, so far, everybody that I've given them out to or bought them or has used them has liked them. And I think
I've never heard of a negative. I mean, and I'm being honest, like I wouldn't love to keep pushing them. Everyone loves them. What's nice too is that they're strong, but they don't punch you in the face too. Like the scent, like some candles, like you said, they're really great, but they're a little too much. They're really a little too much. Like it just seems like you get that nice soothing burn. And like you said, whatever your mood is, or if you're, someone who likes to use these, something looking for a gift, selections, like any person in your life, you can find a scent that will match up really well to them for any season, for whoever that type of person is. You got the 3 different sizes, always having all sorts of different little deals, like with the Christmas box and with Valentine's Day coming up. So, I mean, Tyler, yeah, we absolutely love them. I know you got in touch with Emily, who comes on the show right away, and back and forth. And so you do a great job customer service. Again, give the folks the website one more time.
Yeah, ceracandles.com, CERA candles.com, Cera at Cera Candles on Instagram. You can and then on the website, if you go to the website, there's an email there too. You can email either way if you got any questions, you have any suggestions or anything like that. Even if there's a scent that you like out there that you say, hey, I noticed you guys don't have that. Is there something you have like that? Or maybe that'll spark my thing. We've got some interest in this kind of scent, and I can work on developing it and make that scent available to you in the future. So, if you have any questions or comments or anything like that, feel free to reach out. And I like to talk to as many people as possible and get these candles into as many homes as possible. Great things happening over at Cera Candles. There are few people who could go from talking about the NFL playoff slate game by game and the point spreads into the intricacies of a candle and the soy wax. I don't know anyone really, Tyler, besides you. Just me and you. We're the only two. This is the only podcast on record talking candles and NFL football. And I'm sure you're going to have a shameless recap or something coming up here too. you know it, Tyler, buddy. We always love having you. We'll come Super Bowl time, we'll have to have you back again. We could get a pick for the Super Bowl and maybe a couple props or some crazy fun stuff leading up to that. And if you don't or I do, let's get a squares, something like that going for Super Bowl. I'm sure we can fill one up if we need to. That's a great idea. Yeah, I would be looking forward to it. Looking forward to the playoffs here, and hope we can all make some money. Tyler Harringer, one of my longtime buddies. I've known Tyler for almost 30 years coming up now. You can visit the website ceracandles.com and use that promo code GINO, get you 10% off of your order. Tyler, buddy, let's have a nice weekend with some good football games this week, and looking forward to the Lakers keeping kicking butt. And like you said, Dodgers just around the corner, man. Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me on as always, and enjoy the games. That was Tyler Harringer, folks. We will be back with much more on That's What G Said. Do not go anywhere. Hey, big thank you to Tyler for talking some NFL with us and Cera Candles. So you heard, if you're someone who likes candles, give these ones a try. They're better for you. You're going to get better bang for your buck because they're cheaper and they're going to burn longer, healthier for you. None of those toxins. They're going to be filling up your house. Ceracandles.com. Use that promo code GINO. Let's talk about another sponsor. One of the longtime sponsors, along with Cera Candles, was Cindy Carava, full service realtor. You can visit the website cindycarava.com. Now, moving is a process that is not easy. It's not fun. There's a lot of different things you have to do, a lot of different boxes you have to check. You don't want to have to worry about everything. So you need a really, really good realtor. That's Cindy Carava. And full service means she can help you in many different ways, like selling, purchasing, leasing, even if it's just connecting you with someone like a vendor, a handyman, a painter, a landscaper, a gardener that she's personally used in her own homes. If you need help getting pre-approved for a home loan, she will connect you to the lenders that she works closely with and she can recommend, covering all parts of the San Gabriel Valley, parts of North San Diego County, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe. Maybe you're just curious to see how much your home is worth.
She'll do a free market analysis of your home's value. You can find her all over social media, Facebook, Instagram, on YouTube. There are reviews about her on Yelp, on Zillow. Easiest way, cindycarava.com. You can find all of her contact information there. CINDYCARAVA.com. Make sure to let her know that Gino sent you. Now we shift over to the poor Browns. It's still going to be in the football conversation, but we're going to be talking about a team who had a great year this year. And the Browns, they made the playoffs for the first time in almost 20 years, and now we find out they're going to have to go in on the road and play one of their biggest rivals with a shorthanded, undermanned team. We talk everything Cleveland Browns with a longtime buddy, Don Landis. Kick back and enjoy the in-depth Browns discussion. So we got the NFL playoffs coming up this week, and this conversation was supposed to be a happy one with a good friend of mine, Don Landis. I've known Don now for about 15 years. Don is from Cleveland, and he actually moved out to Southern California, out in L.A., when I was 18. We worked together at Islands as waiters, got into tons of debauchery, drinking, going out partying, and right off the bat, we hit it off, and Don was very close with my group of friends because we're all just degenerate gamblers. We've all been playing fantasy sports for over a decade now, and we love to crap. We've got a group chat where we all talk tons of shit to each other, like I'm sure many of you out there have. And he's going to join me now because he's a big Browns fan. He's also he's a Cleveland guy, so he's also a big Ohio State fan. We were excited to talk about what a great year it was for Cleveland. You squeak out the win against the rival. You find a way to get into the playoffs, and then we find out, Don, the news today that I think in the last 10 days or so there have been 17 players for the Browns placed on the COVID reserve list. At the current time right now, Don, we not only have players but coaches: B.J. Goodson, Malcolm Smith, Andrew Sendejo, Harrison Bryant, Denzel Ward, Kevin Johnson, Batonio, Javon Patterson, Kadero Hodge, Bill Callahan, O'Shea, Jeff Howard, Petzing, and head coach Kevin Stefanski. So a happy conversation has turned a little sad for you today, Donald.
Seriously, buddy, how you been?
Man, good. How you and the family doing? Everybody staying safe over there?
Yeah, it's cold, but was getting excited for this weekend and Monday, and now it's just Jesus. Wait, whatever, 18 years, 17 years, and then of course shit hits the fan the week of.
So let's talk a little before some of the positives, and then we'll get into previewing the game and what we can expect a little bit for this weekend. I mean, the last couple of years, so bad, so struggle, but then, you know, a few years ago, Baker comes in and he looks like he's the guy. He has a great second half. Then last year, he takes that step back, whether it's Baker, whether it's the coaching, whatever it was. Then you bring in Stefanski. I think I saw a stat that he had more wins this year than like 5 coaches for the Browns had in their history, with 11. So, I mean, as a fan, how much do you love this guy over there? Because it seems like he has just done everything right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a sports fan, you watch the game and you pay attention. It's game by game, right? It's a full 16 game slate. You base them on the season. Like the city's been starving for a winner, and geez, just a quarterback for so long. It's been so inconsistent. It's like one bad game and the roof's falling in. So yeah, I think last year you can throw it on coaching. I don't think they're on the same page all around, from the front office down, to Kitchens to Baker. I know they wanted Stefanski last year, and analytics kind of lost out. What's his nuts from Kansas City that we had, our other GM? I don't even remember the name now. I mean, that was his guy, and he paid for his job with it, right? It was an absolute disaster. Yep. Where we are this year is where we should have been last year.
Yep.
They wasted a year. Now you got Baker on his third head coach in 3 years, his third offensive coordinator. So, I mean, to just dismiss last year, coming to the crazy season this year of COVID, and I mean,
and a new coach with all of that too, right? Like you had the new coach
season.
Yeah.
I mean, so for I don't know, maybe the first 6 games, I think we were 4-2, but Baker's still getting shit of, hey, is he the guy? I mean, he had nothing to work with, right? He's working on a new offense on paper. They're not practicing. They're not getting together. He's not running anything. I mean, it took him 6 to 8 games to pick it up.
And then you have that streak of like 4 weeks where there's just terrible weather every week that you're playing in where he can't really do anything.
Three home games in a row. There was 50-mile-an-hour winds. It was 20 degrees. Rain was coming in sideways. I mean, that Vegas loss was pretty bad, but I mean, they got to play in the same conditions. They didn't. My only complaint with Stefanski, I think he's a really calm. I think he's a really good coach. Never looks rattled. You got to run the ball. You got Chubb and Hunt there for a reason.
Yeah.
Game days like that, get it on Mayfield's hands and run the ball. I mean, that's the other thing, right? So that's kind of the media pick too. It's like, well, Stefanski doesn't trust Baker Mayfield. It's not that he doesn't trust Baker Mayfield, but when you got two guys that can run an average 6 yards a carry, who are you going to give the ball to? You're
an offensive line that great.
Yeah, right. I mean, you do what's smart. You don't just because you got a good quarterback. I mean, he's still a game manager, but doesn't mean you need to throw 50 times to win the game when you got, one of the top 2 rushing offenses in football.
And I think what Baker has done a good enough job since that weather spurt where, I mean, if you look at a lot of the advanced metrics too, and just with the eye test, like he's making better throws. He's much more accurate. He's not forcing stuff. He's throwing it away a little bit more. He just seems like he's getting it. And you can just expect that from a guy, just like you said, so many different coaching staffs in a year, in a couple different years. It's funny because I think what ended up happening too, from just like an overall media and like a national perspective of the Browns, is everybody got so high on them at the end of Baker's rookie year when you guys had that really good stretch at the end of the year. So then everyone was expecting, like you said, last year to be the year that this year was. And when it wasn't, everybody just quickly gave up on Baker and the rest of the Browns. It was like, oh, they're terrible. No. And
right. And then the rumors start coming out about Beckham and he's gone and he's trouble. I mean, honestly, the guy's kept his mouth shut. He's been pretty big here. And I mean, again, so then he's learned a new system too. So is Baker learning and probably trying to force him the ball a little bit at the beginning of the season because of how last year went? Yeah, they're trying to shut everybody up. But, I mean, again, they got comfortable in the offense. So a good offense, if you look at New England, right, doesn't matter who you put into it, it works, right? So they've actually played better without Odell. Not saying at that point in the season went on, they would have got really good with Odell. Mm-hmm. But they plug and played, and their offense has been clicking pretty hot, and Baker's been playing pretty good.
Yeah, and what's nice about the Browns for the most part, like you said, when they stick to that run game, they can beat anybody with that template. Just to keep running the ball, because we've got one of the best run games. Where you still are a little bit weak in some spots is in the secondary and maybe some holes in the defense. But what's nice is, like, you look at the roster overall, Ed, okay, you got you check a lot of the boxes that you need. It seems like you're getting that quarterback now. You got a really good offensive line there. You've got a couple of very nice backs, which are great, but you've got the guy on the defensive front in Myles Garrett, who's a game changer. You're not missing a whole ton from actually feeling like a Super Bowl contending team. So it's nice. In like you look around with this team, you sort of know what you get. You're going to get an above average offensive game, probably a slightly below average defensive game. And if things go right, you can beat anyone. Unfortunately, this week it doesn't feel like things are going right with everything that's happened, Don. I mean, and that's what's a bummer is that, missing a player here and there is one thing, but missing a head coach who's been very impactful so far. And like you said, a lot of his demeanor and just kind of keeping guys calm on the sideline. I'd be a little worried if the Browns are down 10 or 14, our guys going to start getting a little bit nervous now when they look around and the head honcho, the calming presence this year who's helped turn things around isn't there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if we're jumping to Cody, who they remind me of, the way you're talking about their line and just their team all around. They're last year's Tennessee Titans.
No, you're right.
Awesome run game. Quarterback that can, Tannehill throughout his career until he got to Tennessee wasn't that good.
Very good comparison.
Put him in a system that, managed the game. Derrick Henry took it over for you, and their defense did what they had to do, kind of bend, don't break.
Like make plays. You got the defense that can make plays.
Yeah, right. So that kind of reminded me of them this year towards the end of the year. They got real hot. Baltimore was a great game. I know Pittsburgh had some guys resting, but that was a huge win. Obviously, the Jets, bad loss. But again, they didn't practice. Receivers out. If if they can, and again, now we get into COVID. I mean, to me, like they're the 6 seed set up nice, because if you were or do beat Pittsburgh, I mean, you don't face Kansas City at the AFC Championship. So, I mean, you could beat Indianapolis or Buffalo. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's set up to go. Yeah, the whole COVID thing, man. I mean, it's to me, Stefanski's like having your quarterback have COVID.
I
man.
agree. He's huge.
Yeah. I mean, you're taking out probably the coach of the year. So the guy comes in, gets you where you gotta go. Can't even coach the game. You got Bitonio, who's probably, the best, if one of the top 2 offensive linemen on our team, guard in the league. He's I think one of the longest tenured Browns. Been through the 1-15s, the 0-16s. His first playoff game, can't play.
That's such a bummer.
I mean,
it's just
yeah.
And just from a pure gambling perspective, when all the betting lines opened up after after the games finished on Sunday, this game was the game that was actually the shortest point spread of all 6 games. This one and the Baltimore Tennessee game were 3.5. So
to me that Vegas given Browns the game, if definitely a chance.
Absolutely.
Last possession game, or it goes either way on the road. I mean, I was surprised at that line. I think it's creeped up to 5 now.
I think it's like 5 or 6 even in some spots, because of all the news that's coming out. Everyone's jumping on Pittsburgh. And also just to keep in mind, and like in this particular matchup, right? Pittsburgh was not as good as they looked all year. Then they had that stretch where they were awful. And honestly, they got right for 1/2. Correct. Against Indianapolis.
Right.
And last week they actually played pretty well, to be honest. I thought Mason Rudolph played pretty damn well, better than I was expecting him to play against you. And I think there were probably a little bit of nerves for the Browns. That's why I kind of liked your chances coming into this week, Don, because it felt like you got the big one out of the way last week, and it felt like this week would have sort of been playing with house money and like not really as much of a pressure situation, going on the road in a spot where a lot of people think you can win, but even Vegas thought you could. And now you're still you're still not even a touchdown underdog, but things are going to really have to go your way. It didn't feel like it would have been that big of an upset just a few days ago before all this came out.
No, you're right. I was shocked at that spread, right? I mean, I'm the same way. And again, once you want to get to the playoffs, and once you get to the playoffs, you want to win the Super Bowl.
Sure, absolutely.
Once we, won that game last week, it's like, I mean, let's not be satisfied. You made it to the playoffs. Don't be happy to show up, win the game. So I agree. That probably gave them some momentum. To your point, Pittsburgh was playing like crap, man. Roethlisberger wasn't playing good at all.
Really bad against the run, too.
Really?
They were bad against the run. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, there's a chance. I think you got Alex Van Pelt there, who's kind of working with Stefanski, calling plays. So I don't think much is going to change in terms of play calling, but your overall game management, right? You're throwing your special teams coach, who's going to make the challenges, who's going to call timeouts. It's going to be what seems to be a close game. I'm not sure what the weather is yet. It's been kind of cold and crappy here, so that could play a factor. I mean, you got to believe the Browns are going to look to ground and pound, and Pittsburgh is going to air it out because our DBs are horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, if they step up, we get some Garrett, get some pressure, anything's possible. I mean, another injury that we didn't talk about, Vernon's out.
Oh, that's huge.
Dude, he's had a better second half of the
9
season
sacks.
than Garrett has.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Garrett got COVID too. If you pay attention to him during the games, man, he looks winded.
He can't make it as much as his stamina is completely different. And he's mentioned it. He's tweeted about it, and he's posted stuff about it. And that's just been a bummer because, I mean, when you go through this team and you look at them, they're 5 losses this year, 2 of them to Baltimore, that one really awesome game that could have gone either way on Monday night, 1 at Pittsburgh. And then they had the weird weather one against the Raiders and the COVID issues with the Jets. This team has had 2 4-game winning streaks this year. They never lost back-to-back games. Baker has only had 1 interception since Halloween. They've been playing really, really well. It just is so bad timing for this to get in here. But hey, I mean, crazier things have happened. This was like it felt like so Browns, right? For you to have like a day of excitement and then like this to be like the next day of like, oh wow, well we're really going to be up against it. A couple more things here to talk about with my buddy Don Landis. We're talking Cleveland Browns. Is their big playoff game coming up this weekend? They play on Sunday night against the Steelers, 8:15 Eastern time. Current betting line is it's up to around 6 now. It actually opened up at 3.5, Pittsburgh favorite, up to 6 now with all the COVID issues and everything we've been talking about. But so let's say this is a close game and you need to hit a 45-yard field goal. Do you trust your kicking game right now?
They didn't even trust him on Sunday.
I know.
He's so bad. I thought they were going to cut him.
I do too.
A month ago to give
too.
Another kicker just time to get acclimated to kicking in Cleveland and stuff. I mean, they still had a chance. If Pittsburgh would have lost Indianapolis, we beat the Jets last week, would have been for the division. So
yeah.
You would have been playing for a home game. Yeah, I mean, his history and no. So the answer is no.
Yeah.
Kicking in Pittsburgh is just as hard as kicking in Cleveland. It's crazy. I mean, the only thing that they got going for them, I mean, there's no fans there. That place is tough to play. I was at the last playoff game in Pittsburgh the last time the Browns went. We were kicking the shit out of them. It was like, I figure it was like 23-7 or something at halftime. I mean, that crowd was so rowdy, and once you went up on them, they like turned on each other. I mean, of course we blew it, but no fans there. That's a lot. I mean, that's a couple of points, maybe even not a couple, maybe a point. On the road, you're taking that away. I mean, that's where I think that 3.5 came from. Again, man, if they could just keep it on the ground and run, I bet you they cover that 6 if it stays there.
I agree. And then you start to look around too, because the AFC is very good, but it's very good towards the top. But you look at every team, you've beat the Titans, you've beat the Colts, you've played right there with the Ravens. They can't really scare the hell out of you. Pittsburgh, I think you're very capable of beating. Buffalo, you mentioned, they're actually playing as good as anyone right now. They're
playing lights out.
They're a little scary, but the Kansas City hasn't been dominant all year. They've sort of been kind of messing around with teams. Like what's cool about the Browns, and what I just wish they had like a full staff and a full everything going into this game, is that there is a template for you to beat everybody. I don't know if you're quite good enough yet to win 3 or 4 games in a row, but I definitely feel like you could win 2 and upset a couple games by just running the ball. Hey, we know you know what they're going to do. We're just going to run the ball at you. We're going to have some play action. Baker's going to have to make a play or two here or there. If he does, we're going to be in good shape. And that's what sort of stinks. Like, I think there are other teams that you could have looked at and said, I don't know if they have a chance to win. But with the Browns, you do things so old school, and you have such a good identity with that run game and the ability to sort of, control a game with that it's just a little unfortunate you have to come in sort of undermanned like this.
They were definitely I mean, besides the Bills, who's a higher seed, they were definitely the team I don't think anybody wanted to face. I mean, Baltimore's playing pretty hot, but again, just over the course of the full second half of the season, the way the run game and Baker came around, they definitely were the AFC team you didn't want to face.
No,
I mean, Pittsburgh still probably doesn't want to face them. They know how they've been playing. Tomlin's a good coach.
And now this is even a little worse sometimes, because you sort of like in your head, if you're the Steelers, you go, okay, now there's a little more pressure on you when they're missing players like this, or they're missing staff like, okay, now we got a rival coming in again, and we're at home, and we're supposed to win this game now for sure. So sometimes you kind of like take your foot off the brake a little bit. I don't know if the Steelers are going to do that in the playoffs here, or, something like that. But it's a mental thing sometimes where you just can't even really control like knowing who you're playing against, and when they're not all lined up against you, you just sort of don't feel like you have to give it as much. But man, yeah, just a really great year for the Browns. I told you, like when I was texting you throughout most of the year, I think just from a gambling perspective, I loved seeing sort of early on in the year, they were undervalued and there were a lot of people that would be against them. So I felt a lot of the time I was getting good value on the Browns in spots, or just sort of like, even when they weren't the greatest against the spread team this year, but a lot of those, when you could look at like one of the games they could have covered that Chubb just rolled down. Like there were definitely situations where even against Tennessee, like other ones where that game looks a little closer than it should have. They kicked the crap out of Tennessee. They played really good against Indy. Like they had some really good performances this year, and I started, sort of like taking like Browns ownership. They were like my other team here, because I thought between Baker, Stefanski, and what they did this year was really, really good. So
dude, gambling wise, you forget the worst bad beat in the history of football when they took that safety in the Baltimore game.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
That was
some 20-yard backward lateral.
He's got to to lose that game. You need the field goal kicker to hit a 55-yard field goal and then a safety. Those are like the sequence of plays after you drive down and like have an awesome drive to put you back in the lead. It was just a bummer, but no doubt about it, a coming of age season for the Browns, for Stefanski, for this group moving forward. You feel like you've got a good nucleus. Now you just got to add some pieces in some spots, and who knows, maybe you get a little lucky this week, and then you might have enough time in between to get at least a play or two back, and then who knows, maybe you can win a game or two and make a little noise here. Crazier things have happened. This is an 11-win football team that very easily could have been like a 13-win football team this year. So, Dawn, we also found out just a few minutes ago that Ohio State is having some COVID issues. Now, these aren't related. These are not related, but it's just crazy to think that for someone like you, who's a fan of the Browns and the Buckeyes, and over the weekend, you have the Bucs get the opportunity to make it into the Final Four, to make it from the Final Four into the final. Then you get the Browns winning and clinching a playoff game, and within, like really 24 to 48 hours, we find out all this information where now both teams have had COVID issues. The only sort of saving light for Ohio State is that there's a possibility that game could be postponed a week if it looks like it's really bad.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit before we got on. So Gene Smith, Ohio State's athletic director, he said they plan on playing. But I also read that the COVID issues affected a whole position group. So I'm not sure what that means, or what group that was. That they're going to play as of now with that contingency plan for a week later, see how the week progresses. College football wants a competitive game. They don't want Ohio State to have half their team out and just hand it to Alabama.
And this is a different situation than the beginning of a playoffs where you'd have to bump everything back. Like in the NFL, it would be really hard to move this Browns game, because then what do you do as far as the week after, right? And then everybody's games have to be moved back a little bit. When this is the final game, you can actually do that. In fact, they've talked about maybe even doing something similar in the NFL where they would maybe have an extra week in between to the Super Bowl and like quarantine some players. They have the option to do it when it's the last game. So at least it's sort of an option. But the Buckeyes looked so good in a big upset. And it wasn't even like one of those games where Clemson came back. Everybody was waiting for them to come back, right? You're sort of all waiting for them to make their run. They did it.
I was waiting for them to make the run. We were up by 21. I wasn't real comfortable in that game until the final whistle. Just how it goes with rooting for anybody in Ohio. But they looked awesome. I know they only played 6 games and they got shit for getting voted in. They were top 2 coming into the season. They're loaded on offense. And honestly, that spread's high in that game. I saw this matchup at the beginning of the year, pre-COVID. I knew Ohio State was coming back loaded. They were going to come back with a chip on their shoulder. Just happenstance. We got to play Clemson again, get a little revenge. Dave's a great motivator.
He's good.
Those kids think they should have won it last year. They're going balls out. They're sick of hearing about Alabama, 7-point dogs. I think it's up to 8 now. Saban's daughter's talking shit about faking COVID so Fields can get healthy. They are gonna use all that. I expect them to come out like this Clemson game. They have all season. They come out flat. Next thing you know, they got 55 points on the board, and you're behind by 3 touchdowns.
Could be a really good couple weeks, but hey, you know what? It's already been a good like few weeks just getting here. Now, like you said, once you get there, you want a little more. We're always going to be greedy. We're always going to ask for a little more. So hopefully you can get a Browns victory this week. We want to just keep running the ball, pound the ball, put a little pressure on Roethlisberger, Garrett, come after him a little bit. No big plays. Try to limit the plays. Hopefully a couple of receiver drops. They've had a few of those for a while too. One or two drops early, and then they start thinking about it. It gets in their head, and just keep pounding the rock. Don't turn the ball over, Baker. No mistakes. And there's a template. There's a template to win this game.
Doesn't matter who the head coach is. Just play clean football, and you got shot.
That's coming up this weekend with the Browns. Looks like we'll have a NCAA championship game next week. We're still not sure. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Don, if the Browns win, we're going to have to get you back next week to recap that one and preview what happens the following week.
Hopefully I'll be there, man. Go Brownies.
Don Landis, one of my good buddies. Don, you tell Joy I said hello, and the kids, send them all some love. Thanks for doing this, buddy. Really appreciate it. It's definitely been too long. I was telling Stephanie, I was like, yeah, man, Don we used to do, it was on the play-by-play with us all the time over when we would do it at PCC and talk some stuff.
Right.
It's been way too long, buddy. I miss you over there. Hope you're doing well, and good luck this week.
Same, man. You have a good one.
Don Landis talking Cleveland, talking Ohio State. We're going to take a quick break, folks. Don't worry, there's going to be plenty more to discuss here on That's What G Said. A lot of fun catching up with Don Landis from over there in Cleveland. Don, great guy, good degenerate also, and have a lot of fun talking sports with Don. Best of luck this weekend to the Brownies, Don, and we'll have to get you back on here again to talk some more sports sometime coming up. Now let's talk a little horse racing. What's going on this week over at Stable Duel? So, Stable Duel, daily horse racing contest you can download on your phone. Download the app. Free to download the app. And then you get involved in contests each and every day based on whatever track you want to play, however much money you want to enter. They have contests for free, actual free roll contests that you get involved in and you can win money. They have contests for as little as $1, $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, all the way up to $100, $150, some of the bigger contests. Here's what is the point. You are selecting a lineup of 10 horses, and it's based on a salary cap format. So it's similar to a lot of the daily fantasy stuff. If you've played daily fantasy sites before, you know how they based off the salary cap. So what that means is you can't just pick the favorite in every race. You have to massage the salary a little bit. And some races you got to take a stand, take some bigger prices, and you get points if your horses finish top 5, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, more points for the amount of lengths your horse wins by if you end up winning. It's a ton of fun. It's just a different way to play. You're picking horses based off their morning lines, and I have videos that I'll post on social media all the time where I show you exactly how to go through the app, select your lineup. It's really simple. If you ever have any questions or any trouble with it, just let me know. Send me a message on Twitter, Facebook, anything. I'd love to help you out. Here's a schedule coming up for this week. Wednesday, January the 6th, over at Tampa Bay Downs, there's a $5 contest. There's also a $50 double-up contest. You have to finish in the top half in order to get that double-up. Over at Parks, there is a free ride. Yes, a free ride. You can get involved at Parks for free with at least $100 in the pool and prizes. Gulfstream Park Series. They have a $25 buy-in, and the winner of that gets the free buy-in to the finale of the Gulfstream Park Series. There's also a $100 Gulfstream Park triple up. So if you're in the top, I think 25% or so, you triple your money up there. So those are your Wednesday options. On Thursday, you've got the Gulfstream Park Series $25 buy-in. The winner gets the free buy-in to the finale. That's the second leg of the series. You also got the $100 buy-in double up. And then at Charlestown, there's a $1 buy-in on Thursday. On Friday at Gulfstream Park, there's another $25 buy-in, third leg of that series. Another instance where the winner gets their free buy-in to the finale. At Tampa on Friday, you got a $5 buy-in. At Penn National on Friday, you've got a free ride. At Sam Houston, you've got a $1 buy-in. At Santa Anita, you've got a $10 buy-in and a $100 buy-in. That's a triple up. So you've got Gulfstream, Tampa, Penn National, Sam Houston, Santa Anita. 5 options for games on Friday. Saturday, it's the Gulfstream Park Series, $25 buy-in, and the winner gets free buy-in to the finale on Sunday. This one has $2,000 in prizes. You also have a Tampa Bay Downs contest with a $50 buy-in. It's a double up. You want to play a little smaller at Tampa, they have a $5 contest also going, and contests at Santa Anita, and then for a $1 buy-in, you've got Sam Houston. On Sunday, Gulfstream Park finale, $25 buy-in, $3,000 prize pool from that Gulfstream Park series all throughout the week. There's another free game on Sunday at Laurel. At Tampa Bay, they have a $10 game. At Santa Anita, there's a $100 triple up, and there's also a $10 buy-in. So incredible options for you this week over at Stable Duel. And right now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Tampa Bay Downs for Wednesday, and there's a couple Stable Duel contests that I just mentioned for Tampa Bay Downs for Wednesday that you can get involved in. Let's go through the Tampa card, and it'll start in race number 1. Get those past performances out Wednesday, January the 6th. I'm looking at the number 3, Little Green Machine, in race number 1. Now, he most recently raced on December the 12th, and he broke right on top, but he couldn't clear. So he sits second on the inside. He ends up getting shuffled back a little bit. He was third. He was tucked in about a length off. There was an opening in the inside. He moved right through it. It was a great opening for him. He ends up, clearing the field and separates by 2 lengths, but he just gets nailed late. That was his first start since May, and he had every right to get a little bit tired after waiting and having some of that early trouble. I think because people see that he blew a big lead, you're going to forget that he did have a little trouble and have to hesitate. And if he didn't have that trouble, maybe he had a little bit more left in the tank late. Now second off the bench, puts 2 starts together. He might be on the lead in here. I wouldn't be shocked if Thrown for a Loop maybe sits a little behind. And we know that Little Green Machine can sit behind and pass horses if need be. That's the 3, Little Green Machine in race number 1. I'll make a win wager if we can get around 7-2. Definitely using this one in my Stable Duel lineup. In race number 2, I thought the 6, Foxy Mischief, was real interesting. This is a 6-year-old mare who's very consistent. She likes it at Tampa. She's been doing some good work for the new connections for Sweezy as of late. 2 starts back against Stakes Company in the slop. Just put a line right through that. There's multiple excuses. She was in a little tough in a race that it was worth taking a shot against, and it was a race that was in the slop. So, $60,000 stakes race, a little over her head that day. She steps up off the win at 20. Very easy to excuse the 2 back race. She's super versatile. She can stalk. She can come from way out of it. She also has some speed if need be. She likes Tampa. She has actually beat some of today's rivals in a very comparable race back in January right here last year. Lots to like about the 6, Foxy Mischief. If she's 3-1, I'll make a win wager on the number 6, Foxy Mischief. In race number 3, I'm going to look at 2 horses in here. I do think the 5 is super logical and will probably be a tough horse who gets bet down and is favored. She ended up last inside in a compact field. She had to maneuver through some traffic and angle, and she did run pretty well to still finish 3rd. She doesn't have a ton of speed, so she just needs a little bit of help. The horse who I think may end up sitting in a really good spot is the 2, Ridgely's Red Hot, who has some pace in a race. I don't even know about pace, but maybe just some tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a ton of it. I think she could be sitting pretty close early on. So let's use the 2 and the 5 in some exotics, and probably not a race where I'm going to make any win wagers, but those will be the 2 I look to. In the 4th at Tampa, I like the 3, Grim Grin and Ghost, a little bit, who most recently was in between horses. He was about 2-3 lengths off. He waited. He angled around. He's really solid. He fits nicely with these. Put a line through the November race at Penn when he had a brutal start that day. And the form, looks better. 2 starts back was just in against a little too tough. Number 3, Grim Grinnin' Ghost. We can get around 3-1. I'll make a win wager on that one in race number 4. In the 5th race, this is a race where I would just single in some of the exotics, the 7 Oyster Box, who I actually liked in a stakes race at Gulfstream Park over the weekend, scratched out of that race, and will be in here. This is a horse who's beautifully bred to run all day. Stretch out should be no problem for her in here. So the 7 Oyster Box, not a horse who I'll be wagering on, but maybe a horse who, if you're looking for a single or someone to key in on. In the 6th race, looking at the number 9 in here, Pachi. So this is a gelding who is now going to go second start off the 4-month break, is going to cut back, drawn towards the outside in a race that does not have a ton of speed in here. He should be forwardly placed from there. If he can step forward a little off of that last effort, have a little more fitness on the cutback, I think the 9 has an opportunity here to make some noise at a price. The number 9, Pachi, great horse for Stable Duel to throw into one of your lineups because it costs you nothing to use a horse at this big of a price, and maybe a nice horse to throw into some of your exotics, however you're playing that Tampa Wednesday card. Moving along to race number 7. In the 7th race, I thought the 2 Bourbon Tan, I don't really love anyone in this race. I was looking at the 1 and the 2 both, so to me, no real lean. I won't spend a whole time on a race that I don't really love, but maybe a couple inside horses to at least use underneath with a couple others. In race number 8, the one more maybe to mention in the 7th, the 9 Neat Street, a horse who has races that are good enough to beat this group and has some ability on the grass. So yeah, maybe like 1, 2, and 9 in some of your exotics in race number 7. In the 8th race, let's look at the 12 to the outside. Maletta. So Maletta was most recently going 7 furlongs, now cuts back to 5, was going a mile at Gulfstream Park prior to that, and showed a little bit of speed. But I think she's going to be one that enjoys this turn back from outside. She's got enough positional tactical speed to put herself in a good spot, and cutting back, she should be able to sit off a little bit in here. That's the number 12, Maletta, in race number 8. And then to close things out, I thought the 3 Mondays with Mike was going to be tough in race number 9, a horse who debuted on the grass on December the 9th. I meant grass debut. He had raced 6 times and hadn't really shown a whole ton, maybe some early speed, stretched out from 6.5 to a mile and a 16th on the grass, and was a really good third that day. Has every right to continue to improve and step forward, and showed that turf might be what he has wanted all along. That's the number 3 Mondays with Mike. That's some Tampa for you for Wednesday. Tampa Wednesday. Make sure to get involved in those Stable Duel lineups. Right now, we go from Wednesday at Tampa over to Sam Houston Friday. But first, before we even get to the Friday card, we're going to talk about the meet. We're going to set it up. What's the race schedule look like? Major dates to look forward to, new names in town. Track announcer Chris Griffin from Sam Houston joins us here on That's What G Said to give us all the details for the upcoming Sam Houston meet.
Opening week at Sam Houston. You heard a lot about Sam Houston last year on That's What G Said podcast. And why I like to talk about Sam Houston in particular is it is a great racetrack for us, the customers, the bettors in particular, the low takeout that they have for all of the multi-race exotics, for your doubles, your pick 3s, your pick 4s, your pick 5s. That's what draws me as a bettor there. And also some of the people in charge over at Sam Houston. Texas has done an incredible job. They bumped up purses last year. They put a ton of money into their racing product, and they've got one of the best track announcers in the game, a good friend of mine who's going to join us and preview Sam Houston, which is opening this week, opening day on Friday, January the 8th. Track announcer Chris Griffin joins us here on That's What G Said. Chris, happy holidays, buddy. How you been?
Gino, what's going on? Happy holidays to you. What an introduction, man. I want to take you on the road with me everywhere I go. Just have you bring me in. I know you guys are the big wrestling fans. You can be my valet. Just kind of bring me in and give me that kind of hype. That's great, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Not a lot's happened in the off season since we last spoke, I think, about Sam Houston. It's been pretty quiet, right?
Oh, I know. I know. Yeah, nothing going on in the year 2020,
man.
but we're back.
Man.
But we're back, and
We are.
That's great. Got a really another thing that I love too is at Sam Houston they draw those entries really early. So like for the bettors, I've had a few days already to start sort of looking at some of the entries. Andrew Champagne's going to join me. We're going to have a ton of different handicappers that join me each week here. You guys have a stellar crew signed on. I saw that you added Jessica Paquette. I already reached out to her. She's going to join me in a couple weeks and talk some Sam Houston. So it seems like a lot of the momentum and the energy from last year has really sort of carried over because of the last couple weeks, I've already sort of felt a little bit of a buzz for Sam Houston.
Yeah, man, it's we don't need to go back to last season too much, but we had great momentum during the 2020 season. The horsemen responded, the bettors were responding. Handle was going up, and things were going well. And things obviously changed very, very dramatically globally, not just in Houston, Texas. So we've moved on from that, and this is where we look forward, and we try and have those same goals in mind and put together. 2020 taught us a lot of lessons too. About how we do and operate business and how you can do things this and that way. And we'll have some safety protocols in place for those that can join us on track. We're going to have this wonderful product that we're putting out every week. And just really looking forward to getting back at it, man. I'm ready to get back in the booth. I've been very lucky that I was in a couple booths during the off season in California and then in Monmouth Park as well. So, I've been able to still keep my calling, keep my edge as far as calling races, and I'm really looking forward to getting back this Friday night, 6:45 Central Time. It's going to be fun, man. We got 10 races on Friday, 10 races on Saturday, that 12% takeout that you spoke about. And then we got some pretty exciting news that I just received here pretty recently. So we're looking forward to that as well. And we hope people join us. And it's people like you and the people that get involved in the action and like watching the races and giving us that constant coverage. That's what's going to make us really have a successful season.
I mean, I got to give a major shout to Texas racing in general, because horse racing in the last 10, 15 years, I mean, we don't have to sugarcoat it. A lot of circuits, a lot of racetracks have closed. A lot of race dates have sort of dwindled. We're seeing smaller fields. There's not always like a lot of positive energy from some tracks. We've had a lot. I haven't felt that with Sam Houston, and in particular the last couple of years. I really want to give a shout to some of the people in charge over there and what they've been doing with Texas racing, because they wanted to do this, and what they've been wanting to do was, like last year, I think one of the tags was sort of a Major League Racing, make it feel like it's a bigger deal, and it really does feel that way. Chris, is there someone or a couple people that are sort of towards the top there in Texas that you can mention that have been doing a great job? I know Martha Clausen, because I've interacted with her on TVG years back. She does just such a phenomenal job for some of the racing out there and promoting it and pushing it. Anyone else out there who's been sort of in charge and at the forefront of some of these movements?
Yeah, I think kudos first to the state of Texas. I mean, the state of Texas is really invested in horse racing and getting things rolling and getting these purses up and being competitive. And you could see that ripple effect throughout the whole region. I mean, when you talk about Lone Star and some of the other tracks in the surrounding areas, you've seen this real influx of horsemen wanting to run. The purses being right where they'd like them to be. And, obviously everybody wants the purses to be as high as they can possibly be. But, for the people that are working hard, and this is a 7-day-a-week job, to get these horsemen rewarded when they win races was really important. And it was important to the state. And you talk about specific people. I mean, there's many people to run down the list here at Sam Houston Race Park. But obviously, Senior Director of Racing Operations, Frank Hoff, comes to mind, as he's put a real nice program together and just done a fantastic job. Our general manager, Dwight Berube, and just everyone on the staff that's just worked hard. And I'm happy to have that they brought me back. It's been a lot going on, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm ready to call these races. But it's been an absolute team effort from a social distance, and we're going to get it done. And there's just a real excitement level. It's a bit when you get week of towards opening day, there's a lot of things going on, and my role's changed a little bit, so I'm not getting as many emails as I was getting last season. But we got things rolling. And like I said, like you talk about the added coverage and being able to bring in some really great minds. It's funny, when I sent out that tweet about assembling a really nice group, I just was sitting in the little TV studio that we have, and I was just thinking about it. I was like, man, we got an NAC Hall of Famer. We got Martha Clausen, who's just legendary. She knows everything in the region. Andy Villanueva always gives us a nice input, and he's got a Zoom that he's doing now, and then you had someone like Jessica Paquette, who I had not known, but I was introduced to, and she's been nothing but very, very impressive with her knowledge and how she markets and how she cares about the game. And we're looking forward to having her, give us her insight when she can throughout the season. And I'm just looking forward to being able to cover this racing at Sam Houston Race Park and being able to bring it to the fans and put that product out there that people want to wager on, and they look at us on Friday and Saturday night at 6:45, and Wednesdays and Thursdays will be fun too. Once we transfer over, we're going to go Thursdays through the rest of this month. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then once we add the Wednesdays and we're running at 4:00, that'll be a real nice spot for us, I think, in that later afternoon, not getting too far into the evening and stay off of some of these other tracks as far as their signals and make sure we've got that timed out well. And I think that'll benefit everyone. And so as long as we keep things safe and keep things on track, we're going to be all right.
Okay, you already answered one of my questions. You just went over what the racing schedule is going to be like. Give us a couple of the big dates. What are some of the big dates that we're going to circle and keep an eye on? Stakes days, Texas bred days. There's at least 3 or 4 of them throughout the meet.
Yeah, so everybody always talks about Super Bowls and whatnot. The Houston Racing Festival has been I've been introduced to it over the last 2 seasons, and it's just been I've been blessed because I've been able to call Midnight Bisou in 2019, and then I got to call it just an absolute thrilling race last season where Lady Apple beat Street Band and Serengeti Empress and Mylene Curlin and so on. And so you've got 2 horses that ran here in the last 2 seasons. Midnight Bisou, we don't need to go through her accolades, but then Serengeti Empress, I see her, the Eclipse Awards are coming up. I see her on a lot of ballots. So there's real quality horses that are coming here to Texas, and really looking forward to the Houston Racing Festival, which will be our only Sunday afternoon program. So we just really focus on that day. You're going to have a real nice race in the Texas Turf Mile, and then you're going to have the John B. Connolly Turf Cup, which is always a great race. And we're looking forward to just some more big names and hopefully see a real nice superstar, come out of the region and come out of the racing on that day. And then after Houston Racing Festival ends, then we start getting into our big days where we focus on the Texas spreads, and we're in Houston, Texas. So in focusing on those Texas spreads and the breeding program and where it's going and seeing these horses get more competitive. It's interesting. I was just watching the racing at Gulfstream Park over the weekend, and the stakes winner was a Texas spread, if I'm not mistaken. Con Lima, I think, is bred in Texas. So, looking at the breeding operation and where that's gone, I've just been really impressed with that. And so we'll have Texas Preview Day, and that'll be coming up on February 20th. And then that is a precursor to Texas Champions Day, which is going to be March 20th. So you take a look at that, and those are 3 of our biggest days of racing. But I think adding the Wednesdays and Thursdays at 4:00 is going to be a real strong move for us throughout the season. I think the bettors will respond to that. And when we put on these big days, hopefully the weather stays nice. Hopefully we don't end up with a situation like last season, but we're not living in last season. Gino, we're moving forward and we're looking forward to it. And like we say, we always just appreciate the coverage and getting these bettors involved because as I'll just keep saying, there's options for you as far as your wagering dollars and your precious money that you are investing and betting on our track. So we're hoping that it appeals to you and you want to get involved and you like those horizontals, and we're offering the low takeout, and that's obviously been a real big selling point for us. And so it's all there. Everything is in place. So now it's just up to open the gates, let them run, and we'll see what we do.
And when those gates open, there are going to be a few new faces in town. That I thought I saw. Raylu Gutierrez, is that right? Jonathan Wong is going to bring some in. It looks like Sophie Doyle is going to be around for the full meet. Who are a couple new faces that may be having a lot more horses or mounts or entries coming up in this meet?
Yeah, great point. I mean, Frank Lucarelli got in front of it pretty. He was pretty ahead of time on the whole deal. He set the string here. He's got one entered there on Friday night, so looking forward to that opening night. And Jonathan Wong, as you say, that came together, and he's going to send a string as well. There's an ever-changing situation at some racetracks, and that afforded opportunities for horsemen to travel and come to this region. So because of that, we'll just kind of see how that plays out this season, if they'll be competitive, which I think they will. I mean, obviously they're very good horsemen. You talk about the names in the jocks room. Yeah, that's an interesting one too, because you're not going to have Deshaun Parker. You're not going to have David Cabrera this season, as they have chosen to ride elsewhere. Because of that, it allows big opportunity. Obviously, Stuart Elliott is going to be very, very competitive here, riding for Steve Asmussen and being in that barn. As you say, Sophie Doyle, Raylu Gutierrez, I've heard nothing but great things about. He's got an agent that's very active in getting mounts and communicating about his rider. So I think that's gonna bode very well for him. And there's some spots here for some jockeys to really have opportunities. Lane Luzzy, he's had a real nice season in 2020, and I think he'll continue that as well. Lindy Wade, you could see him kind of making a rise as well. The name the list kind of can go on and on, but
yeah,
it's nice to see new names. You see a Ty Kennedy and you see a Weston Hamilton. It's nice to see these new names joining us, and we'll just see how it all plays out. And that Jocks title right now will be up for grabs. We'll see who kind of grabs that mantle and takes it and moves forward with it. But from a trainer's perspective, obviously you still recognize some of the names, and they're going to have big barns and they're going to do very well. Carl Broberg,
yep.
Steve Asmussen, obviously, Danny Pish had a real nice season last year. And so we'll see how they all stack up against one another. Mindy Willis, she's always going to have some nice runners. I can kind of go on and on and on.
Yeah, you keep going.
That's a real nice situation to be in, when we can rattle off several names where we know they're going to be competitive, we know they're going to run, we know they're going to have horses that fit in these spots, and it's just going to make for some real nice racing. And as long as we stay away from some of the weather and keep everybody safe as far as those that can join us live, it'll be good. We're really looking forward to it, and it's I'm ready to rock and roll, but I want to make sure that we're getting the social media game right too before we kick things off.
I was gonna. You just are just perfect. Like every next topic I'm going to go to, you lead me right there. So we're talking about the social media game, and in the last year or two, that has become something that you've focused a lot more on. You're getting daily videos all the time. You get little stuff from the mornings where you get conversations with jockeys who are working horses out, stuff with trainers. We had a handicapping video last week with Jessica, a couple different things that sort of talked about what she looks for in handicapping. So yeah, that's definitely become sort of a focus over the last couple of years, is building that social media presence and just trying to get as much information out there as possible. So where do we follow you, and what are some of the things that we can look for this year on Sam Houston on social media?
Yeah, so the social media on Twitter, it's at SHRP. So you can find us at SHRP on Instagram if you're following IG. We're going to have more pictures and some coverage there, but that'll be at Sam Houston Race Park, and then you can follow us and friend us on Facebook as well. For me, as far as how we cover the racing here at Sam Houston Race Park, because I've got some time and I'm able to get out in the mornings and shoot these videos, I really keep viewing it as, I'm taking this as a professional sport and I want to cover it, and if I'm watching another professional sport, how many press conferences do we see? How many of the practice videos and the coverage and the insight, as much as we can bring that to people, as much as I can do that, then I'd really like to do that this season. I think that it just keeps you in the loop. It keeps you, it keeps things fresh. It makes you real interested in what we're doing and how things are going here. And if we can try and get some sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, losing my words, but if we can get some added interest from people and insight from jockeys after rides or trainers after a big race, I think that's gonna help. And I think
anything more.
I think that's what people want to see and want to hear, and you can take from it what you can take, and not every trainer or jockey is going to give you every single little detail of what happened, but maybe there's something where they can just say, the horse just didn't, needed blinkers or this and that or something. So whatever we can do and whatever we can bring, that's what we're going to do. And like I say, hopefully just people respond and they're looking forward to our racing and getting involved, and we'll know on Friday. That's going to kind of tell us exactly what's going on.
Well, I've been very excited and waiting for a while. I would text back and forth with you last year. I had like one of the best meets I've ever had at any track last year at Sam Houston for the few months. So I'm definitely I've been like putting the pressure on myself already to have another great meet coming up. So I'm ready. I'm excited for it. You had mentioned what's great about Sam Houston too, with new connections coming in and the turf horses. You're always going to get you're going to get the opportunity for full fields when people know that there's grass racing and there's dirt racing. There's real quality. I just can't say enough positive things about Sam Houston. Chris, we worked together a little bit last year there. We did some stuff together at Pleasanton, and as for my money, Sam Houston just does a great job, and we're going to do our best here on That's What G Said to make sure we cover the races there every day, get all that information out, have great guests here. Anything that you ever need from us, you just let us know, and we're very happy and excited to be playing Sam Houston.
No, I appreciate that, Gino. We just appreciate the coverage. And then before I get out of here, I did want to say, I don't know if we touched on it earlier, but we are going to have a carryover going into opening night. So that carryover is over $51,000, $51,876. Because Texas Champions Day was abbreviated last season, there was a carryover amount that will carry over into our opening night. And then we're going to do a mandatory on Saturday. So a mandatory payout on Saturday, give you some nice betting average and a little a carryover going into our betting action this weekend. So we're looking forward to that as well. And that's an opportunity for bettors to get involved. And we'll see. It'll be offered Friday. Doesn't get hit there. It'll get hit in some respects, I would imagine. But if it carries over into Saturday, it'll be a mandatory payout.
Great stuff. Opening week at Sam Houston. Chris Griffin, track announcer from Sam Houston, talking with us here on That's What G Said podcast. You'll hear him a few different times throughout the meet, and you'll hear tons of folks coming on to give coverage to Sam Houston. Chris, thank you so much again for joining us. We were really excited about this week, opening week, and next time we had to just get the specifics and all the important information out. Next time we have you back, we'll handicap a couple races, but this time was more just setting the scene and letting everybody know what's to come. So thanks again, and we look forward to hearing your voice later this week.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, Gino. Good luck, everybody.
Chris Griffin, track announcer there at Sam Houston. We're going to be talking all about them this year on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with plenty more.
Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack, wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now on DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse, and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at drf.com. Thanks to Chris. Hopefully the first of a few times at least we'll have him on throughout the meet, and the next couple times we'll have him give out a horse or two that he likes. We just had to get it all set up for you, because now we're going to really get into the Friday card with Andrew Champagne. Get those past performances out for Friday. Sam Houston, January the 8th. We're going to go through every race on the 10-race card. We each give out horses we like. We talk about the prices, vulnerable favorites, big horses to use underneath. So everything you'll need for Friday. Make sure to get those past performances out so you can follow along. Here we go. Friday, Sam Houston with Andrew Champagne. Very excited for opening week at Sam Houston. This is a racetrack that I've really fallen in love with over the last couple years, mainly takeout snob. What do I mean by well, I know my friend Andrew Champagne, who's going to join me, knows, is that, when we're betting, and we're betting as often as we are, I'm trying to find the wagers that are going to give us the most money back for our bet. And a lot of times Andrew Champagne, who joins me, doesn't need much of an introduction because you all know him here. You hear him each and every week. But what makes it hard to sort of be that snob, Andrew, is that at most places it's a wager like a pick 5. That's a difficult wager to hit, and a lot of people don't feel that comfortable if they're playing on a smaller budget. If you only have a certain amount to play, it's hard to allot what you would feel comfortable with hitting a pick 5. What's so nice about Sam Houston, you get the 12% doubles, pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5s. All of those rolling multi-exotic wagers, which is just unlike any other racetrack.
It's a lot of fun. I fell in love with Sam Houston last year as well. There are a lot of big fields. They've got a turf course that runs a variety of different kinds of races. They card a lot of different conditions for a lot of different types of horses. There were some very good horses that came through Sam Houston last year. Serengeti Empress contested their big race, the Houston Ladies Classic. She, of course, won the Ballerina later on in the year, wound up running really well in the Breeders' Cup Filly in their sprint when she was second behind Gamine. It's a lot of fun. You're going to need to stay up a little bit later, especially if you're on the East Coast. But if you do, you're going to be rewarded with some really fun handicapping puzzles. And you mentioned the pick 5s. I'm usually not a pick 5 player for a lot of different reasons. I concentrate on pick 4s and doubles. But you can put together a $30 ticket that takes a couple of stands. And remember, with those pick 5s, Gino, they also pay out 4 out of 5.
Yep.
So even if you suffer a bad beat, if you're, say, 3 deep in that race, you get 3-4 out of 5 payoffs. You get your investment back potentially, maybe add a couple extra dollars. There's a lot of different options that you can do here. And my heart just breaks for how their meet had to end last year. We probably need to address that before we get too much further. I mean, my goodness, they were trying to wrap their meet up in the midst of all of the COVID nonsense that was going on. They have a huge card that I actually was on with you to preview.
Yep.
They get 2 or 3 races in, and they get hit by a fluke power outage. You couldn't make this up. My heart broke for so many good people. They deserved for that meet to end better than it did. But they're back on Friday, and they're back with a vengeance. This is a really good 10-race card.
And how cool is this? So because of that day that had to cancel early, it was like a mandatory payout in some of the pools. So what they did with the pick 6, they've carried that thing over for $51,000 going into opening day on Friday, and then it's going to be a mandatory payout on Saturday. And then the news has been released that the reason they're going to be able to do that too is they're going to try to clear the tote and get ready for starting next week when they're going to be going to a non-jackpot pick 6. So that's going to be changing up. So, I mean, just really cool stuff that we don't see. Like, we're used to complaining about racetracks, and now we feel like we got our pennies pinched a little bit or somebody stole a buck from us, and they're doing the opposite. They're continuing to bring the bettors back, and that's why we're going to talk about them. I'm going to be, giving out selections and previewing their races each and every day with segments here, also stuff on social media, different videos, and we're going to jump right on into it. Right before we start, something that's we're a lot of good news we're talking about with Sam Houston, something that's very scary and unfortunate news. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to read exactly from a DRF article. This is all very, very new in what's happening, but you're going to see jockey CJ McMahon listed on a lot of horses at Sam Houston on Friday, and jockey CJ McMahon was charged with attempted murder. Charles Jansen, C.J. McMahon, promising young jockey whose career sputtered over the past several years, was arrested on Saturday in Lafayette, Louisiana, charged with attempted murder along with illegal drug and weapon possession, according to records from the county sheriff. McMahon was issued the charges following a traffic stop, according to records of the Lafayette Sheriff's Office. The record said that an active warrant had been issued for McMahon's arrest. McMahon, 26, was released after posting $80,000 bond, scheduled to be arraigned Tuesday. We are recording this Tuesday night, so I haven't heard anything more as far as that. You may be hearing this Wednesday, Thursday, and you may know more news than what we know. McMahon, it talks then about McMahon, who took out his rider's license in 2011. He was 16. And it gives some of his stats afterwards and just mentions that he had been riding at Delta and that he was named on mounts at Sam Houston this week. So Andrew, obviously so early in something like this, it's hard to really make give an opinion or a comment, but just really scary news and something that I thought we had to mention, because almost every race you're going to see a CJ McMahon show up. And this would have been someone who right now at this particular point where there's no Deshaun Parker, there's no Cabrera, those are the two leading riders from last year. There are a ton of really, really live mounts that CJ was listed on. That was just something I thought we had to mention because it would have been inevitable to kind of get to some of those horses.
All you need to know about how big this is, CJ McMahon would have been Carl Broberg's first call rider at Sam Houston. Carl Broberg runs approximately 93,173 horses per day at Sam Houston. And CJ McMahon would have had his pick of anything that he wanted to ride. Now, again, the legal process is going to play itself out. We don't know a whole heck of a lot yet. We don't know any more than you do. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, innocent until proven guilty. We're not going to jump to any conclusions. Yep. That's not what we do here. But it's certainly worth noting, and we'll see. Chances are you'll hear something at some point about his riding fortunes and whether or not he'll have to take off his mounts. We'll see what happens.
Okay, let's we'll give you more information on that here, and that's what G said as the weeks come. I always want to give all the information out, good or bad, be as transparent with all of you as possible. As we now shift the focus, let's get into the handicapping. Sam Houston, Friday, get your past performances out. We're talking about January the 8th. This card goes off at 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 Central Time, local time there at Sam Houston. And race number 1 doesn't have any of the big exotic wagers. Pick 4 starts in race number 2. They have the late pick 5. But in race number 1, you can play, exactas, tries, supers, daily doubles, pick 3s. Andrew, I probably won't play a ton in this race because I really did look up and down and I wanted to try to beat Nova Notion. I just don't know who else really is going to go with him early on. It just seems like there's not a ton of other speed. I thought, the 3 inside horses, I wouldn't be completely shocked if they won or they ran well in here, but it feels like Nova Notion should have a couple lengths on them early at least in here.
Yeah, I certainly think so. The last out effort on April 7th, I think you can draw a line straight through that.
Yep.
That was a $50,000 stakes race. He's a maiden. He had no business running in that race. He's in with his friends here. If he is ready to run, I think he wins. I think this is a pretty soft spot for the level. He's run well a couple of times here at Sam Houston. He was second off a similar length layoff back in February against Similar, and then dueled early and faded to 4th 2 starts back. But it helps that he's run well fresh. I think that alleviates some of the concerns that I have here. Yeah, I can't see anybody going with this horse early on. The question is Nova Notion going to be ready? If he is, I think the race is for second. You look at a horse like number 1, Cha-Ching Bling, who I think is going to be the wise guy horse that may well take some money and be the second choice. I would like him a lot more at a mile than 6 furlongs.
Great.
To me, it seems like he's got miler speed as opposed to sprinter speed. And all you need to do is look at the 2-mile dirt races where he's run second at Lone Star Park against very similar horses. Then you look at the 1-turn efforts, and they're just not up to snuff. So if you're playing along in the early pick 3 that starts in this race, I think Nova Notion is a single.
Yeah, if you're looking to throw somebody underneath, the 2 would be one I'd throw at least into your tries, just coming out of some open races now, back in with Texas bred, and actually broke well. He kind of got shuffled back out of a spot early in between. He got caught. I wouldn't be shocked if he's closer coming out of a 5.5 furlong race in a race where there's just not a ton of other speed. He could be sitting second or third and just be closer than it looks like he's been in some of his recent races. He's not that slow in a race where there are some pretty slow horses early. So maybe one to use underneath. But yeah, I probably am going to wait till race 2 to dive in a little more because I thought that or maybe if you think you want to single in a pick 3 with the 8, I couldn't really find and make too strong case for many others. As we move along to race number 2. So this does start your early pick 4, and we have a 10,000 on 2 group. They're going to be going 5.5 furlongs in here. A couple horses that I thought were a little interesting, Andrew. The 1 and the 6, I think, are both sort of middle price-ish horses that I'll probably be throwing in the pick 4. I'll start with the 6, Wicked City, who's going to be cutting back here from a mile to 5.5 furlongs. But he's got enough tactical speed, I think, to still keep up with these horses early and get some position, and he actually can pass horses. He only went 5.5 one time. That was back at Oaklawn in March, so it's hard to really get a gauge. And what he's been doing recently has been going longer, and couple of those races too. You're looking at Gulfstream Western Fairgrounds. Those are probably just better races in general. So on the cutback, I think he's a little interesting. I'm also going to throw the 1 into the mix on some pick 4s. Who's going to be sending hard from the rail. I hope it's going to be a horse who last time out was able to start really well, was 3 deep, was in between horses, but then took back and he just really couldn't come on again and pass. So I'm hoping that, I don't know how much he wants to pass horses. I think they've sort of figured that out with him. So I'm hoping from the rail, their plan is just to go. For me, those are 2 horses I'm definitely going to be throwing into my pick 4. Who are some that you're looking at?
Well, you mentioned number 1, Bogas, and that's my second choice. There are a couple of names associated with this horse that if you're following Sam Houston, you're going to get to know very, very quickly. Raylu Gutierrez in the saddle, trainer Austin Gustafson, who is 24% on the 2020 season. I think those 2 are stocked for a really nice meet at Sam Houston. That's my second selection. One of my price plays for today is because, look, if you look at this form, not a lot of these horses particularly fond of winning. You get a lot of horses that run second a lot, run third a lot, horses that don't seem to have any real excuse. And when I see a race like that, I like looking for horses that are making a significant change in an attempt to wake them up. That's why I've landed on number 4, Roll On Curlin, a horse that's very consistent and making his first start on this circuit for trainer Todd Fincher, who's 20% on the 2020 campaign. Obviously too early for 2021 numbers, but this is a horse that has shown some versatility. He's got a little bit of early speed, which he's shown in a couple of his starts, but he's also shown that he can pass horses late. Yep. And I like that after they broke the maiden with him last winter at Sunland, they kept him in allowance company for a while. And it's not like he ran terribly at Albuquerque and at Zia. And it's also not like those races are that far below what he's going to face here. Roll On Curlin, to me, very, very interesting at 10-1 on the morning line. I like the fact that they've got 2 works over the surface. The December 23rd work, I think, was just a gallop. They say 4 furlongs and 55-2. That, to me, was just something to stretch his legs, get him acclimated with the surface. I like that he went significantly faster on December 30th. Granted, 4 furlongs and 50 flat doesn't sound fast, but that's 14th fastest to 55 at the distance. So relatively speaking, it's a pretty good work. And these are 10,000 non-winners at 2 life claimers. We're not talking graded stakes races or anything like that. Give me Roll On Curlin at or near that morning line price.
Yeah, I'm actually going to play 2 different pick 4 tickets, and he's on both. I'm going to have one of them that has a single at the end and another that'll a little short, but I think he's a must-use in here. He's just the most consistent in a race where you have a lot of questions. I know he's going to probably give us a good account for himself. Is that going to be good enough to win? I'm not sure, but if he's around 8-1 or over, that's definitely worth taking a swing on. He was chasing lone speed last time out. He like you said, he's got a little more tactical speed even than it looks like on paper too. He can sit pretty close, so I'm with you. I don't have anything really against him. So we mentioned the 1, the 4, the 6, the 9 for me. I probably prefer the 9, I guess, to the 5 if we're looking at the short prices. Like, I'm just a bachelor who's just dropping in class, and I think is going to get a pretty solid jock upgrade back to the Win Rider today. I just didn't really love the ride that he got last time out. So I'm not in love with the 5 Golden Tiger. He could win. I guess I just prefer other Asmussen Elliott horses throughout the card.
Can I make a prediction that has nothing to do with the outcome of this race?
Yeah.
I think the 9 gets claimed. Look at the pedigree. By Summerfront, turf on the top. Out of a Royal Academy mare, turf on the bottom. You're telling me they've only gotten this horse on turf twice, and one of them they're running him for $10,000? Somebody's going to claim this horse and at least try him on turf. With that pedigree, he's crying out for it. I don't like him in this race. I cannot see why he is 5-2. I know he drops, but I'm looking at the race that he won at Remington. He didn't beat a whole heck of a lot that day, and he's shown nothing since. The outside post can be a little bit of a plus in a race like this when you've got a rider that can work out his own trip. But I am against I'm Just a Bachelor. But I got to tell you, if I'm an owner with money to burn, maybe I drop the claim in the claim box just to see what we can get.
Should I pause this and you can call Darin Zoccali and see if they want to maybe add a new
claim?
We got to give DZ a shot there. So we move along to race number 3. We're looking at $5,000 claimers. Are going to be traveling a mile in here. I sort of have I'm definitely against the 7.
Me too.
I'm completely fine if you're playing a pick 4, if the 7 meets me in the pick 4, I'm fine. I'm completely okay with the horse who is in graded stakes company 2 consecutive starts and then shows up a year and a half later and is now in for 5. That horse beats me, so be it. I'll find other horses that probably end up at like 6-5 to 4-5 that I like better. So I'm going to play against the 7 in the exotics here, and I'll probably use 2 horses on one ticket and maybe 3 on the other, Andrew. The ones that I'm looking at, I thought the 3 and the 5 sort of stood out a little bit to me. The Resilient Rick just makes a ton of sense. I mean, we just got a horse who's super consistent right now, lost to another pretty consistent horse in Satellite last time out, who's a hard-knocking 8-time winner. And then Towering Oak, who, I thought ran pretty well last time out, was close up early, took back a little bit to 4th, was a couple lengths off, was 3 deep, then moved up to 2nd, and just got passed by the eventual winner, ends up finishing 2nd that day. Consistent, a horse who's proven at Sam Houston. For me, I had the 3 and the 5 as my top tier. I'll probably throw one other horse in there, but who are some that you're looking at here?
I like Resilient Rick a lot in this race. Talk about the light going on after getting claimed. 1-4 starts back against a low-level field of beaten claimers at Evangeline. They brought him to Remington, and the horse it really did seem, like I said, the light turned on. This is a closer that will certainly benefit from what seems like a hot pace in this race. I'm looking here, and there are a couple of horses that are definitely going to want to go early. I think Gato Americano is at least going to try to go early from the rail. Bankroll Ben's going to go. Towering Oak's not going to be too far off the pace. We might see some early speed out of retirement funds simply because it's a $5,000 claiming event, and this is a horse that's been running up against graded stakes competition. But I think there's going to be some speed signed on, and I think that sets up well for Resilient Rick. I'm going to use a couple of prices that you didn't mention, though. One of them is number 6, Rock in a Hard Place, who is a stranger danger horse, making the rarely seen Emerald Downs to Sam Houston ship. If anybody out there has any data on any of this, by all means, let me know. But Frank Lucarelli, a gifted horseman who has set up shop at Sam Houston with at least a string of horses, and I think makes some sense if you go back to the Santa Anita and Golden Gate races from last year. The other big price that I'm going to use is number 8, Blended Loot. Gino, look at the 1-2 turn race, the 1-2 turn route race, I should say, on the page. This horse ran 2nd, beaten a length and a quarter. Why is he 20-1?
Drawn well to the outside, has a little speed too. Wouldn't be shocked to see this one.
I've seen far worse 20-1 shots get up and win in races where there's one horse that either you love or you hate, and we both don't like number 7 Retirement Fund. This perplexes me because not only do you have a horse that Connections saw fit to run in several graded stakes races as a 3- and 4-year-old, you have a 6-year-old that's still listed as a full horse, and you're dropping him in for a $5,000 tag. Maybe he wins by the length of the stretch, but I got to tell you, these are the types of favorites that I always was taught to go against.
Completely. No, thank you. They beat me. They beat us. As we move along to race number 4 at Sam Houston, we've got fillies and mares 4-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or a claiming price of $10, 5.5 the distance. I am going to take a small swing here with a horse who I wouldn't be shocked if she gets cut maybe in half. That's the 9, Stay Thirsty, My Amigo, just based on the connections here. You're going first off the claim for Asmussen. But I actually like the last effort where you showed some speed in between horses, part of a 4-way battle, pretty versatile horse who's drawn well, drawn towards the outside. So if I can get over 7-2, I think that's fair. That's probably where I'd have this horse more pegged than the 8-1. So that's a must use for me. I also thought Lone Star Lady with some pace. You know what you're going to get for her. She's going to come running. It's probably going to be pretty quick in here, right?
I think so, and that's why I like Lone Star Lady too. Yeah. I think you're saying a lot of the things that I had queued up. This is a horse that will certainly be coming late, and a really easy horse to root for too, because if you look at the barn, this is not a barn that wins a lot of races. This barn was 5% last year with just 10 wins. After being claimed in September, Lone Star Lady had 3 of them. So this is a talented horse that all she needs is a setup, and I think she gets it in here. And I thought I was being clever with Stay Thirsty, My Amigo as my second selection, but you're absolutely right. 8-1 certainly seems a little bit unrealistic. I think we'll get bet down. Maybe not a ton, but certainly in the 5-6-1 range. Does step up a little bit in class, but does so for a really good barn. Has enough speed to sit close and potentially get the dream stalking trip 2 or 3 wide, and then come calling for the leaders, turning for home. For me, this is either 3-9 or 9-3. And if you're playing anything stable duel related, if they've got any contests on Friday,
I think they have the $1 contest for Sam Houston.
Teed you up nice there, didn't I? But
go.
Yeah, the 9 I think is going to be the bargain play there. But I think the 3 Lone Star Lady is the most likely winner given the shape of the race. Carl Broberg has an entry in here. McMahon is listed as riding both horses. Obviously, that's not going to happen for multiple reasons. I'm not crazy about either of them, but no. I can't see them going off at 9-2 if both of them run. If both of them run and you have 2 Broberg horses that in theory will have top-level jockeys, I think those 2 are the ones that are going to get bet down a little bit as well. And maybe that ticks up the price a bit on the horse that we like, Lone Star Lady.
Yeah, I prefer the 1A, I guess, of the 2, but I'm not in love with either of them. I had the 1A in the 4th spot here. And the 5 is one who I sort of felt similar. Like, she wouldn't shock me in here. I like a couple others more, but if she just runs the same type of race she ran last time out, that's probably going to put her pretty close to winning this. Lone Star Lady was in a field of 6 and 5, went for the lead, 4 lined up across the track. So she did get a good trip, but again, she's probably going to get that same exact trip in here because you have a couple of those horses that battled. Karate Hottie was one of them. Little Red Vet is going to be battling. So, at least you're going to get some pace from the 2 of them. You look to the outside. You've got Golden Lullaby, who's quick. And it is sharp, but just sort of a wild card because we're not quite sure where she's going to stack up here. And then you have Apollina, who's got a little pace too. So it really does look like it sets up nicely for Lone Star Lady. That's also why I liked the versatility of the 9. So you and I have the same top 2, just flip-flop there. And so I sort of have 3-9 on a tier above, probably the 5 and the 1A. But I couldn't really get too cute with any massive prices in here. I just thought it feels like it's going to set up well for the more logical short-priced horses in this spot.
Yeah, that's for sure. There are a couple of horses in here that have just been running up against the short prices multiple times. Number 2, Karate Hottie, is a really nice horse. 8-27 lifetime. Bunch of in-the-money finishes, but it certainly seems like she's a bit past her peak. She does have some early speed from the rail, and if you're looking for a horse to throw in 3rd or 4th on your tries or supers at a little bit of a price, maybe that's the direction that you go in, because at a minimum, she's going to be prominent early, and if speed's playing well, maybe she carries her speed a long way at a bit of a price.
We move along to race number 5 at Sam Houston. This is a 5,000 beaten claimer. So you have 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since July 8th, or which have not won 4 races. I'm going to play one early pick 4 ticket where I probably just end up singling the 9. I'll play another ticket where I use a few. I just really feel like Insurrection in here, looking at a couple of his last efforts, and now he's coming into a barn who's really, really good. Sam Sherman, I'm going to have on the show here coming up in the next few weeks, also a very sharp handicapper, and just really sharp with the horses they claim. This one seems like he's in a really great spot. So the 2-back race in November, there were 3 next out winners coming out of that race, and then he came out of the race to finish second. So that was a really sharp race. Last time out, he was asked from the inside, and he moved through a tight spot. He sort of had to stay out of he was asked to kind of took back to stay out of traffic. Then he moved through like in a tight spot up to the lead. He was battling with the 4-5 favorite, and he just ended up being second best that day. I think in this race he's going to sit more. He showed speed because that was what he had to try to do to win that race. He's going to get much more of an off the pace trip in here, and he may get bet down a little bit, but I do think this race sets up very well for him. One ticket for me will be a single of the 9, who probably ends up being the chalk. And a lot of it was because I couldn't really get too creative with much more in here. With the other horses I were looking at, Andrew, I think might end up being like the 2nd and 3rd choices in the 4 and the 6, or they're definitely going to be some of the other choices. And so when I'm in a situation like that and I like the 9 a little better, it's just, hey, I'll probably single that one.
The one concern that I have with the 9, and I picked the 9 second for a lot of the same reasons you mentioned, is Stuart Elliott gets off to ride the 6 Daydreamer. That's a little bit of a concern to me. No disrespect to Lane Luzzy, who's a good rider, but Stuart Elliott has the first call with the Asmussen barn. He goes and rides the 6.
And that's the only reason why it doesn't bother me. For what you just said, for thinking that he just says, I'm just going to ride for Asmussen because that's where my business is coming, and so instead of riding the favorite here, I'll just ride the second choice. So that to me didn't concern me as much, but no, I mean, losing, because if Elliott's riding here full time, especially now with some of the vacancies we talked about, you have to imagine he's the odds on favorite to be the leading rider.
Yeah, that's for sure. His competition may come from a guy that I've already mentioned, Raylu Gutierrez.
Sure.
And he's the guy that rides my top selection. I like what I've been seeing from number 4 Pomeroy Hayes, who comes in off of 3 wins in a row. Now, those were against Oklahoma breds, so this is a step up in class on paper, but this isn't the strongest $5,000 beaten claiming event you'll see for the level. I think this is a really good acid test for Pomeroy Hayes, and I think he's got the tactical speed to sit a great trip. Now, there is one other thing I need to mention, and if you saw my Twitter over the past couple of days, you know this. There's a horse in this race that's a great trivia question answer. When Nyquist broke his maiden at Santa Anita, he was not the favorite. Annie's Candy was the favorite, was 1-2 that day, got beat ahead. I think I might have been there. I'm not sure, but I remember the race really, really well for reasons that I have no idea how. But what a difference a couple of years makes. Right. Because this was a horse that's actually won a couple of stakes races, 10 for 44 lifetime, in for a $5,000 tag in his first start as an 8-year-old. I'm not saying there's anything nefarious going on or that they're running an unsound horse or whatever. J.R. Caldwell is a very capable horseman, and this one actually goes into that barn after not showing a heck of a lot at Remington. But anytime I see his name come up, I go, wait, he's still running?
Yeah. So we got Annie's Candy, who is a 30-1 morning line. For the last 8. Hasn't raced since October, but one who will be a horse racing trivia question someday.
And one who, by the way, I should say, wasn't bad late in 2019 and in early 2020 when running for Jerry Hollendorfer. Maybe the horse didn't like Remington. Maybe the horse didn't agree with trainer Joshua Duhan, who had him for a while. Again, Caldwell is a good trainer. I've seen worse 30-1s. I wouldn't be stunned if this race falls apart. And he does have some backlash. All you got to do is look at the record and the earnings and the top buyer speed figure. But looking at this, I'm going, wait a minute. He's in Texas. I get that. He's 8 years old. Oh, he's in for 5,000. Really? It's just one of those things that when you look through a form and you've been around the game as long as we have and you follow these horses day in and day out, it's just horses go in weird directions.
It's never a straight line, right?
Nope,
it's never a straight path for really any of them.
Nope.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4, who's super honest, man. Yeah, this would be a horse who I wouldn't have a problem with winning. The 6 Daydreamer would be kind of the other one I looked at, who just tried tougher last time out. Sort of, you look at some of the other horses who have a lot more races in here. This one's sort of at least lightly raced and doesn't have as many bad efforts, and you just have a top-notch connection. So for me, I'll probably single a 9. I'll probably have another one where I throw in the 4 and the 6 maybe, but a lot of my tickets will be on the early parts will be revolving around the 9 there. As we move along to the start of the late pick 5 in race number 6 at Sam Houston. Optional 50 non-2, fillies 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 or a claiming price of 50, 5.5 furlongs the distance. I guess I couldn't get too creative in this spot, Andrew. The filly to the outside is really, really fast. And when I see a horse like this who's really quick, finally put it all together, I generally want to use them again the next time. I think she will no doubt be able to clear from the outside if she breaks alertly. There are other couple horses who have some speed, but not the type of speed that she showed. It's just, is she continuing to step forward? If she runs similar back to that race, I think she has the opportunity here. I just thought the 3 Good with Numbers was also pretty good. That Keeneland win is the race that really just jumps off the page when you're looking at numbers and figures. And last time out, she really didn't run that poorly over at Churchill Downs. So I'm not like too creative because I just had 3 and 8 or 8 and 3 as my top 2 in here.
One of the things to keep in mind is some of these horses have been coming from jurisdictions where 2-year-olds are not allowed to receive Lasix. This is the phase out of the Lasix program. Some jurisdictions are doing some things, some are doing other things. And as a result, the top 2 choices in the betting, number 3, Good with Numbers, and number 4, Canoodling, I love saying that, will be getting Lasix for the first time. And I'm not just picking this one based on the name. I like Canoodling a lot in here. This is a horse that was pretty impressive. First time out at Del Mar, rallying from 5 lengths back, going 5 furlongs on the grass, which is not an easy thing to do. One going away at odds of 6-1, and has tried stakes company in each of the next 3 starts. And she hasn't been bad. She was 5th in the Juvenile Fillies Turf at Del Mar. She was 5th in the Surfer Girl behind Madone. Madone actually won the race before that as well. And then tried the Desi Arnaz, where she lost all chance at the break. She goes to Todd Fincher for the first time, comes to Sam Houston for the first time, gets Lasix. Now, she probably does need some speed in front of her, but I think that materializes. Perhaps Tiz Magic, the horse you mentioned, is the quickest of the quick. The question is, was the last out race an unrealistic jump up, and does she bounce in her first start against winners? I'm leaning towards the latter, because if you look at the races 2, 3, 4, and 5 back, you see the Beyer speed figures, 55, 54, 54, 56. Then you see the last out Beyer figure of a 70 late in the Remington season when the surface changed a little bit because it got colder. Obviously, in Oklahoma, those winters can get pretty cold. The track changed a little bit. It got a little bit slower for some horses and some races. So I'm not saying it was a bad race. I am saying she still got something to prove. I like Canoodling in this spot. Good with Numbers also wouldn't shock me as well. I can't get past 3-4 or 4-3 in here.
Yep. I'm sort of starting to rank horses a little bit in tiers in some of these races. I had the 3 and the 8 are all using all exotics. The 4, no knocks really on the 4, just prefer those others. Of the price horses, as far as under horses or throwing them in your exotics, I would use the 1, Someone Said So, who was really impressive. I'm just a little concerned of the trip that she might have to work out from the inside. She might have to get that shuffle back, but she was a pretty professional in her debut, and she looked really, really nice in doing so. And this is a barn who I know from up at Canterbury, very capable of popping with a price and sort of a cagey barn who can really fire now and then. The 5 would be another horse who might be able to sort of fall into a good spot. She flew early. She got a little pressure on the inside, and she backed up last time out. That was her first start in a couple months. Those would be some of my under horses, but I have sort of 8-3 and probably in my start of my late pick 5 as we move along to race number 7, start of your late pick 4. 25 claimers, non-2s, mile and a 16th on the turf course here. I will take a swing with the horse who is just named for me, Andrew.
Gino.
It's the horse who I think is going to be the lone speed in here, and it's the 9. G's a little crazy.
Gino.
You're there too?
You know what I'm going to tell you.
Oh, no, we're in trouble.
Rule number 1 of getting a podcast guest is find someone smart who disagrees with you.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure you got the first part. You definitely whiffed on the second one, because the 9 horse is my best bet of the night.
Me too.
Especially at 10-1 on the morning line. Oh, boy. Somebody call Chris Griffin and let him know he screwed up.
If we can get I think it's Nick Tamaro who does the morning line.
Oh, that's right. It is.
I think, right? Yeah.
I think you're right. I had the wrong guy because Chris is the track announcer and he did the morning line at
Pleasanton.
Places.
And I think he was doing a Pleasanton
time. Yep.
when he was calling
that's
there
true.
too.
Yep. Sorry, Chris. Love you, buddy.
I think if we can get anything at 5-1 or over would be fine with me. And that's I'm okay with that. This is a filly who last time out was facing First Level Allowance Company. She broke great, but the rival to her outside did too, and that got her sort of pressed back on the inside. She got shuffled a little bit, and then she wanted to go, but she was in tight. She was bumped around. I'm expecting her to just be sent hard. She's the quickest, and I think she can take them as far as she will go in here, Andrew. So we are both in chorus with G's a little crazy. The number 9 I have on top. I'll make a win wager if we can get around 5-1. This is a great horse in a stable duel situation, because if we're both thinking she's going to get bet down a little bit, if she does get bet down a ton and she ends up at 3-1, that's great because you paid for a 10-1 shot. It's only going to cost you 1,000 off your stable duel lineup, but you're going to be getting a 3-1 shot or a 7-2 shot. Who knows? Just I'm saying if that were to be the case. So these are the type of horses that I love in a stable duel situation. Maybe not betting to win. In the middle of a pick 4, pick 5, they're okay.
Yeah, I like G's a little crazy for the same reasons you mentioned. I think she's the controlling speed. I think she clears easy and will have every chance to take the field gate to wire. I do not like the favorite in here. That's number 1, Unforeseen, for a couple of reasons. First of all, she's going to be overbet because she's a Steve Asmussen, Stuart Elliott class dropper. And I'm not totally without logic here as far as the talent level because she's got some deep closers on the rail in what amounts to a 3-turn turf race. Because remember, going a mile and a 16th at Sam Houston, they come out of the chute and there's a little mini turn when it hooks up with the rest of the track. So there's a lot of potential for things to go wrong for a closer in a race like this between traffic trouble and the fact that there doesn't seem like there's a lot of pace signed
we
off.
like the 9 for the opposite reason.
Exactly. If there's one other horse that I would recommend in this race that's actually a little bit of a price herself, I would potentially throw a nod to number 7, Holy Creed.
Yep.
This is a nice horse.
9-7. We're definitely in trouble here.
Yeah, that's got some stalking speed, drops down in class for a sneaky barn. I think Holy Creed may well sit the stalking trip and may well have the racing luck that Unforeseen doesn't. But for me, it's 9-7, and then who the heck knows? If G's a little crazy winds up wiring this field or otherwise hitting the wire first, regardless of anything else that happens, it's probably going to be a good night for me.
The 9 I have on top, the 7 I also have on second. Just, like you said, put a line through that last effort and key off the turf form. This horse actually has really solid turf form.
Yeah,
go back
beat
to
the favorite 3 back.
Yeah, and then go back to the October 23rd race when finishing 4th. So she got bumped at the start. She lost her footing a little bit. And then she recovered nicely. She was sitting 4th. She was inside. She was 4 off. Then the leader ends up running off that day. She moved up to 3rd, but the leader, Breeze Rider, who ended up winning, was the 4-5 favorite who just really separated in the middle of that race. And I thought she actually ran pretty well that day too. So I'm with you. I have 9-7. I put the 1 Unforeseen in the 3rd spot. She was just buried in the inside. She did have some legitimate trouble last time out. Does that mean she's going to win today? No. But like you said, I don't know how this race is going to shape up, but she's probably in the 3rd or 4th spot here somewhere. The 4 would be the other one I would look to, Flower House, who is still sort of lightly raced, and she's only had a couple races on the grass, and they were both at Arlington. They weren't bad, either one of them. So there's a little bit of turf upside there with Flower House, but 9-7, no doubt for me as the top 2. So me and Andrew are in for sure trouble in race number 7 when we agree like that as we move along to race number 8, start of your late pick 3 on Friday over at Sam Houston. And this one, it'll be a Texas bred allowance, first level allowance, 4-year-olds and up. And they will be going 6 furlongs in here. This is one of the Brobird chalks that I sort of do think is in a pretty decent spot, and that's the one Bauzon, who is now coming back from open races back in against Texas breds. This is something that Carl Broberg really does well with the condition books, and he's not afraid to drop horses or move them up back and forth and just find really good spots for them. It's what you're capable of doing when you have barns at a bunch of different tracks and you can sort of mix and match horses all over the place. So I just think the cutback, move back to Texas breds for a horse who last time out actually ran a little bit better than it looks to going long at Remington Park. This horse was a easy winner at Churchill Downs a couple starts back against 10 beaten claimers. Things got really tight last time out for him, and then he was 3 wide. He was in between horses. He took up. He lost the length. He lost momentum. All of this while being wide. He got to within about 2 before fading, and he still kept trying all the way. He just feels like he'll have a lot more punch cutting back in here. And as a lot of these races do, it feels like there is at least 3 horses who want to be close to or on the lead. So I'm okay with singling the one in some spots and maybe some of the late exotics.
Yeah, the Broberg entry looks really tough. You mentioned Bauzon. Best Little Man is also no slouch either.
No.
One note, CJ.
And they complement each other,
both
right?
Of them, so we'll see what happens. There is another in here that I think you want to consider. And if you're spending a lot of money elsewhere in Stable Duel, this might be one that you want to throw in because he's going to be really, really cheap. I'm referring to the 3 Daryl's Little Diablo,
Nice.
who, when last seen, looked really good at Lone Star breaking his maiden. Yes, this is his first start against allowance foes. It is not his first start against winners. His connections saw fit last summer, and by last summer, I mean the summer of 2019, way back in the days where we could actually go to the racetrack, to run him in the El Hoven Stakes at Retama, a $75,000 stakes race, and he didn't disgrace himself that day. He rallied to finish 5th in a 10-horse field at odds of 44-1. I think there's some talent here. Yes, there's a little bit of a layoff to consider, but this is a horse that 2 starts back at Sam Houston over the turf course, yes, on the turf, this is a race on the main track, beat a horse named Algebra by 2 lengths. Algebra is 3-1 in here. Daryl's Little Diablo, 20-1 in here. I'm not saying Daryl's Little Diablo is a likely winner. By no means am I saying that. But if you're looking for a cheap horse to throw in Stable Duel and maybe he runs 3rd or 4th and you move on, this might be the horse.
We're talking race 8, Sam Houston for Friday opening night. And Andrew just mentioned a very live price horse in the 3. I was talking about the 1, the entry who Andrew even mentioned how, I was going on about Zone, but Best Little Man, if both parts of the entry are in this for Broberg, you have Best Little Man who's going to show a little more speed, at least some tactical speed. And so you'll get 2 parts of the entry who complement each other very well. The 7 was a horse who I looked at a little bit, just coming out of some of the open races and coming back in against Texas breds. I feel like he's just been facing a lot tougher as of late. The 8 is obviously logical. Algebra, I just didn't quite love as much as a short price. And then the 5 would be my sort of bust out underneath long shot, Rock the Devil, who cutting back, if he's able to be close cutting back, he might be a horse who's hard to pass late, even off the bench in here. So 8th race, I had the 1 stacked over 7, 8, and 5, and Andrew made a very nice case for a live long shot in the 3. Let's get to the late double here. What's cool? Late daily double, 12% takeout. Like I've someone, Andrew, who used to love playing the doubles and pick 3s a lot, but as I continued to wager more and more often, I started, realizing how much the lower takeout wagers were helping me, and so I tried to focus a little bit more on them. It's so refreshing now to know I can play a double, I can play a pick 3, and I don't have to feel like I'm spending up a little bit more than I want to from a takeout perspective. So closing things out, I will probably. I'm definitely looking at the 6 first, Eternal Force, who last time out, he broke on top and then he was battling 3 wide. He was 3 deep of 4. He was in between horses. Then he got shuffled back out of a spot. He came on again, and he's 0 for his last 11, but I think you can make excuses for some of these races. He's going to go 3rd off the long layoff. He was just passed late by a rival in his most recent, and I thought he ran pretty well. So I'm expecting a big effort from the 6, Eternal Force, who I have as my top selection. I do respect the Broberg also in this spot, though, with the 1, and in particular the 1A Soap Bubble, who to me I think looks really, really tough in this spot. So I'll probably be building around 6 and 1A in here. Who are you looking towards?
Well, you mentioned how there are some excuses with Eternal Force, a horse that I picked 3rd and wouldn't be overly stunned if he won. We've done enough of these segments to know that when I see running lines like shuffled back, hit gate, bumped start, 4 path, broke through gate, this might well just be a head case. And maybe that's why he's at the $5,000 claiming level for a very competent trainer in Ron McQuett. It wouldn't be the most stunning thing in the world if Eternal Force won, but I can say that about a bunch of horses in here. This is a spread race for me, largely because I'm not crazy about either of the Broberg runners. They can win, but I'm looking and I'm seeing 9-5, and that just seems too short. If I had to make a top pick, it would be a reluctant one, and it would be number 4, Arch Rival. This is a horse coming in from the fairgrounds, probably running against better horses, and before that, won 2 in a row over at Remington, a horse that would certainly benefit from a pace meltdown. Question is, going 5.5 furlongs, will he get that kind of meltdown? You mentioned the low takeout daily doubles, and that's great. I probably won't be playing the late double because I would need to use 5 or 6 runners in here in order to have any confidence going into the last leg.
Okay, you definitely sold me in a race where I was a little short and didn't have much stronger of an opinion. So because I'm, probably going to be singling in a spot or two, I'll throw in your 4 arch rival on a
What a
ticket
guy!
or two.
What a guy!
There we go. You sold me. We move on to the closeout race. We've got maidens, 3-year-old fillies, maiden special weights, 6 furlongs. The distance in here, I thought this race was really really difficult because the 5 Fold'em is a horse who I guess you're going to either, be very interested in single, or you're going to be sort of taking the approach that I am and spreading out more. Fold'em is actually a full sister to Tenfold, the multiple graded stakes winner, whose shortest race ever was at 1.70 miles. Not shortest win, just shortest race ever. He doesn't even run short, period. He's just a grinder long. So that's my concern with Fold'em going 6 furlongs in here. He actually had a pretty good start. He was taken back and he was 4 wide. He was just a few lengths off early. He started to move up into 3rd at the top of the lane, but he just got within 2. And it was a nice race at Churchill. The winner was very impressive. I don't know. I'm just not quite sold on him, Andrew. And so I guess at least that you kind of have to start with him with the conversation of how you're going to play this race.
Well, this is a move that Steve Asmussen did a lot last season at Sam Houston. He would take these regally bred horses that had struggled at some of the ace circuits, the Churchills, the Keenelands, the whatnot, bring them to Sam Houston and get them a win so that their owners could retire them and say, hey, this is a winning half to insert horse here, whatever it is. There were a couple of horses like that last year with Asmussen, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's what he's doing here with Fold'em. Had a legitimate excuse last time when close to a pretty legitimate pace at Churchill. You go 21-2 the first quarter there, that's flying pretty good. First time Lasix, bullet work on December 24th. I need to use the horse simply because I've seen this movie before, and chances are they're well meant. I'm using one other one as well, though, and that's number 12, Prospera, 6-1 on the program, and is another one that's got a pretty nice pedigree. By Twirling Candy out of a Tappet mare and has been working well for Brett Calhoun. You look at the works both at Sam Houston and at Remington, they're sharp. I think this one has some speed. Lindy Wade hops aboard. He's a very good speed rider. I think Prospera goes early, and who knows, maybe Prospera gets brave in her first career start. One of the ones that I may put in my stable mail just to bet back when she goes 2 turns, because to me, this is the prototype of a 2-turn horse that just needs the race. And that's number 9, Jubella, by Mineshaft, out of a Macho Uno mare trained by Robertino Diodoro. Second time out, I want to bet this horse, assuming it's going 2 turns. I don't care if it's on turf, dirt, whatever, maiden special weight, maiden claiming, whatever. Get this horse going 2 turns with some foundation, and chances are I will absolutely love that one. This race, though, 6 furlongs. I think it's 5-12. I think Fold'em is well meant, and I think Prospera could well be a good one at a little bit bigger of a price.
Okay, cool. This is where we sort of differ a little bit.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting somewhere. So let's get a little crazy with a couple horses. So
all right, here we go.
The 3 Hooked on a Kiss is one who I looked at, and I actually was a big fan of the Albuquerque debut, where this filly actually faced the boys in that debut.
She took the left turn at Albuquerque, unlike Bugs Bunny.
And that's what's great about Sam Houston. I'm watching Albuquerque, Zia Park, Remington, Churchill. We're getting replays from all over the place for horses coming in here. And Hooked on a Kiss finished behind a horse named Give 'em Heck Beck, who was actually coming in from Del Mar. And to be honest, that same horse in this race would be the second choice. Would be very, very live in here. So Hooked on a Kiss raced well against boys in the debut. Then last time out on November the 4th, that was a race that's come back really live. So far, it's produced 3 next out winners. One of the horses we were talking about a little bit earlier, Tiz Magic. So far, 2 maiden special weight winners and 1 maiden claimer. And this horse was just hooked 3 deep in between horses. Not the best trip. Down towards the inside, should get a cozier trip. I think maybe sitting second or third in here. So I thought the 3 was a horse, if you're trying to beat the favorites, to throw in on your ticket. I'll give you another one. The 9 who you mentioned, Jubella, I will probably include for many of the reasons you mentioned, the pedigree. So the direct dam Pretty Valentine is unraced, but she's produced 3 foals. All 3 are winners. 2 of them earned over 100,000, and both of those 2 are stakes winners. So a pretty solid little pedigree for Jubella, too, in a barn who is very capable of popping. Like, this horse wouldn't be crazy to see her win, but I agree with you. I would like her second best going a little bit longer, a little more in here, but at least an under for me, and probably one that I'd flop into a pick 5 ticket or a late pick 4. The 8 Texas Tidelands, who's going to add the blinkers after her debut, where she had a great start, and then she ended up dropping back to last in between horses. It was bizarre. She ends up going, from right up close, then she's in between. She's only 3 off. She ends up moving up the rail. She angles around. She gets up to 3rd, and she fades a little bit. It was just a weird, brutal trip. Now she's going to cut back from 6.5 to 6. I thought she was also a price horse to throw in and to include. How about another pedigree horse for you, Andrew? The 10 Free Flying Fast. So the dam of this one, Free Flying Soul, 6 for 16, earned 420,000. She's a multiple stakes winner, multiple Grade 1 place. She was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint in 2009. And she's produced 4 siblings, all winners, no monsters. Free Flying Fast could absolutely improve second time out. So I thought they were just some fun prices to take a look at. And a lot of that just comes down to the fact that I can see they're trying to get some speed into Fold'em. I don't know if this is a trip that she wants, but she could win this thing by 5. If she breaks alertly and is within a couple lengths, this race is probably over.
Yeah, this is a really good race. And we didn't even mention the 2 veterans that may well be on the lead early. We didn't mention number 2, Twilight Curfew.
I know.
We didn't mention number 7, My Girl Lexi, who has run well a couple of times at Churchill Downs, granted against maiden claimers, but still, maiden claimer at Churchill, maiden special weight at
Very
Sam
comparable.
Houston.
Yeah, it's more like a lateral move. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's a lot of different directions that you can go in. And if you're price shopping, you're going to find something that you like in here. And this goes back to something that we mentioned right at the top of the program. Sam Houston's racing office has done an exceptional job carding these races and getting really good horses. 5 years ago or so, you hear Sam Houston and you go, not that exciting, whatever. These are the horses on the Oklahoma circuit, ones that didn't necessarily cut it in Kentucky, whatever. Now you look at the trainers that are running at Sam Houston. You see Asmussen, you see Robertino Diodoro, you see Brett Calhoun, you see a guy like Jonathan Wong who has a stable out in Texas right now. It's a good meet. It's a good product. It's a product that caters to the wagering public with the low takeout. And really, if you're one of those horse players out there that bitches about takeout constantly and you're not playing Sam Houston, just
what are
shut
you
up.
doing? I know.
Just
what are you
shut
doing?
up.
This is it for you. This is a product that they have improved a whole lot the last few years. You've got turf racing and dirt racing. You've got big barns. You've got all levels. They're going to have some graded stakes races that they have run throughout the meet. They have real quality racing here. Last year, it was their tagline. They were trying to show Major League Racing. And you know what? They did. They improved the product, the HD, just the quality of the broadcast. Also, Chris Griffin's done an awesome job getting more involved in social media, bringing some handicappers on. And you know what? That is what enticed me. I was looking at them and going, I was a takeout snob. I'm playing these races, and now I'm watching and I'm going, wow, I want to talk about these races, and I want to try to get the people that are listening to That's What G Said to put a little bit of their bankroll and some of their time here because they care about the customer. And even just the little stuff they did with the pick 6, putting it back in, and then a mandatory on Saturday to give everybody else an opportunity to play into, tickets that and pools that they got canceled in what was a freak accident at the end of their meet last year.
Yeah, and again, that was just a gut punch. I love that card. We talked about how good that card was at length. These were good people that had a tremendous meet. They deserve to go out in a much better way. I'm happy they're back. I'm happy they've retain that commitment to a really fun product. And I'm looking forward to betting this on Friday night. Cheap plug, by the way. I'm also looking forward to welcoming Chris Griffin to Champaign and JD this week.
Nice.
He'll be the guest and we'll preview opening night as well. Probably talk late pick 4, offer some tickets, offer some price plays. We're going to have a blast. It's going to be fun.
He's doing the old car wash this week. He was on the Beam, Jason Beam. He's on that.
Meteor Row.
Yeah, That's What G Said, Champagne and JD. And as you teed me up to earlier, I am doing my best to make sure we have as many contests as possible over at Sam Houston for Stable Duel. So this week on Friday, $1. They have a $1 buy-in at Sam Houston. And then on Saturday, $1. Another $1 buy-in, both Friday and Saturday. So an opportunity to get involved for $1. You just heard Andrew and I go through the entire card race by race, and we gave you horses on all levels, from favorites to vulnerable favorites to price horses we like to middle price horses to use to heck, even a few races where we mentioned specifically, this is for Stable Duel. Use this horse in Stable Duel. So give it a look. If you're playing Sam Houston on Friday, it's only $1. Download that Stable Duel app. You'll really enjoy it. Andrew, before I let you go, I got to give you some props too. I've noticed you've been doing really well recently over on Stable Duel. You've been the last month or so. It seems like you've been having a lot of in the money finishes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I had one really good day at Delta where I actually won a $10 buy-in contest for a little bit of money. And this past weekend at Santa Anita, there were 3 Santa Anita contests. I cashed in all 3. So it's been kind of nice. And well, we've kept politics out of this whole time, but I got to tell you, it makes that economic stimulus check look a little more impressive. I'll say that much.
Well,
Thank you.
You're actually going to hear a little bit more Andrew Champagne in just a second. This is crazy. You're getting behind the curtain now. It's being pulled back. Following this, you're going to hear Andrew talking with me and with Darin Zoccali about the old Royal Rumble 1994. It's going to be old wrestling rewatch coming up this week. And with the Royal Rumble coming up at the end of January, there were a few that we recorded, Andrew, but I saved the Rumbles for January. So coming up, we've got Royal Rumble 94. We've got next week, we're going to have Royal Rumble 2008 that you and I and Darin talked about. And then we just talked about the Steamboat Flair match and the Chi-Town Rumble 89. So Rumbles coming up through January.
Looking forward to that. And now I get to gloat. And the best part is Darin's not here. Yes. For those who have been listening to our old wrestling rewatches, you know that Darin Zoccali is no fan of one Bill Goldberg. I have been taunting him, half jokingly saying Goldberg's coming back. Then the rumors started. And I wish I could tell you I had some inside source at WWE headquarters that told me this was going to happen. This was me busting his chops simply because it was so much fun. And then the rumors started, and now the rumors are reality. Goldberg is coming back at the Royal Rumble. And it's going to be so much fun when you, me, and Darin get together and I get to rub it in. And my goodness, if he beats Drew McIntyre for the title and winds up going into WrestleMania with a belt, oh boy.
Andrew Champagne, you heard, make sure to go subscribe on YouTube. Champagne and JD podcast this week. Chris Griffin from Sam Houston will also be on there talking about opening weekend at Sam Houston. Thanks so much, buddy. Happy New Year to you, and people are going to hear your voice again in just a second. Thanks a lot.
Back at you, Gino. See you in a couple minutes.
Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from one of our sponsors, and then we'll have a little more on That's What G Said. Awesome stuff from Andrew. Always hard-working Andrew. Did a great job handicapping the Sam Houston Friday card with us. I'm just going to roll through my selections one more time in sort of a recap. So I won't play a whole ton in the first because I just thought the 8 was going to be really tough to catch. The chalk there didn't look like a lot of speed. In the second, it's the start of the early pick 4. I made look at a couple different approaches in the pick 4. I thought the 6 Wicked City, the 1 Bo Goose were horses that I will definitely be including. So I'm going to play 1 pick 4 that starts in race 2 that goes 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, with 3, 5, 6, with 1, 3, 5, 9, with the 9. And then I'll come back and play another one where I use 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, with 3, 5, with 3, 9, with 4, 6, 9. So those are the 2 different pick 4 approaches I'll play starting in race 2. In the third race, I like the 5 Towering Oak a little bit, and the 3 Resilient Rick. Those to me are my top 2 on a top tier. I am against the number 7 Retirement Fund on the big drop. I also thought the 6 Rockin' a Hard Place makes a lot of sense. So I have 5, 3, then the 6 below them against the number 7 on the win end there. In the fourth, the number 9, Stay Thirsty Amigo. If we can get around 7-2 or over, I'll make a win wager on the 9. I'll use along with the 3 Lone Star Lucky. Lone Star Lucy. Lone Star Lady. I couldn't even read my own writing. I love when I do that. So I've got 9-3 above the 5R Musical Moment and the 1A DARPA. In the 5th race, I thought the 9 Insurrection was going to be really tough in here. Will be an exotic single for me, at least on one ticket. I'll use the 6 Daydreamer and the 4 Pomeroy Hayes under there. In race number 6, I thought Tiz Magic did have an opportunity from the outside to try to steal this race. Very, very quick. The 3 Good With Numbers will be a tough favorite to beat, I think. The 1 and the 5 would be some of the underneath horses. I would also include Someone Said So and Anxiolytics. And remember, the pick 5 starts in race number 6. I'd probably play a couple pick 5 tickets. 1 I will play where I single the number 1 Bows On in race number 8. And that one will start in this 5th race. In the 6th race, the pick 5 will start 1-3-5-8 with 1-4-7-9 with 1-4-6 with 2-3-5-6-8-9. That'll be one pick 5. I can come back with another one and shorten up, where I'd go something like 3-8 with 1-7-9 with 1-5-7-8 with 1-6 with 3-5-6-8, something along those lines for the pick 5. In the 7th race, you heard Andrew. We both like G's a little crazy, the number 9 at 5-1. I also like the 7 Holy Creed. Andrew, we both have the same top 2 there. I have the 7 Unforeseen in 3rd. I will throw the 1 in a little bit more. I'm not quite as cold as Andrew is, but I much prefer the 9 and the 7 there. And I would have the 4 Flower House underneath them if you want to go a little deeper. In the 8th, I did think the chalk of Bows On is an exotic single, at least on one ticket for me. So I'll have the 1 singled in at least one spot, the 7 True Saint, the 8 Algebra, and the 5 Rock the Devil. If I'm going a little deeper on another ticket, those would be the horses that I'd include. In the 9th race, I like it Eternal Force. If we can get around 3-1, I also thought the 1A Soap Bubble, that version of the entry, was the part of the entry that I liked more and thought was going to be really, really tough in there. So I'm 6-1 in race number 9. And then to close things out in the 10th, this is the race where I thought you could find a couple of fun prices to include. The 3, Hooked on a Kiss, the 8, Texas Tidelands, the 6, Wyoming. What are you going to do with the 5 Fold'em? Sort of how you have to approach that 10th race. I will probably throw Fold'em in a spot or 2, but I'm not really one that likes defensively using favorites. It just all depends on the way you build your tickets, right? If you're singling in a race where you've got more of a mid-priced horse to a long shot, it's fine to throw a favorite in that you don't love. It's only when you're using a ticket that's probably going to be chalkier, you don't need a favorite if you don't love them. Take a stand. And so I'll definitely have at least one ticket where I'm standing against Fold'em and throwing in a lot of those prices. Even the 9 Jubella, and I'll probably throw the 2 Twilight Curfew in, who looks to be the speed from the inside there. Really pumped for the Friday card over at Sam Houston. So much to like about that Friday card at Sam Houston. And we'll be talking about the Saturday card on the next episode of That's What G Said podcast with Andy Villanueva. One of the sponsors of That's What G Said, OldSmokeClothing.com. Horse racing, t-shirts, hats, zip-ups, quality clothing, hoodies, tank tops, long sleeves, some of your favorites. Authentic, Midnight Bisou, Tis the Law. You can show the horse racing fan in you, represent them. This is a great gift if your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, one of your friends, someone in your family loves horse racing for their birthday coming up, maybe a late holiday gift. Maybe just to show them you love them, or if you heard this and think, hey, that might be perfect for them. Or maybe you just want to give yourself a gift. Hey, you got a little extra money over from Christmas, or you want to just you hit something big and you want to show one of the horses that made you the big score in that pick 4 or pick 5. OldSmokeClothing.com. They have custom designs. Whatever you need there, check it out. Promo code GINO gets you free shipping on your order there from OldSmokeClothing.com. We close out this episode of That's What G Said with the Old Wrestling Rewatch. All throughout January, we're going to be talking Rumbles. First up, we've got the 1994 Royal Rumble. As a Bret Hart fan, this is one of my personal favorites, and I thought it was a really good show. Overall, we get that fun tag match at the beginning, another couple underrated matches here, and as always, Darin Zoccali and Andrew Champagne join me. We go match by match. We talk about all the commentary, every entrant and participant in the Royal Rumble, all the storylines around early 1994 WWF. It's the old wrestling rewatch with Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali.
Old wrestling rewatch takes us back to 1994. We haven't been back this far in a little while, and we're going to the WWE, well, WWF at the time. And this is one of my personal favorite shows. And honestly, I think probably my second favorite Royal Rumble overall, the show. And I don't think it's maybe the second best, but I think it is a really, really good show. Most of it, there's maybe 2 or 3 things that bothered me a little bit. The end of matches, the finishes. We'll talk about the crazy Undertaker match here. And joining me, like every week, Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne. I know Andrew, who is going to be ready to let loose in just a little bit because Andrew loves Yoko. But DZ,
my favorite guy.
but DZ, let's start over there you and me are like the leaders of the Bret Hart fan club. This is a show that I always would go back and rewatch over and over. This was one that when I was a kid and I would go to the video store and rent, I was always renting this movie, or this one over and over and over again. I would be like, can we just buy you this thing? You've rented all the time. But 94 Rumble, it's different. What I like even looking back is that in the Rumble, they've got 3 or 4 different pretty good storylines going on through the Rumble. So even, looking back now, there probably were 10 guys that you thought could have won, but there actually were 5 that would have made a pretty good amount of sense, based on the way the stories were going and how everything was. And we got our first tie, something that they ended up doing again later with Cena and Batista years later. But what do you think of 94 Rumble, DZ? Give us your overall thoughts.
Yeah, well, you alluded to it. Obviously, being a huge Bret Hart fan, this is a big Rumble for me in my childhood. Look, it's got some great stuff in terms of the storylines. Obviously, the lead into the Bret Owens stuff, is we know what's coming from that, and it's a phenomenal story that goes on for quite a while. It's great to see Owen kind of get elevated into that spot. Owen gives one of the most memorable promos in WWE history. First, because it's a 2-minute promo that's really, really good. And then, of course, it ends with the famous "I'll kick your leg out of your leg" line. So it's kind of notorious and famous at the same time. That's a good match. It also kind of reminds you that, WWE at this time didn't know what the hell to do from a tag team perspective, and we could talk about that a little bit later on. You got Razor in one of his IC title reigns, so there's, that's always fun. You have a casket match, which everyone was really excited for, and I'll be the first to tell you, it's not exactly the most wrestling savvy, technically sound casket match, and it does get quite ridiculous. But wait, when you were 10 years old and the Undertaker's levitating over the ring, that's pretty cool.
Sure, it is. Yeah,
back then it was, and obviously the Royal Rumble. The thing that always fascinated me, and then I'll give it to Andrew. We talked about it ending in a tie. How they were able to do it, where you legitimately, and I know that they didn't really ever give you a great angle, but there's a couple that are pretty close where you can't actually tell who hits first. Like that was a bang play as they
it's
like
great.
Where Brett and Lex did a great job there of not screwing that up.
And I feel like you almost need like a Brett Brett guy like that to do a spot like that, because and not saying that, like you said, give Lex plenty of credit. He was good in this match too, and he was really good all throughout the night. But it feels like that was something that Brett was like, I'm sure they went over a bunch. And as we get to Andrew, you give us some of your overall thoughts, but just something to ask and kind of think about too. What I thought was cool, Andrew, I'm not sure if you knew, they had a lost, it's called the Hidden Royal Rumble 4 days before this at Madison Square Garden, where it was at a house show, and they actually had a 30-man Royal Rumble just like they would do, and they had Owen Hart win the Royal Rumble, and there was a Final Four that was the exact same Final Four as this, except for it was Owen instead of Lex Luger. And Owen ends up winning the match on the house show. And it was kind of a test to see sort of how the crowd was reacting. Could Owen do it? And what's interesting is they had some similar eliminations. You can actually find it on YouTube without any commentary or anything. Somebody just has a video, like illegally videotaped it from the audience in '94. But it's fascinating, to hear about that. You can look it up. And I read all about it in the recap, and I watched it and read through it. So Andrew, 94 overall. Hit us with it. I know what you're going to say about Yoko, but give us the reasons what you hated about the Yoko stuff and then everything else.
You know what? I'm actually going to go in reverse because I didn't hate this show on the whole. The Royal Rumble is very good. The Bret Owen Quebecers tag match is very good. There's other stuff on this show that's entertaining. Ted DiBiase has a very good night on color commentary. And guys, great little trivia bit for you here. Ted DiBiase is the only guy to do color commentary on pay-per-view with both Vince McMahon and Eric Bischoff. He did Sold Out 1997, the stupid NWO branded pay-per-view. He did that with Bischoff. Now, Heenan worked with Bischoff, but only on TV, not on pay-per-view. So I thought that was actually a pretty cool little tidbit there when I read up on it. Now, the Yoko stuff. We're going to go into this in further depth when we get to the match. Let's just say Vince McMahon is in full Vince mode on commentary, saying things like, "You won't see this every day," and "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" To which I responded to both questions, "No, thank God." I'll finish with this, and then we'll start looking at the card. I have seen a lot of very bad wrestling. My dad was one of the 13 people that bought the Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view where a drunken Jake Roberts used a snake as a phallic symbol. I have watched Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior from Halloween Havoc 1998 multiple times. This is the worst thing I have ever seen on a major show. Darin, you get a pass. You were there. I can see how, as a 10-year-old kid being there, how some of it would have been cool. It ages terribly.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you in how poorly it ages. And my only rebuttal when we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the night was that I actually, everything from the moment that Yokozuna gets rolled into the casket when Crush is out there and then afterwards is pretty absurd. Right, when you're looking back at it, I actually liked the way the match up until that point was booked, where Undertaker just kicked Yokozuna's ass.
The first couple minutes, yeah,
I didn't mind it at all. Where he was actually working at a really quick pace. He was looking like a badass, and it was. I kind of forgot that the first part of that was decent, and then it gets to the point where we've got Undertaker legitimately at one point fighting off 8 different guys in a match, and then it takes 10 to end up, putting him in at the end. Then we get the green smoke stuff, the stuff where he's on the screen from the inside of the coffin, and then he levitates. It's funny. It's goofy. Vince at the very end saying, "Something supernatural happened here," just like trying to sum it all up. It was not great. It's almost one of those things, though, I laugh at more than it offends me in a weird way. Like, I don't know why I don't get the same Ultimate Warrior Hogan WCW vibes with that I did with this. And maybe that's just because with this Undertaker character, this is always the kind of thing they were trying. I think I was more mad of just like the taking 10 guys to put him in. And then the green smoke stuff was a little bit weird, but yeah, we'll get there as we get there. And I'm sure we'll spend a ton of time on that match. As Andrew was mentioning too, I just, the thing about Royal Rumbles is, if you just get 1 or 2 really solid undercard matches, it's going to make it for probably what feels like a really good show. Because the Rumble, even bad Rumbles are still fine. Like the worst Rumble, you're still going to be a little bit excited. It's still going to be surprising. There's some coming out that you don't know who, you don't know when, where, all that. So you get a good match or 2 on the undercard, which we got here, and it ends up being a pretty good show overall. And we kick things off with what, I thought it was a really basic intro. I mean, like nothing. It was super generic. We didn't get any buildup. We didn't get any of the, welcome to the Royal Rumble, where he would go through all the participants, anything like that. I mean, this was just super Royal Rumble 1994, no Yokozuna like nothing. And so we then get Vince welcoming us in. He's alone. He runs down the card, 3 title matches and the Royal Rumble, and he gets ready to welcome his partner. But then the music hits for the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. He seems a little surprised. Vince calls him WWF's John Madden, and Ted mentions Madden's new 4-year, $30 million deal, and he said that it cost the WWE more, WWF at the time, to get Ted there. So
back then, John Madden in 1994 was getting $7.5 million a year.
And didn't have to fly. He had the Madden Cruiser, remember? That's a good gig.
Wow.
Think about that. Like, compare that even today. It's like Romo gets a lot, but that's not even close.
That's 26 years ago. A 60-year-old color commentator was getting $7.5 million a year. That's wild.
He was in the wrong line of work.
Yeah.
It really is.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I appreciate it. We're looking at some new sponsors come 2021, so we're gonna invest a little more, and that's what G said. So
you're gonna need quite a few more sponsors to get to that
level. Oh man, so we are set, and I gotta say, there are some shows where, and like, I think at the very beginning, it takes a little bit for DiBiase to find his footing. I was almost getting ready to sort of like go down that Dusty Rhodes Macho Man with him, where it's like, oh no, guy with the great promo, you put him on commentary, he's not good. And I really warmed up to him quickly. I did. There were a few things early where it's like, he kind of botched it, and then he definitely settled down and started to find his footing. And I think he added a good amount to the show. I really do. In particular, because what's great about a guy like DiBiase at this point is he had so many interactions with so many guys on the roster because he was just a year or two out. So he could really add some good stuff from being involved in feuds and knowing all these guys backstage. We get Tatanka versus Bam Bam with Luna, and these guys had a feud. I mean, it felt like forever, all throughout '93 and into '94. We've done a match or two of theirs, and I think one that we did was really bad, and one that we did was a little bit better than expected. They also, I think, were in a 6-man tag that was pretty good too. And I thought this one was towards the top half, or like on the above average scale, especially for them. Bam Bam's going after Tatanka early. Tatanka avoids him. Quick start, cross body. He takes down Bam Bam. He locks in an armbar. Then he slows it down. We got a pretty nice looking jump DDT from Tatanka. He went up to the top rope, misses a cross body. Big splash into the corner by Bam Bam, and he squashes Tatanka. Vince mentions that both men are in the Rumble later on. We get Tatanka now turning things around. He gains the advantage. Sunset flip off the top rope, but he couldn't get Bam Bam to flip over. So Bam Bam just does the big man move and just sits down right on top of him. He's in charge. He starts to slow it down. Outside the ring, we get Luna Vachon. Let's go! Tatanka tries a comeback, and Bam Bam hits him with, you know what? It didn't look that great, but and he was a little tired, and I think he was just kind of a little off. But it's so impressive that Bam Bam just can do a standing drop kick like that, just boom, out of nowhere. He's done some nice ones when you pick up some of his matches, especially earlier on, like 87, when they're building him as sort of the young up-and-comer. Survivor Series 87, he does some pretty crazy stuff there. He's like rolling around. He has a bear hug in, though, for like 2 minutes. Just slow, really slows things down. DiBiase says Tatanka should give up because he won't have anything left for the Rumble later. The old in the bear hug, Tatanka's arm drops twice, but then on the third time, he rallies back up. I thought this double cross body spot was nasty looking. They both went at each other hard, go for the cross body in the middle. Both men thinking the same thing, and they collide. Then Bam Bam hits a ghetto blaster kick, and he mocks Tatanka's run. And Bam Bam goes up to the top rope. He misses a moonsault, and Tatanka hits him with a cross body off the top for the win. Pretty solid, DZ. Better than I had remembered. And, depends on which match you pick up between these two guys. They both can work. I mean, Bam Bam is a good worker, really good. Tatanka's sort of hit or miss, and I thought this was closer to a hit than a miss for him.
Yeah, when we do these shows, I like to go back and kind of read some of the reviews on them, because sometimes they highlight things in a match that maybe you'll miss. Mm-hmm. And I want to go back and watch. And I was surprised that a lot of people kind of just foo-fooed this match as just being kind of meh. I thought this was a nice little match.
Me too. I agree.
I thought the wrestling in it was really good. I thought Bam Bam. I mean, we know Bam Bam can. Well, I'll let Andrew say it. But we know Bam Bam can get around and can work. But I thought you talked about the Ghetto Blaster. That double cross body. There's a really cool spot where Tatanka's trying to get him in a sunset flip, and he just kind of sits on him, but it looks violent. Like the way he does it and comes down on his chest, it looks real violent. You mentioned the drop kick. Obviously, we know Bam Bam can do those things despite his size. But and for me, I always got a kick out of the spot where he mocks Tatanka's dance when he does that Ghetto Blaster and knocks him out. I always thought that was funny. For me, I thought the wrestling in it was, I would say good. And I thought it was enjoyable. It was the perfect length, and I thought it was a nice little way to start the pay-per-view.
Little backstory to this match. This was supposed to be Tatanka against Ludwig Borga, who had just recently given Tatanka his first loss on television. Not sure what the plan was for the match. Borga insists he was supposed to go over, win the world title a few weeks later, then lose it to Luger at WrestleMania 10. There's nothing out there that corroborates that. This may well just be a wrestler exaggerating, which we all know never happens, brother.
No.
I think it's fair to say that looking back, if we ever did like a review of the WrestleMania main events, if that actually happened, it's possible that Ludwig Borga, Lex Luger may have been the worst main event in WrestleMania history.
Yeah. No, it could have been.
It'd be up there. Now, we mentioned that our checks are in the mail. We're also going to be investing in Big Guy That Can Move t-shirts. So get excited. Contact Gino for availability. We'll be having these available on Pro Wrestling Tees or whatever the podcast version of that is. Everybody get pumped. Bam Bam Bigelow is the prototypical big guy that can move. Everybody drink. Glug, 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 glug. This is a decent match. It just seems a little bit thrown together because it was. Yeah. Borga got hurt. This wasn't the match that was supposed to happen.
I'm glad it was this. Tatanka would have been even worse. Borga was terrible.
Yep. And one of the things that we've gotten from rewatching early to mid-90s WWF, which I'll admit you guys are bigger fans of than I am, not to say it's not good in spots. You guys are just more passionate about the product than I am, is Bam Bam was a really good worker for his time. He just came along at a time where big guys weren't expected to be able to work like this. If Bam Bam Bigelow is born 10 or 15 years later, can you imagine him around 2000 just tearing it up wherever he goes? We saw a broken down Bam Bam in ECW and WCW, and even then he was an enjoyable watch.
He reminds me of Kevin Owens.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Owens is better, but
Owens
prototype.
can go more and can talk a little more. But you see, I could see Owens watching some Bam Bam stuff and kind of throwing his body around cannonball style and stuff.
Bam Bam was the prototype, and then you get guys like Owens that have built on that, and then off you go. This match was fine. The crowd was red hot. Bam Bam missed the moonsault, and the crowd went bonkers. The crowd had a couple of very curious explosions at random points in this show. The crowd was great for this show. We start off with a decent opener where the face goes over. Is it anything you go out of your way to rewatch? Probably not. As it stands, though, it's a fine 8-minute match.
Yep, and both these two men are going to be working later on in the Rumble. So we then get the one thing about this show, too, is for the Quebecers, Brett and Owen, for the Yoko Taker, and then for the Rumble a little bit, we got some pretty lengthy build-up packages and segments and a lot of to set the table for you, which I'm fine with if it's okay, if it feels like it's part of it. And in this particular case, it really was. Like we there was a big story that had developed in the last couple months between Brett and Owen. We get the build up for the Quebecers, all that backstory, which began really at Survivor Series. Owen's promo talking about being in the shadow and challenging Brett. Then Brett's response saying, under no circumstances would I ever step in the ring with my own brother. I will not find my own brother. Both of them together on Superstars, January the 4th. It looks like they're, they've redeemed everything. They are back together. Oh, the stuff though was great. It's like Owen is so good when you're watching it and how he's kind of like laying it on though, even though he's like believing Brett that the little things he's saying, or like, it's going to be our year. The rocket's going to be taken off with my brother right behind me, just like little small things that are just great. And he's kind of like tapping him on the shoulder, right, brother, this is for me. It's just phenomenal stuff here from Owen, who's just getting his moment and really running with it. We see the Quebecers lose the titles to the 1-2-3 Kid and Marty Jannetty, and then they win it back a week later. So we get Brett and Owen in the promo with Todd Pettengill. They talk about how they're going to win the titles, and then they want to give everyone a shot. Brett says Owen is the best aerial wrestler, and he's the best technical wrestler, and they are really like best buds, laying it on thick with each other here. And then we get we're the Mounties. So DZ, as far as all the build-up, I mean, in my opinion, and I like Brett, obviously, but this is one of the better, if you're going to make a list of like the best 5 to 10 stories the WWF has ever told, I think the Brett Owen stuff is definitely on there. From at this point, Survivor Series all the way through, basically for a year long. I think it's probably not Mega Powers quite, or some of the Austin McMahon stuff, but I mean, it's probably in the next tier, at least for me, as far as like a really well-told storyline. And then, of course, every time Brett and Owen get in the ring, you're going to get great work.
Yeah, and think about it. We've talked about this before. That storyline started to develop at the Survivor Series in 1993. It carried through the holidays, kind of went back and forth into the Royal Rumble. There's a match about the storyline. Then there's the Royal Rumble match. Brett wins the Royal Rumble. They kind of keep the storyline going. Owen's pissed off that Brett wins the Rumble. Then you get to WrestleMania. They have a legendary match. Brett wins the title. Owen comes out at the end of the show. Storyline's continuing. You get to the King of the Ring. Owen Hart wins the King of the Ring. They bring the Anvil in. More family stuff. Storyline develops some more. Goes all the way to SummerSlam. They main event in a legendary cage match. This is a story that goes on for the better part of a year. They just don't do that anymore. And people were talking about like the Roman Reigns Jey Uso story. It was really good. But it's kind of over already. Like, I know it's not over because, Jey is kind of like, aligned with him now. But, they were kind of feuding for a couple of months, and now they formed a little faction, and they're moving on. And, maybe Roman berates him from time to time and tells him, I'm the chief and you're my little peasant boy, or whatever they're going to do with it. And that's fine. But this story was the story between these two guys for the better part of a year. And
Survivor Series the next year, Owen's throwing in the towel, right?
Yes, Survivor Series, that's correct. So it is more than a year.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. He convinces them to throw in the towel when Brett's mom grabs the towel and throws it in. You're 100% correct. So it goes on for a year.
It's into 95, at the beginning of 95 even. And then, because I remember there's like a blow-off match they have on Raw. I think that's really good too, that Owen and Brett end up having. So yeah, it was a really well-built story. And at the time you could do that a lot more than you could now, obviously.
Right. No, you could. But they don't really even plant the seeds long enough anymore. It just kind of sometimes... look, it's December the 8th. A story came out today that they still have no idea what direction they're going in with Roman Reigns for WrestleMania.
You can tell.
Well, yeah, it's probably going to be your main event, you would think. And that's wild. I mean, you're talking 4.5 months out, and there's not even an inkling of what they're going to do. Now, I get it. It's a weird year. They don't know if there's going to be fans there. They don't know who's going to be available. I get all that. But this would be any year. It's common that they don't know what they're doing in December for WrestleMania. And, it just did not used to be that way. And that's why you get
First of all, there's a lot to unpack in what you just said, Darin. But first of all, we've got an inkling as to where they're going with WrestleMania. We just don't want to have that inkling.
Oh, no, you have the inkling.
Yeah.
You have the inkling.
If they do, they can't. I mean, we've said it. They can't. But there's so nothing else right now. And the thing is, too, is like Roman. It doesn't feel like it would be the great time even yet. Like Roman should have a longer reign like this than WrestleMania, and then whoever it is should be somebody that it should be like the guy should be Drew McIntyre. Right? If it's going to be somebody that's a babyface to eventually beat a heel Roman Reigns, but they're on opposite sides, they're both the champs right now, what are they going to do? I mean, if you, like right now, is it Kevin Owens is going to be in a feud with him? Is it going to be something maybe with Daniel Bryan? Like that would look like, they've had something sort of going, but Daniel Bryan's not really hot. So, Andrew, you're scaring the hell out of me with what you're saying, but the more and more I'm looking at it right now, it's like, what are the great options that they have? Are they going to like try to shoehorn Big E or someone? Because I don't want them to push to put Big E in that spot if he's not going to win. And right now he shouldn't win. Nope. At that point. So that's where they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a corner here with Roman now.
Darin, chant it with me. Goldberg.
Oh my
Goldberg.
God. Oh my God. Do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys love that take, you're really going to like this one. I really like the Bret Owens storyline. I do. I acknowledge that it's great. I acknowledge that these are two great workers. I acknowledge that they've told a number of great stories. Bret and Shawn hit me better. Just as two guys who were
I can see that.
Complete and total opposites in everything that they did and how they did it.
Before you continue with that, let me just ask one question. If
me.
Montreal Screwjob does not happen, do you still feel the same way, or does that send that over the top for you?
If the Montreal Screwjob does not happen, who's to say that we're here? Because who's to say the WWE Network exists, and who's to say WWE exists?
Or to take it a different way, I mean, those two guys might have had another 5 years. Exactly. If it doesn't happen, right? Like, what if it doesn't happen and Bret goes and he's like, screw WCW, he comes back, and then Bret doesn't get hurt with Goldberg, and Bret's able to have sort of a twilight in his career like Shawn did. And then could you imagine like those two guys as vets having like retirement matches or send-offs, sort of like Michaels and Taker did? Like that would have been awesome. So and it's no, and you're right. Like Shawn and Bret is definitely into me the top 10, top 5 too. So yeah, I wouldn't argue with you there. Having one over the other.
Yep. Now, you bring up an interesting point there, Gino, because think of it like this. Imagine if when they launched SmackDown in 98, 99, whatever, imagine if you have Austin Rock on one show and Bret Shawn on the other.
Yeah.
That's all you want. As a wrestling fan, that is all
it's checking all the boxes.
Yes. And if you're WCW, how do you compete with that? Somehow things unfolded in a certain way to where they let Bret walk and WCW still managed to implode on itself. Now, bringing everything back to the Royal Rumble of 94, this was the start to a storyline that we can argue went all the way to the Montreal Screwjob, because if you remember how the Hart Foundation got formed, it was Bret coming out after a match between Owen and Davey Boy and cutting this tremendous promo, one of the best promos he ever cut, where Owen and Davey Boy were crying in the ring at the reunification of the family. You can argue that was the end of the Bret Owens storyline, and you can argue that spanned 3 full years. Now, this match, leading into this, I've got so many questions. One, how is Pierre still wrestling 26 years later? How has he reinvented himself as this cyborg crazy dude who fights like a madman even though he's got one eye?
It's insane.
The bigger question I have for both of you, this is the bigger question and nothing else comes close. Why does Raven have a putter?
And this is one of Darin's boys. Remember, Darin loves him some Johnny Polo here. I laugh every time I hear "We're the Mounties," just because the Mounties music a few years before this was "I'm the Mountie," and they just changed it to "We're the Mounties" here for the Quebecers, and they come out and we get a huge ovation for Brett and Owen. DiBiase has one of his small flubs here where he calls Owen and Brett the Brett brothers, and then the Hart brother. He kind of realizes it, gets stumbled up, but not many mistakes really from Deebs. He was great throughout the night, and he keeps calling Owen the Shadow. Like, this is a match that he's doing a great job with. He hates Brett. He wants Owen to be the bad guy. He really wants Owen to lean into all of his feelings, and Brett is in early. Match starts, and then he tags Owen. Owen with an arm drag. That is awesome. He doesn't release it, and he just flips it right into a pin. It's like little things like that they do. Owen and Brett are so good. Another thing. Instead of falling for the back body drop, he stops. Like, that's smart wrestling. That's another thing that, like, Kurt Angle, Bret Hart, Owen do. Some guys that are just, Daniel Bryan. That's something that you would see in a Daniel Bryan match where he wouldn't just fall for something stupid that the heel would want him to fall for. That's just a smart wrestler. We get the heels double teaming Bret. We get all four men in the ring, and then Bret and Owen turn the tables on the Quebecers, and the Quebecers regroup outside of the ring. Bret with a shot to the midsection of Jacques, and then Owen works on Pierre. A couple of near falls there. Big cross body by Pierre. And the heels work over on Brett. Jacques distracts the ref while Pierre chokes him. Then we get the hot tag to Owen. House of Fire on both the Quebecers. He's got the sharpshooter in, but he gets attacked from behind. And then they double team stun gun Owen, drop him right on his neck across the ropes. Owen drop kicks them both, one with each leg. And then a hot tag to Brett. Brett comes in with the drop kick, and then we get some of Brett moves, the side Russian leg sweep, the backbreaker, double noggin knocker. Johnny Polo then pulls the middle ropes as Brett goes back to run off the ropes. Brett tumbles to the outside, and he's selling his knee bad. He's got a bad knee injury.
Can I jump in here really quick?
Please do.
Ted DiBiase has the line of the night right here. Looks pretty bad. That's not a bad Ted DiBiase laugh.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It was good. It was good. I agree. I'm glad you jumped in right at that point too. And so the Quebecers are really working on Brett outside of the ring. They're working on Brett's knee. He can't get to his feet. The heels are just destroying him, and the ref is holding Owen back. Every time Owen's trying to come and check on his brother, trying to go over, ref is not letting him. And then Owen actually does make his way over to the side of the ring, and he's able to help Brett, who's been outside the ring for 3 minutes now. So no reason why he hasn't been counted out. Owen actually throws Brett back into the ring, and then the heels are just doubling Brett in the ring. Jacques lost in the Boston Crab. Owen comes in and breaks it up. Pierre is in the ring now, or he hits a leg drop to the back of Brett's neck, which just looks nasty off the top of the ropes. Brett is just getting crushed. The crowd is really starting to get into it now. Go, Brett, go, chants. And Brett rolls out of the way of the finisher while Pierre is laying down on the ground. Brett tries to lock in the sharpshooter, which we've seen him do a few times, where he's laying on his back, and he locks it in, but when he tries to stand up with the sharpshooter, he falls over and he collapses, and then the bell rings. He didn't give up, but the referee stopped the match on his own discretion. Fink tells us that even though Brett did not submit, the ref has ended the match, and Owen is furious. He just goes ballistic. We get the big turn after this, so I'll go to Darin, and then I'll clean up anything that we missed. DZ, for about 12 to 14 minutes, this was a really good match. The last couple is more about the storyline moving forward. The Quebecers are guys you laugh at, but in a situation like this, in a tag team, they could really work, especially when you put them in there with two guys like Brett and Owen. So awesome start, like first 10, 12 minutes. Then we get the great story and the Owen turn at the end and the kick his leg from under his leg and all that stuff. And just something that I love watching back. I get nostalgic every time I see this. This is like another one of my like closet favorite matches. I love this tag match because it's so much that comes out of it.
Yeah, and as a Brett fan back then, they did a really good job because they threw you a curveball. And the curveball that they threw you was this. Look, they had planted the seeds, obviously, in a major way for the story. So you're thinking in your head, this is not going to go well, and these two are gonna come to blows. But then what they do is 2 weeks before the Royal Rumble, they have the Quebecers lose the tag titles on Monday Night Raw to the 1-2-3 Kid and Marty Jannetty. So now you're sitting there and you're like, okay, well, what the hell now, right? And then a week later at Madison Square Garden, they win it back from the same, tag team. So now 6 days before the Royal Rumble, they win it back, and you're thinking, okay, so they won it back. They give you a little bit of a curveball. You weren't sure. But now you kind of feel like, well, if they won it back, then maybe it's because Brett and Owen are going to win the titles at the Royal Rumble, at least first, before there's some kind of a blow-off. So I think they did that maybe to make it a little less obvious, and I think it was a good curveball along the way with the story. The match is great. It's a really good tag match. They all work really well. There's a couple of awkward spots in the match between Brett and Owen in relation to a couple of double team moves and tags that are weird. And the storyline is so good, and Brett and Owen are so good, that you don't know if they're just kind of fumbling, working together a little bit, or if they did it on purpose, because they're supposed to be this team with some tension, that there's questions of if they could work together, even though they're brothers and they haven't done it before. So are they doing that to show kind of some awkwardness between them as part of the story? Or were there a couple of small little screw-ups in there? I don't know the answer. And I'm sure Brett would tell you it's part of the story regardless. So you're never going to find out.
You're right. No, you would.
Yeah.
He would take credit for that for sure.
And he absolutely would. He would say, "Oh wow, you caught that? Yeah, we worked on that for a long time." But look, the match itself is really good. You get all of the signature moves. Owen does some great stuff. His belly to belly overhead throw suplex is one of the best you'll ever see in wrestling. He hits it here flawlessly as well. Obviously when the Brett leg thing happens, and now Brett sells this all night. I mean, all night. To have to walk around.
This is to me the best, one of the best sales jobs ever in WWE. The way he is, the whole, the limp into the ring in the Rumble, all throughout the time he's in the Rumble. I mean, it's pretty damn, he did a great job of selling. And we love Brett. I'm not, but this is one of the things that he babyface in peril. This is why he was one of your top babyfaces for a while, because he could make somebody look good and really sell something.
There is one point early on when he's outside on the floor. I don't know if you guys saw this, where the Owen is trying to get him up, and the Quebecers keep kind of going back at him. They hit him with a chair. They hit him with the putter. And there's one spot where Brett is kind of just curled up in somewhat of a fetal position, but not really, where he's just laying, and it looks like he forgot about the leg for a split second, and all of a sudden, nobody's touched him for a good 10 seconds. And all of a sudden, he just reaches out to the knee and, screams again out of nowhere. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. That's the only time I picked up on anything. I mean, the guy had to sell this leg not only for this match, but then through the Royal Rumble, which was not easy to do. The finish is great in terms of the story. You would like to have some, a bit more finality, but it works with the storyline. And obviously, when Owen kicks his leg and Brett takes the bump and we go from there, and then not only the promo, but they actually catch Owen prior to the backstage promo with Todd Pettengill. They catch Owen walking up the aisle to go back through the curtain, and they get him and he cuts a promo right there. And it's a very clean, kind of seamless promo where the whole story is the man is selfish. He only cares about himself. He's hogging the limelight once again. All he had to do was tag me. Just tag me, Brett. But you're too damn selfish. It was so good. Just walking up the ring. He never stopped.
No, it was great.
He delivered the monologue while walking, looking at the camera. I would argue that 25 seconds might have been the best 25 seconds of Owen talking on camera in his entire career before he gets to the promo backstage.
I know he had a bad leg. Why didn't he just tag me? Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah, and it kind of showed you, we make jokes sometimes, Andrew, that Owen can get a little bit fumbly with promos, and he does certainly at times. But that promo walking up the aisle to go back was perfect.
It was really good. This match, there are a couple of things that if you just look at it as a standalone match, don't make a lot of sense. Brett is on the outside for what seems like forever.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it's 4 minutes at least.
There's
It's 3 before Owen even comes over to him. Full minutes. I always time these things out because it'll be taking so long. I'm like, okay, I got to see how long this actually was.
Yeah, and he doesn't get counted out. Right. Now, if he had just gotten counted out because he had a bad leg, would that have been worse? I don't know. I still think it would have worked. I understand I'm picking nits in what's obviously a very good match. Obviously, the Hearts can go. The Quebecers were very talented workers. Jacques Rougeau was a great hand for a very long time. We mentioned Kevin Owens. Jacques Rougeau was one of the guys who trained Kevin Owens, so the green grass grows all around there. One little thing that I'll mention that we haven't brought up yet, after the match, when they're trying to get Brett out of the ring, who do they send into the ring to do an interview?
Ray Rougeau.
Jacques' brother.
Yep.
And who's the guy that tells him off?
Pat Patterson. Yep.
God bless Pat Patterson. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. No, he's not ready. He's hurt. You can't talk to him now. You just kind of hear him like saying some things in the background. And just sad stuff. And it was, I kind of had a Pat Patterson note there too. Just whoa. And DZ mentioned Owen's furious afterwards. He's kicking the bottom ropes. Vince said that Owen should be mad at the Quebecers, and Ted says, no, he should be mad at Brett for not tagging him in and trying to hog the spotlight. And Owen just berating Brett, screaming at him. Brett struggling to get to his feet, and then he gives him the sweep the leg, and he screams to the crowd, and he just has the big heel turn for Owen. Massive boos from the crowd. DiBiase loves it. Vince wonders about the family back home. We get that Owen promo as he walks down the aisle, and the refs and officials check on Brett. They're talking about how there's no way Brett can be in the Royal Rumble later on. There's no way. And so they're not sure. It's up in the air. Will Brett make it back later? And then we get Owen backstage with Todd Pettengill. And it's sort of, the same type of thing that he was just saying when he was walking down the aisle, just in a few more words. He screams, Brett is selfish. His ego is too big. He doesn't care about anybody. He was concerned with him. And then Owen says, I don't care about anybody. I was concerned with myself today. And that's why I kicked your leg out from under your leg.
He looks at Todd after he says it with this look of like, oh crap.
And what's cool, another little point of this that I like is that as he's cutting the promo, Brett is being wheeled down the aisle on the stretcher, and they put it up on the Jumbotron. So you know that Brett is seeing this as he's like in pain, being carted out. Brett seeing his brother call him out and say, that's why I kicked your leg out from under your leg. So another that's just something they don't put the finishing touches on a lot of things today. Now, I'm not saying that this is perfect. Like Andrew pointed out, the finish there, the fact that Brett was sitting outside the ring for a few minutes, there's things they could have cleaned up, but you could tell with the stuff they cared about how much time they really put into it. We don't get that feeling all that much today. This is just some really good stuff. And he bumbled some words here or there, but the emotion was so awesome. You really can't recreate that kind of brother emotion a lot. These were probably a lot of real feelings from Owen. He was, a nice guy, a funny guy. He loved his brother, I'm sure, but every younger sibling feels some of these things that he was saying. Those are true feelings that I'm sure he'd heard throughout. Oh, you're no Bret Hart, and so this was his moment. He had a great 94, as he had sort of alluded to in one of his promos that we saw in the build-up packages. So DiBiase just loves this. I mean, he just freaking loves this. And as he's, talking about how great it is, the bell rings for the IC title match. We get IRS versus Razor Ramon. When IRS comes out, he's going to get the mic for a second and say, isn't this nice? Every tax cheat in the state of Rhode Island showed up here tonight. And I've got some news for you. If you don't want the IRS kicking in your door in the middle of the night, pay your taxes. It's just so basically simple heel promo, and the crowd just boos the living crap out of him. They hate this guy so much. I honestly forget every time we watch him how much heat he would get. he would get the crowd insane with the Irwin chants. And then what was really weird about this is we don't get Vince telling us, we're going to go to Jim Ross and Gorilla Monsoon from Radio WWF for this next match or anything like that. We just get Gorilla and JR, like, instantly. This was bizarre. And they just called the one match.
I have to think that they cut something out that explained the transition. Maybe there are completists out there that can set us straight on that, but you're right. It was very awkward, and it made me think that they cut something out, maybe some sponsored thing that they didn't want in the master, or there was some upload thing going on with the video. But yeah, it was weird. It was really weird.
Because we saw them do this at times through this era where they would go, oh, let's go to our other broadcast team. They're going to call this match. They did it. I can think of 2 or 3 different shows where they did it. So it wouldn't have been weird for Vince to just say, we're going to go to Jim Ross and Gorilla for this next match, which, damn, you know, we've been praising DiBiase throughout most of the night. He has a really good night, and I think him and Vince did fine together. But I love this commentary team. You know, I love them, and JR's really good here, and Gorilla's great. Gorilla's good as the color man too. You know, we know Gorilla a lot of time where, you know, he's the play-by-play guy, but being a wrestler, he could absolutely give you some color. And this was good. This match is actually even a lot better than I remember. I just don't like the ending, the finish whatsoever. We'll get to there in just a second, but we get Razor Ramon IRS, and let's see, JR at the very beginning is talking about how the Hart parents are got to be in tears. Gorilla said they should disown Owen, and JR tells us when and how Razor won the title. They start quickly. Razor on the attack. IRS stole Razor's gold necklaces, and apparently they're in his briefcase, oozing machismo all over that briefcase. Razor was just beating IRS down early with punches. IRS has to duck out of the ring a few times, heel move, and the crowd just loud with the Irwin. Razor is really quick paced here, in charge, and IRS steps out of the way, sends Razor flying over the top rope. He goes up and over. Then IRS clothesline outside of the ring. He slows it down with a headlock. Razor's able to battle back. The ref gets a ref bump squashed in the corner. IRS tries to use the briefcase, but Razor stops him, and he ends up using it, but the ref is out from that bump just a moment before, so no one's there to count. Razor hits the suplex off the top ropes, that back suplex. He signals for the Razor's Edge, and he's got it all set up. And then Shawn Michaels comes running in, nails Razor with the other IC title belt. Razor, IRS, the ref, they're all laying out in the ring for over a minute. IRS comes to, he crawls over, he pins Razor. Now, I kind of forgot about this. He didn't get announced by Fink, but the announcers say that he win the match. So JR and Gorilla are talking about him as the new IC champ. IRS celebrates, and he's standing next to the referee, but he never gets announced by the Fink. Hebner runs down to tell the other ref what happened, and Razor gets up and hits a Razor's Edge, and then they count 1, 2, 3. Even after counting and ringing the bell, the first ref looks confused after he counted. Fink then announces Razor as the winner. I actually like the match, everything up to IRS winning, the ref coming down, turning it. If you're going to restart the match, that's fine. Give me a bell. Say that we're going to have this match restarted. The referee has been told what happened. This match must continue. We got none of that. The match was over, and then Razor just did a Razor's Edge, and all of a sudden he wins the match. That's what I didn't love here, Darin.
The match is not great. You get Razor's signature stuff. His fall away slam is one of my favorite moves of all time. I don't know why, to be honest with you. I just always loved it. I thought it was such a cool move, and he always hit it effortlessly. His suplex off the inside second turnbuckle was also a favorite move of mine. It's probably why I liked him so much as a wrestler when I was a kid. There are a couple of things that bother me. Number one, Razor gets the first foreign object hit when he takes the briefcase from IRS, who granted introduced the quote-unquote foreign object to the match. But Razor used it and knocked IRS out, but the ref was out. So at the time, Vince is saying, oh, this match should be over. You can count to 3 or 33. But what about the fact that he hit the guy in the head with a briefcase?
Yeah.
I get it. IRS was going to use it, but he still cheated. So then, of course, it's a monstrous miscarriage of justice when Razor is the one that gets hit by the quote-unquote foreign object, when Shawn Michaels comes down with the IC title belt. And, you can see what's happening when Earl Hebner comes down and starts to explain to Joey Marella, what's going on. But all of a sudden, the camera's on the two refs. And all of a sudden, the camera comes back, and he's got him in the razor's edge, and he hits it 1, 2, 3. There's no announcement. There's no, initial ruling for IRS. There's no referee reverses his decision because of outside interference. And I get it, like they did it in a way that I guess there wasn't time for that, but it's just a little clumsy to me, and how they went about it. But the match, look, I'm a big Razor guy at this time. This is not one of his best matches. The finish is okay with some questions, I guess, but the crowd pops, the crowd loves it, gets a huge reaction when he gets the 1, 2, 3. So I
it's
guess
always so fascinating to me, and I'm sure this is something Andrew's hit on this a few different times. It's like you see how over this guy is. Like, how is he not getting more main event opportunities in these few years? It just doesn't. This guy was as over with the crowd as honestly anyone probably besides Brett at this time.
Yep.
And that was only because Brett had been there for longer. Brett had already been a champion and done like everything at every level. And he was probably the next guy as far as over. He was way more over than Luger ever was, and they would try to get Luger over. This guy was super over from like as soon as he turned, honestly. Like as soon as because he was one of those kind of cool heels even. Like when he was a heel, people sort of liked the bad guy, and we could see that. I think it was by like SummerSlam 93 where they started turning him. He had that match, I think, with DiBiase at the beginning, like King of the Ring, he's facing Brett, but at that point he's already getting some cheers and on the turn.
Yeah. Now, if you want to make the argument that from a work rate standpoint, he wasn't quite there yet, at this time you could make it, but then he'd have the match with Shawn. And at that point, that should have been it. He should have been a main event guy from that point forward. And for some reason, Vince went with guys like Mabel. Vince went with a number of other guys, including someone we'll talk about in just a little bit. And for some reason, Razor never got the main event push. He was always an upper mid-card guy that the fans loved to see. He could play face or heel. He'd get the big reactions. He had a couple of cool moves nobody else was doing. This match wasn't necessarily anything special. Did it tell a decent story? Yes. To me, this is around the same caliber as the Tatanka Bam Bam match. It's not anything you're going to go back and rewatch, but for what it is, a heel riling up the crowd, the face coming out, the heel appearing to win by nefarious means, referees coming out to keep the match going, heel gets his comeuppance, face escapes with the title. It's fine. Check the box and move on. And compared to the next match that we're going to talk about, this looks like the match of the year.
The only and it's funny, I like the Brett and Owen Quebecers match quite a bit. I like this match actually. I don't mind it at all. To me, it's at least on the slightly like on for what I would be expecting for these two. I thought it was fine. I thought Razor had a lot of fire early on, and it was. But I don't like the end really of the Quebecers Brett stuff and kind of what we talked about. I don't like the end of this, and I really don't like the end. We're going to talk about the next match that we get to. But again, I'm a little bit higher on the beginning part of this next match. First, we get the build up to the Undertaker Yokozuna, and I gotta say, these might be my favorite Yokozuna segments. Why can't I think of the word what they used to call these like
vignettes?
Exactly. They're not the promos, the vignettes. We would see these a lot of times to introduce people. We think about the amazing ones that they had for Mr. Perfect or DiBiase when they were getting introduced as characters. These were awesome with Yokozuna building the casket over probably like a 6-week period. We would get different vignette where we would check in on the progress of the casket as it was at different stages of being built, always in these eerie places, and the Undertaker just sawing it up. And and smoothing out the wood, and Paul Bearer just, oh, my Undertaker, Yokozuna, a double wide casket for you. And
not bad.
Not bad. I used to be, in some of the choirs, so I can get the high pitched Paul Bearer, I like these, DZ. Like, I like these. These were some of my favorite Undertaker segments. I like this part of the Undertaker character. It just sucked that this poor guy, I was mentioning with Andrew, like, we get this match and Yoko is not great, and he's not. And going back and looking more and more, when we talk about guys that I'm higher on, when we go back and look at Bam Bam and this and that, the more I rewatch Yoko, I am more disappointed. I kind of thought he was a little bit better.
Thank you.
Well, and I think, Darin, I sort of thought that they booked him stronger. Because let's talk about Yoko real quick, okay? He's booked like a monster, wins the Royal Rumble, and then he's in the title feud, and then he's in the title at WrestleMania with Brett. A match that Brett should have won. A match that Yoko wins because Fuji throws salt in his eye. He then loses the title right after to Hogan. He wins the title back from Hogan because of the awful finish that we've discussed here with the camera shot, the spark right in Hogan's face.
Hogan can't lose clean.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
So he doesn't look even really good in the Hogan feud. And then in the Luger feud, Luger beats him at SummerSlam. And it's not like he ever gets a clean win over Luger anywhere. So in his most major feuds throughout the time where he was in the main event against Brett really got the better of him all the time. Hogan, he didn't beat Hogan clean, even on Hogan's way out. Luger was getting the better of him all the time, but Yoko was able to hold on to the title. And in the first 6 or 7 minutes of this match, I think he got one offensive move in on The Undertaker, and that was throwing salt in his eye.
Hey, I'll take it a step further, because at this time I was going to a lot of house shows in the Northeast area. And at this point in time, the house show main event was consistently Brett versus Yoko, often with the cage stipulation. And he wasn't even winning those matches clean. Like, he was winning those matches because somebody was coming out and doing something to Brett, or Brett was about to jump off the cage, and somebody comes in and holds his leg, and Yoko would slither his way out the door.
Yeah.
It even in the house show matches, he was not booked that way. And
for a dominant looking big heel, yeah. He's booked like the Miz.
Yeah, he is. And for this particular story, I think what Vince did was he just took the Kamala reaction to the casket stuff and said, "Oh, that was funny." When Kamala would run away and fall down, and Kim Chi and Whippleman would have to calm him down, and he had to look. He was so scared. We should do that again. Really? The guy weighs 8 million pounds. What is he supposed to be afraid of? And that's what the storyline was. Yoko was scared of the casket, and they were doing those promos where Cornette was trying to talk about the fact that my Yokozuna is not scared of anything and all that stuff. So they basically just took what they did with Kamala, and they did it with the monster champion, who they never really booked as a monster to begin with. So yeah, it was really strange. The vignettes were cool, the Undertaker stuff, the double wide, double deep thing, and remember when he's just kind of smoothing out the wood, the sound.
So great.
The sound of whatever he was using to smooth the wood out. It was almost like a scary sound, and it was so slow and deliberate, Yokozuna, and you would hear it, next Sunday, and he would do it again. It was slow, deliberate, and kind of frightening. And the vignettes were probably the best part of the whole thing.
No argument here. The vignettes were great, and then the bell rang. My first note for this match, it's 3 words. It's very short. Shoot me now. Those who are regular listeners to this program will know I am not the biggest fan of one Yokozuna. Forgive me, but I need more out of my main event heel than he's fat. I need more. I need more development in so many other ways. Yoko has 2 good moves. I love his belly-to-belly suplex.
Go. That's his best move.
And he's got the bonsai drop, which is a legitimate finisher. I grant you that. Other than that, nothing.
And I remember him. I don't know why I just remembered him being better, or I thought he was better, I don't know why there's been this like stigma, or not stigma, or just sort of like a reputation that he was a really good worker. Yeah, I haven't seen it, honestly.
Yeah, and that to me screams Bret Hart is a miracle worker for dragging this guy to a 3-star match in the WrestleMania 10 main event. He just is. That's how good Bret Hart was. To me, Bret Hart proved as much in that 1 3-star match as he did earlier in the night when he went 5 stars with Owen. That's the mark of somebody that's a genius at what they do. So the backstory to the booking of this match, you'd think it would be convoluted. You'd think it would be something ridiculous that would spawn the ridiculousness we've seen. The Undertaker asked for time off.
Yep.
That's it. The Undertaker asked for time off, and Vince thought everything that we saw would be a good idea. It was not a good idea. Now, we mentioned this at the top of the show. The first couple minutes of this match are fine. Taker's working a good pace. He's forcing Yokozuna to keep up. They go to the floor, and that's when the nonsense starts. Yoko throws the salt in Taker's eye. Taker throws this punch the wrong way that goes into air at nobody. Uh-oh. That's my uh-oh moment. Yoko gets the chair and throws some of the worst chair shots I've ever seen, one of which catches the Undertaker flush in the back of the head. So now we're into negligent. They go back into the ring, and Taker gets the worst choke slam imaginable. Like, Yoko just falls backward. He doesn't get airborne. He falls backward on his fat ass.
He can't get airborne.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run down the list of all of the run-ins in this match, okay? I'm not counting Fuji, and I'm not counting Cornette. This is everybody running in from the back. Crush. The great Kabuki, who I had completely forgotten was in WWF at the time.
Yeah.
Genichiro Tenryu, who I knew was there. Bam Bam, Adam Bomb, Jeff Jarrett, the Head Shrinkers, and Diesel. And if that wasn't ridiculous enough, you know it's getting bad when green smoke comes out of the urn. Yeah. I don't know what the backstory is with that. I know green mist means one thing and red mist means another thing. I don't know what green smoke means. I know white smoke means we have a pope. I know black smoke means we don't have a pope. What does green smoke even mean?
So the land of Oz?
Maybe. So they put him in the casket. Yoko wins. Taker gets wheeled out. And the casket starts smoking. Darin, I know you have part of this promo memorized. Would you like to tell those listening what Taker said when he was quote unquote in the casket?
Oh my God. I'm not going to do the whole thing.
I'm not asking you for the whole thing. I care about our listeners too much, but just the gist.
So the gist of it is, and I'll do some specifics of it. The gist of it is the Undertaker is going away for a while. And at some point, he will come back, where he goes on to say, it starts with a cool line, "Death be not proud," which basically is implying that he's dead.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And then he says, "The spirit of the Undertaker lives within the soul of all mankind."
Yes.
So, like, are you alive? Are you dead? Like, this is a little, and Darin, and you can keep going on with this, but what's funny about this time, this is like one of the longest promos he's ever cut.
Yeah. I mean,
at this point, he wasn't talking a lot because Paul Bearer would do the talking for him. He would do the like, "Yokozuna, rest," just like small little one lines at the end, or "I'm getting your casket ready." He actually had 2 minutes here.
I mean, when he I think the start of it is Be not proud.
Yep, that's the start.
The spirit of the Undertaker lives within the souls of all mankind. The eternal flame of life that cannot be extinguished. The origin of which cannot be explained. The answer lies in the everlasting spirit. Soon all mankind will witness the rebirth of the Undertaker. I will not rest in peace. Oh, dong.
Well done. Well done.
And then the Undertaker, in quotes, levitates from
The casket gets electrocuted.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And
I skipped a step. I'm sorry. I skipped a
The
step.
casket explodes.
So the casket explodes, and the quote-unquote Undertaker, a.k.a. Marty Jannetty with a pulley system, is up on top of the video board, and he goes up into the catacombs of the arena. The entirety of this, from when the bell rings to when the quote-unquote Undertaker gets levitated up to the top of the arena, takes half an hour. Gino, this was your pick. That is a half hour I will never get back. I have made a note of this, and I was going to make both you and Darin pay for all of this in what we watch next week. However, my better angels won out. I'm keeping it in my back pocket, however, and if either of you force me to sit through main event Yokozuna again, I think we've exhausted all of main event Yokozuna at this point.
Yeah.
I think we have.
If I am forced to sit through main event Yokozuna ever again, I'm bringing my ace in the hole. I'll tell you what that is later, but I'm just saying you guys wouldn't like it, and I think Darin would spontaneously combust. This is the worst thing I have ever seen on any major wrestling program, and everyone involved should be ashamed of themselves for thinking this was a good idea. Darin, you get a pass. You were 10. You were there. I get how it could look cool to a kid. The audience loved it because there were a lot of kids. That's fine. It's 26 years later, and on the WWE Network in 2020, where we know what wrestling is capable of, this looks like garbage.
Gino, let me just provide not my view, but a wrestling fan's view who used to write for Bleacher Report, who talked about this very night. His name was Dan Power. And the title of the article referencing this night and this very moment is WWE Royal Rumble Memories. The night I became a true fan of professional wrestling. And he goes on to say that it was a magical night for him. It was magical in the dead man suffering multiple finishing moves. And then he goes into the promo, and the arena is plunged into darkness, and the casket explodes, and the Undertaker resurrected and disappeared into the ceiling. And from that very moment, I became an unconditional fan of professional wrestling. So there is your counterpoint to Andrew's take.
My rebuttal?
Yeah.
My rebuttal? He's wrong. He knows he's wrong, and he should be ashamed of himself.
I think the part that I watched a few times at the end was what's great is that, so even the part of him like levitating, here's the cat, he's supposed to be in the casket, I guess, and we're seeing him in the casket, but we're seing him on the Jumbotron.
Don't forget the
so when he levitates off of the Jumbotron, right? Like, he doesn't come up from the casket where he's actually supposed to be. He levitates like he's coming out of the screen.
Yep.
Which I thought was hilarious too. It wasn't like the casket starts being raised up. It's just he's the spirit of the Taker went from the casket to the Jumbotron and then threw the Jumbotron up, and then we get his body, Marty Jannetty, aka who just gets raised up to the ceiling. That was my favorite part on what was a definitely wrestle crap kind of worthy segment for us to talk about. I had a lot of fun.
I just want to point something out before we move on. Gino, you watched any part of this multiple times?
I thought that was hilarious. And
You watched it multiple times.
I will tell you that every show we do, every episode of a TV show I recap, everything I watch multiple times. So I have to sit through some bad shit multiple times. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, this one I did the same. And I just like to make sure I know everything. I don't miss everything. And
my jaw is dropped. Darin, I am without speech.
Don't forget what tremendous storyline this moment gave us.
Oh, what storyline was that?
Because months later, Ted DiBiase would bring back The Undertaker from the dead, except it wasn't The Undertaker. And then the real Undertaker comes back, and we get The Undertaker versus The Undertaker.
I know. So brutal.
You guys see now why I'm not the biggest fan of early to mid 90s WWF?
Yeah. There were such a oppose. It's like Undertaker, poor guy, just had to live in this world. Like we said, think about this. We're talking Kamala to Giant Gonzalez to then the Yokozuna stuff to the next year he's at Mania with King Kong Bundy, who's just years past his prime at that point, who is a great heel and has had good runs here and there, but he's just poor guy got stuck with a lot of bad dance partners.
To Andrew's point, you could make a legitimate case that Survivor Series 1992 was the end of good WWF, and coming up next was the beginning of a lot of bad. That show doesn't get talked about a lot. We did a rewatch of it months ago. It's a really good show. Mm-hmm. Survivor Series 92. It's a really good show. After that show, WWE, WWF goes downhill for quite some time.
It's not a coincidence that for a lot of that point, Yokozuna's on top.
Yeah,
it's not. It starts at the very end of 92. I think he's on that show, right? Is it Virgil that he squashes or? Yep. And he wins the 93 Rumble, and then we get the build, and we get basically him as like your main event guy for a year and a half, even more than that. We get into the Rumble now, and we get that quick string of Royal Rumble promos from the participants. Although these weren't really anything to write home about, just all little quick hitters. Macho Man says, "I'm going to be the 3-time champ and crush." And Double J goes for all the marbles. Tatanka said he's going to be the final one standing. Diesel said he's taking the Rumble. Doink and Dink say the Rumble is finally here, and I'm going to get a shot at the title. Ha 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 ha. Shawn Michaels says he's going to be the new WWF champion. And Lex Luger says this is the opportunity he has asked and waited for. Anything of those jump out to either one of you? They're not like the 92 ones, they're not, they're just so quick that nobody says it. It's almost like everybody got handed a flashcard. Here's your line, okay. And they're all the same type of thing. So
nothing there. I'll let Andrew go, but nothing jumped out at me.
One observation and one question. The observation is, it hit me far more like the Ollie Williams Family Guy weather reports, where he would just say a couple of words and then they'd go back to the desk. Why was Dink there? Just why? Why did we have to put up with Dink? Why was he in these promos? Why did he come out with Doink for the Rumble when he was in no way a participant and in no way involved? If he was brought out and then subsequently murdered by Bam Bam, that would have been fun. I would have thoroughly enjoyed that. And instead, he's just this little dude watching as, I don't know if it's his father or his friend or his brother or his fellow clown, whatever. I don't know what the Doink family tree looks like. If somebody wants to make that, if somebody out there who's listening wants to put something together on doinkancestry.com, I don't know. But why did we have to put up with Dink? Why was Dink a thing?
There's a great story on Something to Wrestle with Pritchard and Conrad, and they talk about how
Vince, when he brought in Doink initially, he wanted to do a WrestleMania that was a complete circus themed WrestleMania. Doink in the main event. He wanted everything to be like a big top theme with the animals all over. Like, this was one of the Vince visions that they talk about when they're sitting at the pool and stuff, and all these guys were like, I don't know, Vince. I don't know, Vince. You know, and he seriously, and Pritchard talks about it all the time. He laughs, and they're like, Vince, he thought, he was like, can you imagine? We'll have a whole thing like a circus. It'll be great. And could you imagine Doink in the main event of Mania, you know, in a circus type thing? So this is one of the ideas of Vince. Thank God this one never actually came to fruition.
Amen.
We're into the Rumble. Vince and Ted set up the Rumble. They mentioned that Mr. Fuji's got a few guys, and they wonder if Brett will make it. And this was one of the stories always about Howard Fink, that he loved the Royal Rumble because he would get to explain the rules. This was like his time where he got to really cut a promo, like, and talk longer than he ever got to talk. And so he would just go on and on and on and make sure everybody knew every detail about everything in the Royal Rumble. And
you know, the best part of the Fink was at the very end when he goes, and now let us all find out who drew number one.
Great. I would get so excited. And it's Scott Steiner. Vince wonders if Rick is coming out next. I mean, Vince, you booked this thing, right? Can you just tell it? Like, you can just tell us right now if you want.
And this was only a few years after he did that trick with Axe and Smash, too.
Yeah. Yep. And I will say, one thing I really like about this Royal Rumble, and I feel like, because we've just talked a little bit about Pat Patterson, this was always one thing that everybody said about him, that he was the master of the Royal Rumble in setting up things that would have callbacks or preludes to something to come later. We saw a lot of that in here where guys would go right after someone they had a feud with last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago, which is great as a fan when they remember all that stuff. And it's so easy to get us excited for it. I think I felt a lot of that throughout this match. And I'm sure it was Pat doing his awesome work as always, because that was one thing that many people talked about, how he was one of the absolute best at this, the finish guy, and just setting up this Rumble. This was his baby. So number one, Scott Steiner. Number two, head shrinker Samu. And Vince says due to time constraints now, instead of every 2 minutes, it's going to be every 90 seconds per participant. Number three is Rick Steiner. He comes in, he saves Scott, and both Steiners work on Samu, a couple suplexes. Ted DiBiase wants to see the two of them go at it. They're able to eliminate Samu, who sort of hangs himself up on the ropes briefly before going over the top. Number four.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it was a little awkward there. Four is Quang. So they're eliminating him right as Quang comes in, right with the green mist. He gets it right in the eyes of Rick. And Owen Hart comes out at number 5. And we'll go to DZ here. Owen is able to eliminate Rick pretty quickly. But, man, isn't it amazing how just an hour and a half before, Owen is getting the cheers with Brett, babyface tag team, and he is just getting the absolute, like, main event heel boos right here.
Monster boo. Biggest boos. I mean, he comes out that curtain. It's like Roman Reigns on Monday Night Raw after he beat The Undertaker. I mean, those are some loud boos raining down. I mean, look, he taking on all the heat, doing everything right, you know, coming out, throwing his arms in the air like he's the man. Quang, of course, is Savio Vega with a mask. But for me, this Royal Rumble really doesn't start until Diesel comes out. The first 6 guys, you get Bart Khan after that. For me, the first 6 guys, I mean, Owen is big, and I'm not going to foo-foo over him. But to be honest with you, he's actually only in the ring for 4 minutes. This Rumble really picks up a lot of steam when Diesel comes out, and the first 8 or so minutes of it are rather inconsequential.
I've got a joke for you guys.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Andrew Champagne bringing the wrestling humor. What sound is made when 300 pounds of crap hits a fan?
I don't know.
Quang! Shout out to Scott Keith's blog of doom for that one. That's a favorite in that comment section. It's a great line, and I have no idea why they did this way. They have the great Kabuki, who was the first guy to really make the mist a thing. And they had Quang do the mist. This guy from Puerto Rico under a mask who's apparently a martial artist in his spare time. How did anyone think Quang was a good idea?
It's just, we didn't see much of Quang, thank goodness. So Owen's 5, Bart Gunn's 6. He comes in, he goes right after Owen. So now we got 4 in the ring: Scott, Steiner, Quang, Owen, and Bart. And Vince says there's something going on backstage. We don't hear much about it for a few more minutes. Then number 7, as Darin said, this is when business starts to pick up. We get Diesel, Big Daddy Cool, and DiBiase says, "That's a big man, almost as big as me when I'm standing on my wallet." Diesel quickly tosses Bart, then Scott. Then I guess one of my only gripes, or one of my few gripes with this Rumble, is that Owen gets tossed like super nondescript here after having a really big night and kind of assuming that Owen's going to be around at least for a while or get some sort of interaction with Brett in here, which maybe in the long run is kind of cool that they don't touch here and it takes a while for them to. But it did seem a little weird that Owen is just pretty quickly tossed out. Quang misses a kick, and by the time we get to number 8, Diesel had just eliminated 4 men in 90 seconds. We get Bob Backlund, number 8. He shoots a double leg. He almost gets Diesel over, and then Diesel shrugs him off. This was your WWF title match later this year, 10 months from now. Diesel wins the title from Bob Backlund on a house show at the end of 94. It's bizarre to think that these two guys are later both WWF champions later this year, being as how they are presented in this match. It wouldn't be that surprising to say Diesel was, but Backlund, as like how he is here, just a totally different version of Backlund later in the year. So Diesel has 5 eliminations in 2 minutes, and he's just waiting. Billy Gunn comes flying in. This is when DiBiase starts getting really good with some of the responses. Vince says, "Let's see what he can do." And Ted says, "I doubt he can do much." It's just like giving him all one-liners. Big Daddy Cool quickly tosses him. Diesel's waiting in the ring, and we see backstage Kabuki and Tenryu. They've attacked Lex Luger, so now they don't know if Lex Luger is going to make it. Virgil is number 10, who Vince says is an alternate for Kamala. Virgil gets in a few strikes. Ted DiBiase is excited to see Virgil have to run in with Diesel, and in seconds Virgil is out, and Ted says, "He should have never left me." Just another great line from Deebs. And then, so this part was the Diesel dominating. He's just like throwing everybody basically in 1 through 10 out. And then we get Macho Man at number 11, a huge ovation. And Vince calls him one of the all-time greats. Ted says, "The man who is a legend in his own mind, Macho Mouth." And Macho's all over Diesel here. So DZ, from Diesel to Macho, it's just kind of fodder for Diesel up until Macho comes in, and we have like another legitimate contender here.
Yeah, I'm not going to use Yokozuna in 93 as an example because he actually wins the Rumble. This is the first time that McMahon uses the Rumble to introduce his next star that's not winning the Rumble.
Yes.
This is the first time he uses this, going to bring in a guy, go on a run, eliminate a bunch of people in a row, and be the guy standing tall in the ring. Obviously, we've seen that happen many, many times since most recent he did it with Lesnar in a different situation, but this is the first time that this really happens. And it's done extremely well. Diesel handles it very well. He goes through a bunch of guys that obviously, with the exception of Owen Hart, which are not, considered, big name guys. Backlund would end up winning the title at Survivor Series later on the year in a weird storyline with Bret Hart. But I always watch this and I wonder, for about 30 seconds after he tosses out Virgil, and he knows that the next guy coming out is Macho Man Randy Savage. And here is Kevin Nash standing in the ring, all eyes, 14,500 people looking at him. And a year ago, he was Vinny Vegas in WCW with no future, with going absolutely nowhere. He had been 4 different characters there. None of them went anywhere. And
Oz.
Oz with the green shit and all that stuff.
Green smoke. That's where they got the green smoke.
It was Nash's idea.
Nash's idea. But here he is in the middle of the Royal Rumble match, standing alone in the ring, and here comes one of the biggest legends in wrestling history. I can only imagine what was going through his mind at that point in time and the nerves that he had to feel at that moment, because that was his moment. And if he screwed it up, who knows where it would have gone. He didn't screw it up. And 10 months later, he was the WWE champion.
Kevin Nash handled himself like a star here. That's for darn sure. I love the way he went out, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. DiBiase has a great quote when Virgil runs in. Of course, DiBiase and Virgil had that long backstory. DiBiase goes, oh, where did he come from?
Yeah.
And you can tell there's still resentment there from when Virgil embarrassed him and wound up beating him. That was a really cool storyline that I wish had gone on a little bit longer, because back then, that was how you made guys stars. You elevated guys from the lower mid-card up to a level where something like that could potentially happen. And when Virgil came running in as an alternate, you had DiBiase on commentary, Virgil going up against this hot young star in Diesel, and Virgil doing what he could in the little time that he was with him to get Diesel over. A lot of those guys took some pretty big bumps to get this green as grass 7-foot guy that could move over. And Diesel looked great. It took Savage coming out to stop him. It's a really easy way to get somebody over. And a lot of credit for that probably has to go to Pat Patterson, because he did this multiple times with multiple guys in multiple Rumbles.
We are now up to number 12, Jeff Jarrett. Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I was never a Jarrett guy either. He runs in when Macho almost has Diesel out. This is always one of those things that bothers me about the Royal Rumble. Why the hell is he saving Diesel? It's like Macho's almost got Diesel out. Come on in, just give him the shove. You're good. Who cares? Babyface, heel, it doesn't matter. But, this is obviously not the time they wanted Diesel out yet. It's just from a character standpoint. Jarrett actually thinks he eliminates Macho, but Macho saves himself, and Macho's able to quickly toss Jeff Jarrett. And then number 13 is Crush. We know what's going to happen here. Crush immediately goes after Macho Man. They battle back and forth while Diesel sort of rests in the corner. I think he's legitimate tired at this point. I mean, what else has he ever done this level, as DZ was saying a year ago? He wasn't doing much. Now he's been in the ring for 15 minutes going at it, being the main guy in this match throughout. So he's a little gassed here. And then we get number 14, Doink with Dink. So as they're walking down the ring, Diesel and Crush are double teaming Macho. And this is another one where, if I'm making a list of probably the 5 most important people in this Royal Rumble match, I'd probably have Owen and Macho as 4 or 5 or 5, 6 or right in the mix. And both of them get eliminated in such a just nondescript, Crush just tosses him over. That's it. There goes Macho. It's weird.
It's like during a countdown of another guy coming down.
I know. It doesn't they make nothing of it at all. It's very bizarre, and that's it. It kind of frustrates me a little bit, and that leads to Crush and Doink, who have had a feud for a year or so, but they flip-flopped. Remember, it was Crush who was the babyface and Doink who was the heel at WrestleMania 9. So we're up to Doink now, who squirts water on both Crush and Diesel, and then Bam Bam is 15. So what's cool about this little section, Darin, is that we get the Macho Crush, the Crush Doink, and then the Doink Bam Bam, who have all had their interactions, and then Bam Bam and Doink are going to continue to have interactions throughout 94. So this is kind of that stuff I was talking about with Pat, in that this is a good moment. You know what? Put them out there. They've got a little history. They can go at it for a little bit. People remember that. I like seeing this kind of stuff in Rumbles.
So yeah, and this is a weird Rumble for the following reason. A lot of the guys early on in the first half of the Rumble, several are in there for seconds. Most of them are in there for 5 minutes or less. The second half of the Rumble goes on forever. And if I asked you who was in this match longest, you might have thought Luger, because he came in, kind of late, but not that late, and it went long, and he was in till the end. You might have thought Shawn Michaels. The answer to the question of who was in this match the longest is Bam Bam Bigelow.
after a 9-minute match or 8+ minute match earlier in the night.
30 minutes and 12 seconds. Bam Bam Bigelow comes in at 15. Now, this is what I mean by this match goes on forever. Bam Bam comes in at 15. He's eliminated at 23. That's only 8 spots, but he's in there for 30 minutes. And then I'll give you another ridiculous one, and we haven't spoken about him yet because he didn't get in. Mo of Men on a Mission is in this Royal Rumble match for 22 minutes. And it's a product of the fact that everybody who comes in between 15 and 23, with the exception of the Great Kabuki, or 15 and 24, I should say, is just in this match for a really long time. And the second half of this Rumble takes forever because of it.
Yeah, I also think it feels longer than it is for the same reason that some of early to mid-90s WWF is a little bit hard to watch. There weren't a lot of top-line guys at that point. They were still making guys. I mean, you had Brett, you had Luger, Yoko had just defended his title, The Undertaker was dead and levitated. Razor wasn't in this match for some reason. There's no good reason why he wasn't, but that would have added some star power to the proceedings. I mean, you had guys like Men on a Mission, you had Doink, and I mentioned those two because remember when I said the audience popped at really weird times?
Yeah.
2 of the biggest pops in this Rumble, outside of Brett and Luger, were for Doink and Mabel. What does that tell you about WWE's main event faces at the time?
Yeah.
Just brutal.
And also, anybody that cheered Mabel, you need an intervention of some sort. I don't care if it's 26 years after the fact. Face Mabel was quite possibly the most lame thing in hindsight that I've seen in a long time. And we say big guy that can move. This guy moved slower than Continental Drift.
By the way, Diesel was eliminated during this kind of stretch at 13. And here's another weird thing. You talked about crowds popping at weird times. Diesel was a heel, partnered up with Shawn Michaels. Diesel had just been the kind of finishing touches on putting The Undertaker in a casket and sending him to his demise. After getting eliminated and walking back through the curtain, the crowd is chanting, Diesel, 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 for a monster heel who just buried The Undertaker in a championship match.
He gets a huge pop. He really does. And they definitely show some respect for him.
And probably, and don't be surprised at all if that response and that reaction started to get the wheels turning in Vince's head about this could be a guy.
And when we're at 15 with Bam Bam, he goes after Doink. Gorilla presses him over the top, which actually I like. We very rarely see that. We see the big man like pick someone up all the time and then just never throw him over the top. He actually does that. So it's just a Diesel Crush and Bam Bam, just those 3. It just was so weird to not have left Savage in there a little bit longer. Like at this point, the 3 big men could be working on Savage, and it just, I mean, even just sitting in the corner, you talked about Mabel getting in there, loud whoop there at his chance. So we got, here we go, Diesel and Mabel, SummerSlam 95 main event. 4 big men in there right now. Mabel, Crush, Diesel, Bam Bam. Just a weird 4 to have in. Sparky Plug comes in. He's taking the place of the 1-2-3 kid. That's Bob Hawley. Vince says, maybe he will win. Maybe he will go to WrestleMania to face the champion. DiBiase, I doubt it. Number 18, Shawn Michaels. Diesel teases going after him. They shake hands, but everyone quickly teams up to toss Diesel as Shawn helps them push him out. So we're down to 5 in the ring: Sparky, Mabel, Shawn, Bam Bam, and Crush. And this is what Darin was just talking about. We get the crowd cheering for Diesel on his way back. Loud Diesel chants, great performance from the big man. So this was good stuff, and we got the Shawn Diesel like seeds being planted a little bit here, DZ, and you just mentioned the cheers as we are up to number 19 with Mo as Shawn Michaels skins the cat. But overall, great performance from the big man.
Yeah. He's one of the big stories to come out of the match. Did everything right. Love the effort. It's definitely a big part of the reason why he takes the big step forward. Now, it's kind of weird, though, because, and WWE would be guilty of this, they heat people up, and then they cool them down. After this, and they go to WrestleMania 10, Diesel's a complete non-entity at WrestleMania 10. So, I mean, think about it. You use the Royal Rumble match to heat the guy up, right? He tears through guys. He eliminates 7 people. You got the crowd hot for him. And then you go to WrestleMania, and Shawn is in this iconic ladder match, and Diesel gets thrown out of ringside after about 90 seconds, and that's it. And you don't see him again.
And even when he wins the title at the end of 94, it comes out of nowhere. He's not even being built up, winning matches repeatedly. It's kind of like he's in the tag team with Shawn, and he just wins it at a house show.
I'll do you one better. So I was at that house show at Madison Square Garden, which came just a few days after the Survivor Series. Not only did it come out of nowhere, but going into that house show, I didn't even know what the title match was. There wasn't even a flyer that showed this, and it was so strange because the weird part about it was up to that point, Diesel was still a heel. He never had this baby face turn, right? He shows up and just kicks Backlund in the gut, jackknifes him, wins the title, goes nuts, and the place gives a monster pop, and we're all just sitting there what? What just happened? So yeah, it was very, very bizarre to say the least.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot about Kevin Nash's career that would be considered straightforward. We mentioned all of his gimmicks in WCW. We mentioned Oz. We mentioned Vinny Vegas. He talks his way out of the company so that he can join WWF and be Shawn Michaels' bodyguard. He gets there. Shawn informs him, hey, listen, none of these guys like me much. You're going to be my bodyguard off screen too, which of course he didn't sign up for. But he wound up using that relationship to his benefit because even back then, who better to learn the business from than Shawn Michaels with how good he was? I didn't hate the way he got eliminated in this match with HBK coming in, helping push his buddy out. That foreshadowed something a little bit down the road. But Darin's absolutely right. You've got a guy that if anything comes out of this Royal Rumble, it's Diesel's going to be a player, and they could have done a lot more with him before they did. Now, would it have made a difference long term? I don't know, but it's worth exploring.
We are up to number 20, Greg the Hammer Valentine here. We haven't seen him all too often at this point of WWF, but we got a good pop for him. Now there are 7 in the ring. Both Vince and Ted show some respect for the Hammer. Number 21 is Tatanka. He gets a good ovation. He and Shawn Michaels battle. This was WrestleMania 9 the year before. They had a match for the IC title. Kabuki makes it 9 in the ring. He comes in at number 22. He's only 9 in the ring for just a second because they all team up and they get Mabel out. And Mo tries to save him, but they all fight off Mo, and they end up tossing Mabel. Number 23, here comes Lex Luger. He goes right after Kabuki, and then shots to everyone. There are 9 in the ring again before Luger is able to eliminate Kabuki. And then here comes Tenryu at 24. Vince forgets for a second that Kabuki just got eliminated. He says, you're going to see Kabuki, Tenryu, and Crush team up on Luger. And then he's sort of like, oh, Kabuki's... He tries to pretend sort of like Kabuki just got eliminated. Oh, Kabuki's out of there. It's like, no, he got tossed up about a minute or two ago. Vinnie Mac. Tenryu goes after Lex with a couple nasty chops to Lex Luger, and we'll get to 25 here before we get over to DZ. So nobody comes out of 25. They assume this was where Bret Hart was supposed to come, and Vince says, what a bad night for the Hart family. So at this point, we still have 9 in the ring.
Still have 9 in the ring, and do you know who 25 was supposed to be?
I do, but I'm not going to spoil it.
I mean, of all the names, you want me to spoil it, or you want to wait?
Does Gino want to venture a guess?
We're not talking kayfabe. We're talking like who is it really supposed to be, or who do they say it's going to be?
Well, it's if you know both answers, you could do both.
Wasn't it Bastion Booger?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, so which is hilarious. You know, like we're all assuming it's Bret Hart and it's freaking Bastion Booger. And he says he got a little sick, which is just great. Why he didn't come out.
You can't. There's so many weird things in this Royal Rumble that go on, but Bastion Booger being the mystery guy, like, because you're sitting there and you're like, well, wait a minute, who didn't come out at 25? Oh, Bastion Booger. What? Yeah, I mean, this is where you get into the stretch where guys are in there for a long time. Bam Bam is still going. He's in there for 30 minutes. Sparky Plug, whose kayfabe name at the time was Thurman Sparky Plug, was in there for 21 minutes. Shawn Michaels is going to be in there for 29. Mo is going to be in there for 22. Greg Valentine for 20. And Tatanka for 20. Luger for 21. Tenryu for 17. Basically, you're just watching the same guys kind of punch each other for a good 15 minutes here. But yeah, so this part of the match for me kind of drags a little bit, Gino. And I know that they didn't want to, you didn't want to end a Royal Rumble probably in 40 minutes. But this part of the Royal Rumble, there's a lot of unnecessary fluff going on.
Here's my big problem with this match, and it's the difference between Lex Luger and Bret Hart. They made a big deal out of Lex Luger getting beaten up earlier in the match backstage. Right. Luger comes out, and is he selling it all?
Nope.
Not a bit. You wouldn't know. Bret comes out at 27, and it's like someone took a saw to his leg and like chopped half of it off. That's the difference between Lex Luger and Bret Hart.
Yep. No,
Luger shrugs everything off. And to be fair, Luger more than held up his end of the bargain in this match.
Yeah, he did well.
Luger is, when he was motivated, a very underrated worker. He had stuff in the NWA with a bunch of guys that was great. He had some good matches with guys that could go in WWF and in WCW. The problem was they had butchered his booking by this point so much that anything they did with him was going to be dead in the water. And I think deep down he knew that. That was a big reason, of course, why he made the jump from WWF to WCW when WCW launched the Monday Night War. Now, Luger enters. He no-sells the beatdown. DiBiase has a great little comment when Tenryu comes out, says he's there to do a job, not to win, which is a great little inside line of wrestling lingo, because if you're not winning, of course, right, you're jobbing. So I thought that one was pretty cool. We get to 25. Everyone thinks it's Bret Hart. Vince goes into mourning for the losses of the Hart family and everything that's going on, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then Bret comes out at 27, and the place goes berserk.
So, yeah, 26 was the model, who made it 10 in the ring for just a few moments, and Tatanka and Lex go at it, which is cool, because we're going to see Tatanka and Lex go at it later in the year. They feud for a while. Andrew mentioned 27. Here comes Bret, really selling that leg injury. Hobbling, crowd just erupts. Ted says, a lot of guts, but no brains at all. He's stupid if he's out there. So we've got 11 in the ring now as number 28. Here comes Head Shrinker Fat 2. Rikishi makes it 12 in the ring. Bret and Lex team up a few times. First, they team up to get rid of Crush. Bret is actually dishing out some offense here, too, which is amazing. And not like Andrew said, not like not selling. He's still selling while he's dishing it out, but he's able to hobble to his feet and throw a punch here and there and still look pretty good doing it. Jannetty is number 29. He beelines right to Shawn Michaels. So, again, a really cool throwback to these two guys who have had so much history. Marty almost sends Shawn over the top with a punch. These two, Greg Valentine, Rick Martel, Bob Holly, Bam Bam, and Tatanka, Bret, Luger, Fatu, Tenryu, and Mo. That's who we have left in as number 30. Adam Bomb comes in to make it actually 13 in the ring at one point. Bret, there's a moment here where Bret is just, he almost looks like a drunk guy wandering around. He's just kind of on his feet, like looking around at everyone and just kind of like, where am I going next? I thought it was hilarious. He kind of just like will lock his eyes onto one target and then just kind of stumble over there and throw a couple punches at him. It's just phenomenal how he's just bumbling around the ring. And this is when Vince tells us about Bastion Booger, how he got sick and didn't come out at 25. We get Tatanka and Martel going at it. That's a WrestleMania 8 look back. We get Bam Bam, who's been in over for 30 minutes. DiBiase just loves Sean. He keeps mentioning how impressed he is by Sean. And Ted is really shocked that Brett's still in there. He doesn't think Brett's career will ever be the same. The Hammer then gets eliminated. He gets a nice cheer as he walks out. Tenru tosses the Model. We're down to 10. Still 10, though. After number 30, we don't see this ever in these Rumbles nowadays. Adam Bomb then gets eliminated by Lex. Then Fatu tosses out Mo. Now we're down to 8. It's Sean and Marty, Bam Bam and Tatanka, Lex and Tenru, Brett and Fatu. Bam Bam then tosses Tatanka. Great showing from Bam Bam. Then he goes out. Lex misses a splash. He goes after Lex. He misses a splash, and then he goes up and over. The forearm by Lex ends up eliminating Bam Bam. Sean is able to get Marty out, so we're down to 5. Sean, Brett, Lex, Fatu, Tenru. Brett and Lex counter Irish whips onto the heels, and they toss Sean and Fatu right into each other. Brett and Lex team up and eliminate Tenru. So the final 4, it's Brett, it's Fatu, Sean, and Sean and Lex. And remember, Owen was the one who was actually in the same Final 4 in that Royal Rumble they did at the house show just a few days earlier. All 4 men go to a corner. It's kind of cool. They have a moment where everybody looks at each other, and then Sean has this leap across the ring where he goes after Brett. He just leaps after him in the corner, and they start going at it. Lex is going at it with Fatu on the other side of the ring. This is fun. This was fun, Final 4. I enjoyed it. Then Brett and Lex toss Sean and Fatu, and they sort of look back at each other, and it's just the two of them. They square off. They start trading punches, and they go over the top together. Darin mentioned it earlier. I mean, this was really, we see it 4, 5, 6 different times. They look like they go over at the exact same time. They really did. So I liked the end of the match. I thought it was pretty well done, to the point where you have two guys that either one of them could win. And I think even when Sean was in there, you could have made the case that Sean, wouldn't have been a huge surprise. He probably wasn't quite ready yet, and we'll see him win the next 2 Royal Rumbles. But I liked the end of this. It was just strange, Darin, to see how different it is, where they actually had 13 guys in at the end of this match.
Yeah, and that's why it kind of dragged out for a while, like I said earlier. Now we're going to get to the one main beef that I have. And it's a main beef. There's little beefs and everything, but this is a main beef. So you spoke about the fact that they did a Royal Rumble kind of at a house show a few days earlier, where it was the same Final 4, except Owen was in place of Fatu, and they were kind of testing it out. Okay, here's the problem. At that point, Owen had not turned on Brett yet. So that didn't happen till this very night. So whatever it was you thought you were testing, you weren't testing for what the actual environment was going to be.
No, you're absolutely right, because Owen was the face
right.
in that Rumble. He wins it as a face. So it was almost like they were trying to see. I don't know if they were trying to work, if it was to lay a lot of things out up to the finish, but I completely agree with you. It doesn't make sense to what they were doing. It was almost like Vince maybe thought this was what they were going to do initially, and then was like, you know what? No, we can't do that. We're going to go in a different way. I'd rather have Owen get built maybe a different way than winning I don't know, but like you said, it didn't really add up with that.
Now I'm going to say a couple of things. Number one, no matter what anybody tells me about any testing or anything that they did, whatever, there's no way that this Final 4 should have been anything but Brett, Luger, Sean, and Owen. That should have absolutely been the Final 4, because nobody's buying Fatu can win.
I know.
Okay? Nobody's buying that. You because of what went on earlier, you as a Brett guy, you would be legitimately concerned that Owen was going over there as a heel.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You would be really, really concerned about that. It would plant things in your mind. It would have you thinking, they've been screwing around with Luger for months. Brett, is always up and down and part of it. Sean is an up-and-coming guy. They would really, really have you kind of mangled in your own mind as to what was happening. Number 2, I genuinely believe that was originally the plan. Because if you look at the lineup for this Royal Rumble, Fatu's partner came in at number 2. Owen came in at number 5. Fatu comes in at 28. Okay. Brett comes in at 27. There is no doubt in my mind that on some piece of paper, at some point, it was written down that Fatu was coming in at 5, 3 spots after his partner, and Owen was coming in at 28, directly behind Brett. There's nobody that will convince me that that was not the original plan, and my God, they should have stuck with it, because that should have absolutely been what happened.
May I make a counterpoint?
Of course.
The counterpoint is this proves that wrestlers are not smart. Because do you know why Fatu was in the Final Four?
I don't know.
People kept trying to hit him in the head. And you never, ever, 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 ever hit a Samoan in the head. This is just science. It never works.
That's no homework. They didn't do their homework. They didn't want to.
No, they didn't. It's entirely their fault, and I do not blame WWF bookers in the slightest. It was their wrestlers trying to map out a match, and nobody asked Fatu, hey, what happens if we hit you in the head? They went, they tried to hit him in the head, they broke their forearms into about 9,000 pieces, and Fatu went into business for himself and just threw everybody over the top rope, and that's why Fatu was in the Final Four. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it because I like my story better than yours.
But in all seriousness, do you think my story is probably what happened?
Yeah. I needed to bring something original to the table.
Yeah.
And we get like even the stuff after the match, I kind of like because it seems very like Fink does a great job with how he starts and stops. And the winner is, and he goes back and he asks him again, and the winner is, and he does, and finally your winners are, and he announces them both, and the two guys sort of look, Jack Tunney comes down to talk with Fink, and the refs are all talking about it. And I thought that DiBiase and Vince did a pretty good job too. Because at the beginning, Vince says, I think it's Luger. And DiBiase says, no, I think it's Brett. And then they flip. After they've watched it a few times, they've changed sides. Now all of a sudden, Vince thinks it's Brett and Ted thinks it's Luger, which is just great. They were able to do that like through the 5 or 6 times we saw the replay. As Darin mentioned, we don't get any angle of their feet to the floor. We get about as close as seeing like maybe their shin, like where their shin would be, and they both seem like they hit like really at the same time. I liked it, and it was for the time. I remember being in my mom and dad's room, 7 years old, watching this, and not even 7, and like going crazy, like ballistic, like what? They're both the win. I remember the moment when they turned around and it was the two of them. Because, I'm 7, so I have nothing against Luger here. Like, he's a fine babyface to me. I'm rooting for Luger. If it's not Brett, I'd much rather have it be Luger than most other, in here. So when these two guys turn around and I'm like, oh my, it's Brett. I can remember just jumping up and down and remember, this was one of those times where I'm like, Dad, what do you think? And my dad's like, oh my. Dad, who went over? Seriously, come on, man. And my dad's just like looking at me, like rolling his eyes. I'm asking my mom, come on, like who won this thing? I can seriously remember like jumping up in their room and being so pumped when that moment when they turned around and the crowd realized, oh, it's going to be Brett or Luger. And they're not even in the ring together for like 15, 20 seconds. They just sort of have a little brawl. They back up into the ropes and just go over together. And there was a moment afterwards where they kind of gave each other a little stare down. We wondered if there was going to be some beef between the two, and they shake each other's hands. And we don't, and what's cool about leaving this show, we don't know what's going to happen next. Like, you wanted to tune in to Monday Night Raw the next night because you're starting to wonder, is Luger, how is this going to work? Are they both going to get shots? What's going to happen? Like, we didn't know. Obviously, the way they set it up at WrestleMania was perfect. And what's so great about, coming out of this Royal Rumble, was it the best Rumble ever? No. Was there a lot of star power? No. Was there probably only 4 or 5 guys who legitimately had a shot that we wouldn't have been surprised if they won? Yeah, that's probably. But what I liked is it felt like they did a really good job of, like I said, with Pat, the throwbacks to things, and then building stuff out of this. Because you got Shawn Diesel stuff that was building up. We got Diesel as a monster heel. Even earlier in the night, Shawn ran in with Razor, so that's a storyline that's continuing on. We get the Bret Owen stuff continuing on. We got Brett Luger now moving forward. There were just a lot of pieces moving forward, which I like a lot about this Royal Rumble. So overall, I give the show a pretty good grade. Like, I think the ending of a couple of those matches, the way they ended the Quebecers Brett, the way they ended IRS and Razor, the way the Undertaker stuff, once everyone starts coming out, those things could have been better. But for a pretty down time in a down period of WWF, this was not a bad show at all. I thought this was a pretty good show. I like the Rumble, and almost, the Taker, like I said, you take that out, nothing else is bad. Bam Bam Tatanka's fine. The tag match is fine. The IC title match is fine. And that's what's the mark of a pretty good show, is that there was nothing that was really long in this show that felt like you had to fast forward through.
Except for the 30 minutes of The Undertaker levitating and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's from when the Crush starts coming out to that Taker part, you get about 15 minutes. That is pretty crappy. But other than that, I didn't mind most of the show.
So I have a question. Because I've read different things about it, and I genuinely think that I do know the answer, but correct me if I'm wrong. The whole reason that this went down the way it went down in terms of Luger and Brett being co-winners, it is because Vince genuinely didn't know what he wanted to do. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he really wanted to see these two guys stand in the ring and see how the crowd reacted when they were right next to each other.
Yeah. And
literally, have the fans pick their babyface moving forward.
And they kind of did, because they were raising hands and you were getting crowd reactions. Obviously, Brett's reactions were always going to be bigger than Luger's. But, I've read different things, and there's a lot of internet stuff out there and, rumors and things that were going on with Luger, even that weekend and stuff like that. But I genuinely believe that it was just because Vince really did not know who he wanted to put the belt on at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I think the way it worked out was, we got an all-time performance from Bret Hart at WrestleMania 10. In exchange, we got an all-time stinker out of Lex Luger against Yokozuna. But there was a lot of blame to go around for that match, simply because the most over guy in the match was the referee, which is never, ever, ever a good thing.
Lesnar Goldberg.
Yep, exactly. And there are a couple of other examples of that with people at ringside. It never works, and it's always, always, always a bad thing. This Royal Rumble, it's not my favorite one. It probably doesn't crack my top 5. It's fun. There's not a lot of star power, but I thought it was booked reasonably well for what WWF had on hand at the time. Just remember that there is a complete lack of star power there at the top of the roster, and everything starts to make a little bit more sense. The Bret Owens stuff is really good. There's a couple of matches that would have been okay TV matches that fill time, and then you have the worst thing I've ever seen on my television screen, but all told, it's not the worst watch rather, that we've had in reviewing wrestling on this show. I've proposed a couple that have been comically bad. There have been a couple of others that have been bad but historically significant. But the Bret Owens stuff is a must-see. Stick around for the Royal Rumble. That's pretty good.
And by the way, Gino, we were talking about this time being, not a very good time, in WWE and having a lot of things. And at this time, I was actually also watching a lot of WCW, because there were guys in WCW at that time, and you could legitimately make an argument when it came to star power that WCW, even in 1993 and 94, early 94 anyway, had more star power than WWF.
Especially more seasoned names.
Yeah.
With Flair and Steamboat, Rude.
Flair and Vader were in a program, and people that are WWE fans, I say Vader, they probably go, oh, okay, Vader. Yeah, if that's your reaction to Vader, then you don't know anything about Vader.
No.
and you just all you know is the WWE booking of Vader, and you didn't watch anything that he did in WCW, which is, well, quite frankly, shame on you. But I mean, at that time, WCW, you had Flair and Vader, you had the Road Warriors, you had Sting, you had the Nasty Boys, you had Rick Rude, you had the Big Boss Man, you had Dustin Rhodes, you had Steve Austin, as stunning Steve Austin, you had Cactus Jack, you had, I believe, Lord Steven Regal, I believe Ricky Steamboat, you said, I believe was there. Even guys like Marcus Alexander Bagwell, who was, a young, on the way to becoming buff Bagwell. WCW had a much, much fatter roster when it came to names at that point in time than WWF.
And let's not forget the guy they would bring in a couple months later. What was that guy's name?
Oh, no.
It's this big guy with the red and yellow and American flags and a whole bunch of cronies that always seem to show up. And by the way,
he's the man. Or what? How was his WCW song?
He's American made, yes. And it's funny that we mention this. I don't want to jump the gun on too much, and I'm not going to say the show that we're going to be watching next week until I'm asked. The one that we're not going to watch, the one that I am keeping in my back pocket in case any of you make me watch Yokozuna ever again. It's in 1994. It's a WCW show. It's Starrcade. And do any of you remember the main event of that show?
It's 94?
94.
Starrcade 94 was, it was Hogan against Butcher, which was Beefcake.
Yep.
Oh my, the Butcher.
Know that I have that in my back pocket. If either of you should make me sit through anything horrible ever again.
Wasn't Mr. T in that show?
Might have been.
Yeah, I think he was. You're right.
The best match on the show was the first match, which featured Vader against Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And if that's the best match on the show, what does that tell you about the rest of the show, gentlemen? Do not mess with the bull. You'll get the horns.
Wait, now it's starting to come. Do you know who else was on that show?
I've got the lineup in front of me, yeah.
Okay, so on that show was a very young pre-Triple H.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. He fought, I believe.
Terra Rising? What's his name?
John Paul.
Oh, that was when he was John. Okay. Yeah, that was when he was.
Didn't he fight the Dutch Wonderkind, Alex Wright?
Oh,
they went
great.
14 minutes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So I have that in my back pocket anytime either of you decide to do anything stupid or make me sit through anything that's remotely as bad as the Undertaker Yokozuna nonsense from this show. Gentlemen, you have been warned.
I thought you were gonna. Well, you said you haven't seen the Chamber of Horrors match at Halloween Havoc.
Nope.
I thought
that's right. Me too. I thought I was immediately thinking Chamber of Horrors.
Nope. I'm not going to go for comically bad. I'm going for torture.
Well,
okay, I mean, great.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is pretty bad too. So where do we head, Andrew? You are next, and then Darin, you'll be picking our show for next week. For next week. What are we going to be talking about though next week? What's our homework, Andrew?
All right. So I mentioned that this Royal Rumble doesn't crack my list of top 5, whatever. The one that I'm going to mention is probably third on my list, and we've covered the other 2. Again, I was going to go to Starrcade 94, especially after watching the Yokozuna crap, but my better angels won out, and I've realized, you know what? Pat Patterson just passed away a couple of days ago, and it's fitting that we're talking about the Royal Rumble now for any number of reasons, both Patterson related and the fact that, hey, next month is the Royal Rumble, right? Well, the show that we're going to be watching not only has what I think is the third best men's Rumble of all time, it is historically significant because it has the first women's Royal Rumble.
Nice.
We're going back to 2018 for that year's Royal Rumble. Now,
nice.
I remember this show pretty vividly because I shouted out a wrestling community that I'm part of. I'm on the site every couple of days I hop on. And there was genuine concern over how they were going to work a women's Royal Rumble because there are certain bumps that for optical reasons, you don't exactly feel comfortable seeing a female take. And I have said, guys, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. This isn't the 1998 women's division with 8 failed lingerie models taking bumps. This is completely different. And you know what? It worked. They had to use some smoke and mirrors, and they brought back a couple of legends for uncomfortably long runs. We are going to be talking about Michelle McCool somehow getting half an hour for reasons passing understanding, except for who she's married to. But that Royal Rumble is good. The men's Royal Rumble is great from top to bottom. There's a fantastic surprise return in that match with a guy that hadn't been in the WWE in several years hinting at a return. He'd come back full-time later in the year. There's an AJ Styles, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn match earlier on in the show that's pretty darn good. It's a fun show, and I'm looking forward to it. Pat Patterson, his best creation was this Royal Rumble. God bless his soul. We're going to be doing it for at least one more week.
I like it. Okay, this was a good one. This was a fun one. And this is, I think, probably the most recent show that we're going to be discussing.
One of them, yeah, I think so.
Other than, if we've done like a review of one of the shows or over the last couple of years when it actually happened. So cool. 2018 Rumble. It's going to be Rumble season now for a little bit. I think the next after Darin, I'll probably pick one more Rumble too, as we'll be sort of in Rumble mode for the next month and a half or so. DZ, you got a big week coming up, so best of luck to you and your owners as you continue to have some horses that have had some really good luck and maybe expanding your horizons a little bit. And Andrew, hope you have a great week coming up. Champagne and JD. Darin, give us your follows first, and then Andrew, let us know where we can find you.
Sure, Twitter at the Track 7. In full-fledged football mode. I've been following Turfway Park a lot and posting some pics there because, as you alluded to, my ownership group, we have horses stabled there. At the time we're taping this is the night before our biggest race. We're running an allowance race Wednesday night. So hopefully by the time this is posted, I have another picture on the way from the winner's circle. But,
nice.
I've been following Turfway quite a bit, so I'll be posting a lot of stuff in depth on their meet. I'm a big synthetic surface guy. I know people don't really know that about me, but for some reason I handicap well on it. So be doing a lot of that. And, hopefully just enjoying the holiday season here in New York as best we can. So at the Track 7, always hot and heavy on Twitter. And, looking forward to next week.
At Andrew Champagne on Twitter for me. Not entirely sure what's going on the holiday season. I am supposed to be flying back east on the 17th. I don't know what the heck I'm going to be doing, and I probably won't for sure until towards the end of the week. But in more exciting news, in addition to my duties with Racing Picks, where I'm doing daily Pick 4 write-ups, I've just rejoined the freelance writing staff over at Bet America. I had gotten a couple of bylines there, and then COVID hit and the world broke. But I'm back there now. I went 3-1. We're recording this on Tuesday night. I had four Cowboys props. 3 of them hit, and one came up a couple of yards short. So hopefully off on the right foot there. Champagne and JD is continuing its interview series with track announcers. Last week, we had the one and only Pete Aiello join us. That was a lot of fun. This week, Bill Downs from Indiana Grand is going to be on the show. That's going to be a blast. We're really looking forward to that one. So there's a lot going on, and, as far as the holiday goes, we'll just have to wait and see. But that's sort of been the story of the year, right?
You got to get Keith Jones on. He's retiring at the end of the year.
That's on. Trust us, we've talked about that.
There you go.
Yeah, you guys are getting through the who's who of track announcers. Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne. You hear him with me every week here on the Old Wrestling Rewatch, and we will be back again next week talking about Royal Rumble 2018, the first ever women's Royal Rumble. Looking forward to that one. Don't go anywhere, folks. Plenty more on That's What G Said. Stay tuned. Yeah, I had a lot of fun talking about one of my personal favorite Royal Rumbles with Andrew and with Darin. Coming up next, we'll have the 2018 Royal Rumble, the first ever women's Royal Rumble. So we have 2 Royal Rumbles to talk about next week's episode of the Old Wrestling Rewatch on That's What G Said. That's going to do it for us here. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in. Big thank you to all the sponsors of That's What G Said. Big thank you to Tyler and Don Landis, Chris Griffin, Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali for joining me. Next episode coming up in just a few days. It's going to be a lot about the NFL playoffs. We're going to have Dave Weaver joining me for the Saturday games. We're going to have Eric, Etoff 21 Sports, joining me for the Sunday games. We're going to talk Saturday Sam Houston with Andy Villanueva, wrestling with Chad Cooper. Gabe Vartanian joins me to talk Santa Anita Saturday and the Live and Breathe Facebook group. And we're going to talk some Gulfstream Park Saturday, a little NBA segment, and some Cobra Kai. Yep, all of that on the next episode of That's What G Said. Have a nice couple of days, folks. We'll talk to you soon.
As the Dodgers bring home